Hey Susie, hey Happy Go Lucky, hey Rita. Sorry about that earlier. Well, no, I'm not. I had company for a little minute, and when I saw the car pulling in, I'm like, okay, cool, let's wrap it up. I still talked too long, but it was okay because he chopped some ice for me from the steps, so that's good. While he waited. Ha. So here's the thing. I took a quick look at a couple of the videos that people had emailed me about, and a very quick look, let me tell you. And I'm not going to say the channel name, but I want to put this out to you guys. We've pretty much narrowed it down that if they have a Star Trek chair, and if they stare at their screen and don't really know the case, and if all they do is try to get other people to jump on so that they can feel like they're part of some sort of gang, then pretty much we know what they're here for, right? And I don't mean here, I mean on YouTube. So we have figured that one out, along with those, microphones and the guys wearing their baseball caps and the women wearing those glasses that aren't really glasses. So we have that, I think, pretty much figured out. Well, I think we can expand on the clues or the hints to see who the fakes are, right? If they're talking about the 35C, or if they're talking about NK, either one, then pretty much A, they don't know the case, and B, they're trying to build some sort of a YouTube channel. Hey, shenanigan maker. I just listened to a little tidbit on another channel where the channel creator brought on the experts who said that, those 35C experts are expensive. I don't know, my tolerance for diddle shit is zero. So I was just saying, we can already tell if they have the Star Trek chair, they have the weird microphones, they're wearing the baseball cap, or they're wearing the fake glasses, or they're staring at the screen and pretty much saying nothing, but you can tell they're reading what they're saying. Another good hint is when they mispronounce their words. And I'm not talking about Coven. And I'm not saying that if someone gets the lots of love thing, different than we think it is. I'm talking about when they're reading their scripts and they use words beyond their own vocabulary. That means that somebody else wrote that script for them. And I'm thinking that we're going to all get battle fatigue if we pay attention to all of these weirdos. I'm thinking we're going to get battle fatigue. I can only explain, that whole 35C thing to begin with, almost 5 months ago, that was already debunked. I'll use the word that the scumbag attackers like to use. The 35C was already debunked. NK was debunked in 2018. So why are we even discussing NK and why are we even discussing the 35C, right? I think what they are there for, two things. I think they're promised that they can make some quick, easy money if they'll just do right what they are told to do. And I think the organizers want them there making a whole lot of noise so that people aren't actually discussing this case. Yes, money and distraction, alternate juror. money, and distraction. Shenanigan maker, I have a feeling you and I both irritated our classmates from time to time. One day, our teacher was absent, and we had a substitute. And the day that we had the substitute, the other students were speaking about how there were 3 of us who were called teachers' pets. And evidently, because our teacher was absent, they felt free to say that out of our teacher's earshot. And the 3 of us sat there thinking, you're kidding. We're not teachers' pets. We just do our work. We're engaged. We're not lazy. So that was an eye-opener. I think I was in the 3rd grade. And let me tell you what happened. The substitute teacher explained, because what happened actually is the substitute teacher was calling on the 3 of us too, just like our teacher always did. And the substitute teacher explained that if you want to get called on, then you need to be ready when you get called on. And everything pretty much stayed the same because, being ready to be called on takes work. Do you want to touch on that Shazam thing just for a minute? That video was played in how many Facebook groups? That video was watched and commented on by how many people who have channels and who are now claiming that they are all about hashtag shine. Are they all about hashtag shine? Or are they all about saying whatever they think will get them a super chat? Let's be real. That group, when KK came on board, her name was right in the thick of the bullshit right from day one. She's the one that Cindy Watts said she would never trust again. The energy that people have given her channel, I honestly don't even think she was ever working for the Watts. I think it's what we said earlier. I think they're in place to burn up time so that the 3-year time frame comes and goes. Actually, before Shenanigan Maker explained it to me, I was thinking it was 2 years, and I thought that's exactly why they hopped on right when they did. Money, money, money. Actually, Wanda, the drama started on Facebook. That's where the drama started. There were 2 fake groups created immediately after the case hit the headlines. Something that many people may not realize, and this started with the case of Christopher Watts, even though the attackers claim they've been working together for 3 years. With the case of Christopher Watts, the games became transparent because they took it way too far. They took it real life. And those of us who they selected to target did not run and hide. They didn't know what to do about that. They still don't know what to do about that. They buy fake members on Facebook. They try to tell you they have thousands of members. They buy fake subs on YouTube They try to make it look like they have thousands, tens of thousands of members. They buy views. There are very few people involved who are using multiple fake profiles. The channels that are holding live chats where they're saying they have 500 or 1,000 or however many people in chat, they're lying. When you see payments being posted in the super chats that are $99.99 or $149.99, that's called their paycheck. This is right before our eyes, but people still click on a video and think, oh, wow, look at how many people have watched this video. No. When you can go into a channel's live chat that has 34,000 subs and they only have 40 people in the live chat, that channel is buying their subs. When you have a channel creator who claims he has 70,000 subs and he has 300 or 400 in a live chat, he is buying his subs. They buy views. Yes, they do. They use fake profiles. When you see 5 or 6 people piling onto whoever said that Christopher Watt's wife gave the girls Benadryl and Tylenol at bedtime, and then all of a sudden 4 or 5 or 6 people pile on, that could very well be one person. The other day in Cooter's live chat, we had one person running with 2 profiles. We tested it. They proved it. And then after Cooter's live chat was over, the same 2 profiles hopped into another live chat and kept the same game going. They're fakes. If they're talking about whoever, the flavor of the day or the week or the month is, if that's the focus, if they're not actually discussing the case, and I don't mean discussing to the point where they're going, well, I don't know, what do you think? I'm kind of on the fence. Yeah, well, maybe. Or saying, oh, I've never said this or I've never said that, when we all know damn well they have, then they're just making noise about the case. Melissa wants to know, how much do you make off your channel? Let's see if we can see what other fake profiles Melissa is using. Patty, I can't believe it either. It's very, I think, disheartening to realize that people are not catching on sometimes. I think Shenanigan Maker just said these people need to put as much effort into bettering themselves. They could actually become something respectable. I think this is as good as it gets for them. And I think they actually consider their YouTube presence their career. Melissa Kline says, I don't have any fake profiles. Yeah, we believe you, Melissa. How old is your profile, Melissa? What's the date that your profile was started? Was it this afternoon or last week? Unidentifiable, I don't think they can get a day job. I don't think they've ever held a day job, a bona fide day job. Starscream says, there's another new one. So what's the issue here? We want a 35C, and a lawyer has been found, and a nonprofit set up to pay legal bills via escrow. So what's the issue? The issue is it's all bullshit. Just like your comment is nothing but bullshit. What's the date that your profile was started, Melissa? I noticed you didn't answer the question. Jay says, I bet the haters make more money than thrivers do selling Thrive. Uh, Shenanigan Maker says, just curious, Lana and Jay haven't known each other long enough to even get the ball rolling for a nonprofit. Oh, yes, they have known each other for a very long time. In 2018, when the gangs all got rolling on the case of Christopher Watts, many of them commented how they had been working together for 3 years already. This is what they do. They land on these cases and they hope to be able to scrape some money from the bottom. Do you remember that case that hit the news after the case of Christopher Watts? I think it was the Kelsey Barrett case. The same scumbags tried to knock on that door. And Kelsey Barrett's mother said publicly, don't even try it, leave us alone. What they do is they create fake profiles. They post all sorts of offensive crap and send all sorts of offensive messages using fake profiles, using their targets' photos and names. They create problems, they create chaos. And then they go to the families that are involved in these high profile cases. They go to these families and they say, look at this. Look at what is being said about you or your loved one or whatever. And then they say, I'm an online investigator and I can help you. Or they say, I have computer skills and I can help you. They try to connect with the families. They try to make themselves useful. That's why I kept saying to Cindy, if somebody has called you, do not trust them. Give them the name and phone number of your lawyer. If you have somebody who wants to help you, okay? Let them tell the lawyer how they want to help. Miss CD says, I've read the Discovery and I know everything. Jacob's Ladder says, AD has been caught in several lies, but nobody dares attack him. Nobody dares attack him? They are constantly pretending to attack him. But in my opinion, they're all in it together because the only way that the interest in this case has continued this long is because of all of these organized attacks. Melissa said he apparently didn't see our last live where we all bashed on him. LOL, lots of love. Shenanigan Maker, how many hours did you say? 1900? What is one tangible product of that energy, one tangible service or product that they have provided. Nothing. Nothing. Sebastian says it's all a sham. It is all a sham. Starscream says, okay, but it gets announced on mainstream TV and the local tag, you going to be laughing then? When what gets announced? When what gets announced? That somebody who sells bingo games got arrested for practicing law without a license? Jacob's Ladder, how is it that you could be saying that nobody ever attacks him? There are literally hundreds of videos attacking him. And again, I think it's all part of the scam. Starscream says it doesn't matter who it is, it's the fact that it's getting done. What's getting done? Can you please answer that question? What is getting done? I love your comments. Jacob's Ladder, think about that. Think about that. Jacob's Ladder says, how the hell does he keep getting his channels back? Because he's the one who removes them. What happens when he removes his channel? Everybody goes to Patreon. And you know what he just said this afternoon? He said that he has a question for a lawyer. So he said that when Larry comes on up on the panel, he'll ask him. So Larry doesn't even have to say that he's a lawyer, right? Just like Lana doesn't have to say she's a lawyer. They say it for each other. Wanda says, Starscream, what is getting done? Why is it costing a lot of money? And why a lawyer has been retained? Why haven't they bowed out now? True Crime Lunatic Asylum says, how about the most entertaining bunch? The Shenanigans Law groupies. And have you seen yet, True Crime Lunatic Asylum? Have you seen yet what that law is supposed to be? Because anytime I've seen anybody try to answer that question, they kind of circle the same old track. Unidentifiable Girl says they are being scammed as well. And AD said a lot about you as well recently, so I unsubscribed. Everyone's only concerned about money over there. Broken Dream says, but isn't everyone after the same thing here, the truth? If there are lawyers, that proves they must be doing something right. If there are lawyers, do you think there are lawyers? Think, think. If there were lawyers involved, do you think that they would be working with Lana on YouTube? I know it's strange because we have this, the best word for it is noise. We have this noise going on for so long. I know it's strange to step back and to just say, let's use some common sense here. When you have channel creators talking about 35C experts, and then poof, here comes another channel creator talking about 35C experts, and then you have one channel creator who is brand new to the case. He admits he knows nothing about it, and he's literally giving advice on what a 35C means. And then another channel creator who started a couple of months ago, he knows nothing about the case. He is not a highly skilled thinker on top of it. And he's now giving advice on what the 35C means. 35C, 35C, NK, NK, N, 35C, 35C. It's all just noise. There is not a lawyer. If there was, exactly right. If there was a lawyer, the first thing the lawyer would be doing, would be saying, would be to tell them to stop it. I think it's very interesting that one of those that you mentioned, Jacob's Ladder, is connected also to another person who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I have my own personal thought on the channel that claims to have 70,000 subs. I think if somebody has appeared on that panel, then pretty much step away. That's my opinion. I would rather go to the dollar store with mommy ramblings than listen to a channel that I know is in place for the sole purpose of organizing attacks against innocent people in order to try to own the true crime community on social media. Now, not that I'm saying that Mommy Ramblings isn't one of the pack, because I've seen her attack videos. I've seen her read her scripts. I've been slandered and defamed by her, and so has Cindy Watts. But at least when she's going to the dollar store, she actually has some content. And personally, I think that she would do well to forget the true crime crap and to do the dollar store thing and to build that following. Janelle says to try to take a look at Social Blade to get the skinny on the channels that you're looking at. What was hilarious, Miss CD? Oh, about going shopping. But at least with her dollar store hauls and with her, you know, shopping online for old dolls and stuff, at least there's content there. At least there's authenticity going on. At least there's, you know, a group where people with shared interests can get together and talk. The whole true crime thing and posting venomous crap, bashing Cindy Watts, bashing me, like, don't do it. Melissa, again, is posting smack. Melissa, if you want to be in the discussion without being a bitch, okay? We've already answered your question, so scroll up if you want the answer. I'm not a big fan of her, okay? True Crime Lunatic Asylum says she does provide a service. Her dollar store videos are better than sleeping pills. I'm not a fan of hers at all after the shit that's come out of her mouth. In my opinion, she harms innocent people with the shit that comes out of her mouth sometimes. And I say shame on her. Big time, across the board. Shame on her. At the same time, she is a kick butt dollar store expert. And that's what I'm just using her as an example because she could build her following absolutely on her dollar store tours. She could. Melissa, I don't like blocking people. So why don't you seriously stop it? Or is that your goal, is to just come in here and get blocked so you can run around and go, ooh, I got blocked? Stop being a dipshit, seriously. Did you scroll up yet to get the answer to your question, or are you just here to, be a bitch? Seriously. Exactly. Mommy Ramblings has the corner on the dollar store market, and she should definitely stick with that. I don't know, maybe she's actually too nice in real life to really pull it off. I don't know. As far as all the crap, gang stalking crap, maybe she's just maybe a little too nice in real life to really be effective. Melissa, this is the last time I'm going to address your bullshit. We answered your stupid question. If you want to see what the answers were, then scroll up and read them. That's what we should do if we're kind of thinking backwards here, which is about the only way to deal with these weirdos. We should turn the Dollar Tree tour guide routine into a moneymaker. And then all of the scumbag attackers in the true crime community who are just here to try to make some quick cash, then they'll run along and think, oh, wow, there's money in the dollar store thing, right? Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe we should do a live chat and I could title it something like how to make $10,000 a month at the Dollar Tree, channel, whatever. And then they could all fight with each other about who the biggest and baddest Dollar Tree channel is. Oh, Paula, you haven't missed much. We're just kind of thinking out loud about all the circus crap lately. Cooter needs a drinky poo. And for Cooter to call that a drinky poo, I'm thinking maybe he's already started. Have you found Bigfoot yet, Cooter? A yard sale haul? That's a good idea. We could do like an antique thing. You guys could write me a script and I could read it, right? Starscream, you may want to check. Well, I don't know if you'd know how, but you may want to check and see what the qualifications are. Because whatever you're attempting to put out there is not based in fact at all. Is your brother still there, Cooter? Starscream, I think it might be, I guess, a good point for you to recognize with all of the leaks that have, I say leaks in quotation marks, that have been going on with the letters to Christopher and with the visitors list. Have you ever seen my name on any of those lists or on any of those letters? No, you haven't. Because when I was asked to go see him and speak with him, I said no. Oh, Tom's drinking along with you, Cooter. I just sent Shenanigan Maker an email. And now I'm having a tough time getting back to where StreamYard is. Here we are. I found you. Okay, Shenanigan Maker, I just sent you an email. Melissa is claiming to have an education, Miss CD. Melissa says, I like Lana. I just don't like how she's going about this. Yes, alternate juror, we sure do, don't we? And those of us who are regular subscribers know what that means. I agree, Paula. And I think, I told you how I kind of traced back to when everything kind of landed. And I think that it has to do with that time of death with a patch. Because within hours, everything hit. I think that for over 2.5 years, nobody has talked about the fact that she didn't have a patch on, and then tied it together that there were only 40 minutes out of every day, out of every 24-hour time period, that she didn't have a patch on. Because if you think back, it was pretty quiet there for a while. But as soon as we uploaded that one video about the time of death, then man, it looks like the scumbag attackers have been working overtime. I agree with you, Unidentifiable Girl. I think she's probably reading her text messages on what to say next. And this is how it was back in 2018. This is exactly how it was back in 2018. In fact, some of the first attackers have recently come back on board. I don't know about their scripts, but I do think they have the unlimited data on their phones. Up until 2015, I think it was, or 2014, they used to just get like 25 minutes a month or something. But I think it was 2014, I'm not sure. They changed it to unlimited for the free phones. And that seems to be when the United States gangs started forming. Exactly, Paula. She had a patch on all the time, but not at the time of her death. I'm just reading your comments. I don't like putting stuff about, like, if you say those patches, that's one thing, but I don't like putting stuff up on the screen when you say the name of the company. Only because I don't choose which caption is on the one that goes up on YouTube. So Tracy said that she removed them when sleeping, but that isn't how you do the patches, Tracy. How do you know that she removed them while sleeping? Because actually they're to be worn 24 hours a day except for 40 minutes right after waking up in the morning. That's a good point, Tracy. I agree. But I think that because they put them on first thing in the morning, I don't know, maybe it's some kind of a special time release, something or whatever. I don't know. But that is what I've been told by people who actually use them, that they're supposed to be on for 24 hours, 24/7, except for when you first wake up in the morning, you take it off, and then within 40 minutes, you're supposed to put the new one on. Katie, I think Paul was kidding. That's one thing we do here on this channel a lot. We have a lot of cute jokes going. That's why we say LOL, lots of love. Jay says CW texted he could not sit still when on the program. Did he text that, or did his wife say that he texted that? Just to dig in a little bit deeper, you remember the other day when I said, let's think about whether or not the kids really did have all of those medical procedures, or if perhaps those medical procedures were discussed in a way to try to create content for her live chats. Cooter says he needs some caffeine. I haven't seen her shenanigan maker. Jacob's Ladder loves the love. Jay says that his heart rate was elevated while on the program. I just can't imagine any doctor saying, sure, go ahead. We don't know what's in that supplement, but go ahead and use it. I just can't imagine any doctor saying that that would be okay. I've had emails from people who say they use it and they love it. So I don't know if it's heavy duty in the energy department, then, whatever floats your boat. I just can't see a pregnant woman using it. I don't know. I just can't see a doctor ever saying it's okay. Janelle says also contain tree nuts in the bars. There, Janelle just debunked the debunking of the debunked debunker who debunked the whole tree nut thing. Oh, good. Jay Frazier has a quote. CW himself texted it. Here comes the quote. Cooter's going to go work out. All right. Cooter's getting buff. Oh, there it is. Here we go. Jay posted the quote. I cannot stay still. I vacuumed the kitchen entryways and mopped them, vacuumed downstairs, and now moving upstairs. Huh. Was that on Facebook or that was on his phone? The interesting name says the older version of the bars did not have tree nuts. The current ones do. Saw on another creator's channel. Does anyone want to address that? The quote is a text to his wife on his cell phone then? Alternate juror says SW posted that on her Facebook. Correct, shenanigan maker. She clearly said she didn't know what was in them. And then when she got the brand new product that didn't have a label yet because it was brand new, she went ahead and tore that blank label right off and gave the kids some after she had some first, of course. She had no clue what was in those brand new bars. No clue. And she gave them to the kids. So you know how we were talking earlier about how if you see a Star Trek chair, if you see one of the ridiculous microphones, if they're reading their little scripts and they can't pronounce the words, all the little hints that we have, right? Another hint is they will post comments on channels that are very offensive, and then they report the channel for having offensive comments. That's another little takeaway on how to spot them. Well, Jade, the quote originates with CW himself per CW's wife. For example, they'll post a hateful comment about whether it be sexist or racist or whatever. They'll post something just really over the top ridiculous. And then they'll use 10 or 12 or 50 fake profiles and report that same comment over and over again with all their fake profiles. The comment that they posted themselves. Can you imagine spending your life that way? That would be so depressing. Broken Dreams thinks that NA's sales went through the roof. I don't think so. This too shall pass, as I find it ironic. I also find it unbelievable, quite frankly, because I have yet to see anybody truly debunk it. I've seen people say that they've debunked it, but I haven't seen any information that would debunk it to begin with. Unless maybe, I don't know, maybe they have a basement full of inventory and they were able to go down in their own basement and dig through $27,000 worth of inventory. Maybe they found an old one, that didn't have it on the label. Summer Breeze says that NA makes heaps on YouTube. with her videos. Do you think so? What was the name of that thing again, you guys? What was that called again? Social something, Social Blade. There it is. Cool. I just put an S up there and it popped up. Okay, let's take a look. I'm taking a look. Let's see here. Well, I don't know if I have the right one. I put in that name and I'm seeing a whole lot of zeros. I might not have the right one though. And I'm not all that computer savvy. Let me look here. This must not be the right one because it says 47 subscribers. Oh, sorry. I'm searching another one here. Let's see. I don't see any with a bunch of subscribers. Yeah, I don't see any with a bunch of subscribers. So I don't know if you guys can find it or not. Yep. Oh, that way. Oh, I used an H. That's the problem. Thank you, Janelle. Well, it says here estimated monthly earnings $7 to $107. Thank you, Janelle. That worked. So $7 to $107 per month estimated earning. And I personally don't think that anybody involved with any MLM is making any money. The FTC digs in every single year and they report on their website, ftc.com, how many people are making money with a product based MLM. In 2018, 90, I think it was 99.6% of the people involved with a product based MLM made zero. In 2019, 99.9% of people involved with the product based MLM made zero. Well, exactly, Paula. Exactly. I'm still kind of wondering, do you think that the kids were really as sick? And I don't mean because I don't think they were sick. I think if they were sick, they were made sick, my opinion. But maybe they didn't really go to the emergency room all those times that the videos were telling us, right? Maybe they didn't really have all those procedures, right? I'm looking for your comments, Shenanigan Maker, but I don't see any with all caps. Unless it's way, way, way up. Let's see here. I don't see anything. Oh, wait, no. I see Melissa saying, I'm still here. That's good, Melissa. That's because we don't like to block people here. Okay, I'll go up further. I'm all the way to the top of the thingy, and it isn't there, so it must be that it's gone further up. Yeah, I say caffeine-coated Scooby-Doo Band-Aids, but that's kind of a long one to type. It's way further down in all caps. There it is. Can we do a shenanigan and coot live on panel soon? Sure. And Cooter's drinking, so that'll be fun. I'll copy the link and paste and enter. Oh, there's one more. Be right back, guys. BRB. I'm going to find this sucker. It's got to be here. I'm going way up and it is not there. The peanut butter one or the wackadoodle? But those aren't in caps. Okay, I'm watching closely as I'm coming back. Let's see here. I see Can We Do the Live? Then I see Mensa'S. And then I see Read My Two all cap comments above. It's big. Okay. It is not here, love. It is not here. No kidding. I've looked like, I think 6 times total, 3 times up and back. Oh, sorry, Cooter. Hey, Cooter.
Hey, what's up? Where's Shenanigans? I thought she's
She's
wanting
coming.
to.
She's
Oh, alright. So I'm the one not white this time.
coming. I didn't see you sitting there. How long were you sitting there?
Not very long.
Good.
Maybe like 20 seconds. It was real short.
Oh, good. Because I was scrolling up to try to find the other comment. Okay,
Roger that.
Shananigan Maker says she sees it, but I don't see it.
I scrolled up a little bit.
Did you see it? There, she said there were 2 comments in caps. I saw the one that asked about going up there.
yeah, that's probably about fourth way up now. Um, but yeah, she was wanting to do a panel.
Yeah, I saw that one, and
That's
she said there's another one.
uh, Shenanigan. You have like a lot of comments. Let me see here. She said she emailed something to you too,
Oh,
Miss
okay, good.
Menza.
Okay, I'll take a look at that. Who said that, Shenanigan Maker? I can only see the left half of the comment. Hey Cooter, we're getting the music from the back. Hey Cooter, we're getting the music from the back. I don't know, can you guys hear that? Yeah, Tracy says lots of noise in the background. Shenanigan Maker, I can only see the left half of the comment. Who was singing the Cooter and Shenanigans Maker in a Tree song? There, that's better, Cooter.
All right.
I love it, Shenanigan Maker. You're funny.
So someone's jealous of my wooing skills. I take it.
Yeah, I don't know who said it. She said she'll be back though.
Oh,
So she'll let us know who said it. Someone was singing that little song. Yeah, I have noticed you're kind of a flirt, Cooter. The,
uh,
gir- the girls are lining up to talk with you.
all right. I'll stop. Try to be fair to everyone. So I'm at the airport, so I'm trying to go somewhere where there isn't as much music. So I apologize about that.
So how are you doing with all the noise in the true crime community? Are you getting a little bit disappointed in it or what?
Maybe yeah, to a certain extent. It seems like everyone's just ripping each other apart instead of, you know, forming together, doing something constructive. So I just, I don't know. As Honey Badger would say to me, it's just noise.
Right, right. And I think it's important not to waste a lot of energy on it. But
Yeah.
I wondered because I aren't you someone who thinks the NK might be involved?
Uh, I'm not discrediting it, but it's a possibility. Um, that I don't really think she was there. And I think, if like Wanda was able to prove with an aping house at a certain time with their 360, there should be um, some more information there that's been redacted. So But I won't discredit it if she was there.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I think now after the whole Colorado trip because I found that information really interesting about the phone thing, but after the Colorado trip, I'm pretty much not feeling, you know, I guess um I'm just not that impressed by it at this point after the Colorado trip.
Well, wasn't the whole point to try to do file a 35C or get the process started?
Well, the whole 35C thing is a joke, Cooter. I think it's a joke. I think they're actually trying to basically build an income stream for themselves. Oh, look who's here! Look
She
who's
naked?
honey badger's here. We haven't seen honey badger in forever.
Oh my. Can you guys hear the music pretty bad, or is it all right where I'm at?
It's better now than it was.
Okay, I'll stand right here.
Are you catching a flight or are you meeting someone?
I'm catching one.
Oh, good.
So
Are you going to go down and see Brenda?
if she behaves herself, I don't know. She might be a little too much Latina for me.
Shenanigan making. Do I sound like Satan? I took my headphones off. Hey, everybody.
Hey, Brenda.
Hey,
Uh oh.
Mensa. Hey, Honey Badger. Hey, Peter Brown. Hey, Paula. I missed you guys. 35C. Yes, it is a joke, but I'm pretty hyped for it, you know? Let's pull a Hail Mary and see what happens with it. This is pretty cool.
Right. It's never going to happen, Brenda.
No, no, it's never going to happen, but it's exciting. Good for them.
They're wasting their money. They're wasting their time.
Yeah. And I mean, we all saw it yesterday. Yes, they're wasting their time, they're wasting their money, but they're making like a victims advocate program because of it, and that's why people are donating money. So it's like they're gonna have like a Lana for every Chris Watts in the world type of thing. I don't know. I thought that was very admirable. Good for them.
Do you realize that in the United States, when somebody forms a nonprofit, they don't use the website .com?
Like a 5C3.
501 uh, yeah. Now that you said that, I can't say it right. 501c3 is it? Yeah, their website is .com.
Mhm.
Nonprofits use .org.
Correct.
Have they?
But
And nonprofits are also transparent and transparent to the public. So
right. And
this whole
they
idea
cover.
that you have to pay money
Go ahead.
to see whatever, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they kind of covered their bases with the show us the money page. Where's your money? Move your money.
Right, but
Shake your money.
you have to pay to get there. 501(c) is actually transparent to the public.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. Yeah, 501c3s are a BITCH when it comes to tax dollars and the IRS. I was
And
thinking about doing one.
if she's putting herself out there as some sort of an advocate, what is her
Mm-hmm.
experience? What is her training?
Baby. That's her experience right there.
What is her experience?
Chris
I can't hear
Watts,
you.
baby.
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Like her experience. her experience was the experience she had with Chris Watts. Boom. That's the
Which
experience. You're right. Yeah.
right, but she has accomplished nothing.
She met Ronnie. That's an accomplishment right there. Yeah, no, I get it. It is I feel bad, but good for them. You know, if they wanted to spend their time and money doing this type of endeavor, you know, good job. They've gone pretty far. And
Where have
I'm
they
just
gone besides Colorado? You know,
Like, $20.
here's the problem with this is that people are spending money who are listening to them talk about the binders and how that's how it's supposedly done, and they're believing what they're hearing, and so they're spending their money believing that they're actually taking part in some sort of a credible effort to help people.
Mhm.
But the reality is they have yet to help anybody.
Yep, I know.
Exactly, Wanda. Why do you have to pre-register? And don't you have to give your credit card number for transparency?
I'll
Sharon
give you a prepaid card.
Yeah, really. Sharon says everyone has missed you, Honey Badger. I keep dropping the link, but Honey Badger's ignoring the link.
Don't
I'll
ignore
drop it
him,
again.
Dad. Come on. Yeah, I actually pre-registered. I put all my credentials, and they said somebody will get to me shortly. So maybe that's when I hand them my food stamps card or gift card or something like
Brenda,
that.
did you really sign up?
Yeah,
Did you sign
oh,
up?
of course. Yeah, I did.
Well, folks, you heard it here. Brenda signed up.
I signed up.
Wow.
Signed up for what? I missed it.
Brenda
The
signed up
cooter
for the Anna
program.
thing.
Oh no, yeah, the mom thing.
Aw,
Yeah, and then
that's so sweet.
yeah, I was curious, and I immediately signed up. I was like, okay, sure. And then I just got a notification saying, "Thank you. We'll get back to you shortly." And that was when the doc came out, like that same
Here's Honey
night.
Badger.
What's up,
Honey Badger,
everybody?
Brenda needs
It's
your help.
Lana.
Hey,
Brenda needs your help, Honey Badger. She just signed up for Lana's pre-registered to take $10 a month routine so that Lana can be some sort of a victim advocate.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
No, you should really talk her
I'm
out of
just
it.
here to
Anything, like,
and
none of this should cost money. These people shouldn't be charging. Like, the truth does not sell on this platform. It doesn't. The only thing that sells is lies and garbage and speculation and sensational crap. So, I mean, if you want the truth, just do your research. You shouldn't have to pay. Like, once I heard that shit, I was like, oh no, this ain't going anywhere good.
Exactly. We did a live chat afterwards um, because we were all disappointed because a bunch of us from the chat went over and watched it, and we liked it at first. You know, the video was good music and all, and then we came back to the live chat afterwards, and we were like, "Well, that was like a non-event." You know, it was disappointing. But
it
when
was.
you think about the fact that Lana, as far as we know, has zero experience ever being a victim advocate, combined with the fact that she has done absolutely nothing for Ronnie and Cindy and Christopher Watts, I don't understand why she would be drawing any crowd. She has claimed
Well,
that
I think
she's
it's kind of late in the game, don't you think? I mean, think about it really. It's kind of late in the game, and they've kind of done a lot of damage to themselves. And to be coming out and asking for money and to put it under this paywall and all this other bullshit, like that's, even if they are trying to do the right thing, what they're doing right now is going to sabotage whatever they have going on.
right, and I
I
do
mean,
think I do think they're in place to just burn up time. You know, Lana and KK have both confirmed in the last couple of days in their videos that their connection is with Jamie and that Jamie contacted them when Mark had that lawyer. Jamie contacted Lana and KK and Kelly and whoever else. There's another one, Shannon, I think. They confirmed it. Lana and KK both confirmed it. I really think it's just like you say, the word noise. I think they're in place to make noise so they burn up that final time frame between now and when the statute of limitations expires.
right. I
What
mean,
is
I
it?
don't know, you know?
The controlled opposition routine? How?
Oh yeah, definitely. There's definitely a possibility. I mean, it ain't looking too good from this vantage point. I mean, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt because I legitimately seen her going through the actual evidence. And I mean, it really, like, you can pull resources together and get things done without having to make money on YouTube. Like if they legitimately wanted to help and set something up, Well, do it for nothing and pool your resources, get people involved. If people see you're doing the right thing, people will help, people will donate. But this is just a shit show online. Like, how is anything on YouTube helping the Watts? It's not.
It isn't helping at all, and it's harming them. That's what we were saying earlier. You know, it might be nice to think that it's all
Do you think that
harmless.
maybe they feel obligated to them because they had something going on? Like, you know, like over the past like couple years, they've kind of like been involved with them. Do you think it's possible that they feel like they feel obligated, kind of like how Chris does, where he's like a people pleaser?
No, I think what happened is that Ronnie actually had a bona fide lawyer, and I think Jamie told him to go with her friends instead. I think that's exactly what happened, and I think this because Cindy absolutely refused to speak to that Kim after like the end of 2018. She said she would never speak to her again. She has said some really nasty things about that Kim.
Well, I think Kim is still involved, but I think because she's got such a bad rap and nobody likes her, I think she's just kind of stepping out of the limelight because it's probably affecting what they're trying to do.
Right.
And I don't mean like they're trying to help. I just mean in a way of like, you know, like from what I see, they're turning it into this money monster. You know what I mean?
Have you seen what they've posted today about Lana?
I've seen some of that stuff that they posted. Are you talking about like the videos and how she was kind of like making fun of the Thrive stuff and things of that nature?
They posted some sort of court case that,
Oh God.
yeah, like a serious sounding one. And there are a couple, 3 videos out there about it. And at first I just kind of blew past it and went, what? What was that? I figured it was like, who knows, right? But they're claiming it's a pretty amazing dollar amount too. So, you know, so who's going to be the flavor of the week on Wednesday?
Oh, so she has a past with these money grabs? Is that what you're saying?
Well, let me see if I can Google it. Or wait, I can't do the YouTube thing while I'm on here. Let me go to my other little thingy. Maybe I can find the video quick. I might be able to. Because it was just put up, I think, today. There were like 2 or 3 of them. So let's see here. You know, there are a couple of them doing that whole thing about that Shazam crap.
Yeah,
Which
I've seen that.
I think is very tasteless and everything. But when I saw that other one with that, and you know, they shouldn't be posting that crap, really.
It's not
But
surprising, though. I mean, they're going to go up against anybody. You know, anybody who says anything they don't like, they're going to go up against. I think we've learned that at this point.
right. I still wonder if maybe there's oh wait, this is something about a chainsaw. I don't know what
Well,
that's
whatever it is, we'll find out. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, we'll find out. Because there's too many people involved to keep things hush hush. And these people seem like, you know, they get into fights and they're all trying to be on top. And like that's another thing that kind of pisses me off is like there's been so many people that have done so much for this case and like for this family and for everybody involved, and then you have these people that are coming in and like acting like it's a like a race to win or something. You know what I mean? It's like these people wouldn't even probably have half the shit that they have if it wasn't for people making videos and asking questions and digging into things. And then these people are coming along and acting like they, you know, like they fucking cracked the code and shit.
This kind of reminds me too of the Dolly Routier case after Dolly Routier was convicted. They the family went to like a millionaire or somebody rich to invest on doing an investigation to see if it was her or somebody else. I don't know. Are you familiar with that, Miss Mensa? Anyways, what I was thinking, like even here in the state of Florida, people are convicted can have rights restored where they can vote again once they pay off their fines to the judicial system. Around the election time, George Soros was paying off people's fines or something so people could vote. Why don't they go to a rich investor like George Soros or someone? Just a thought.
Well, I think the fact that if you have a nonprofit, you don't use .com. I think that alone should tell everybody don't spend your money, because if they're a nonprofit in the United States, you don't use .com. Nonprofits use .org. Period. They do. I mean, it's custom.
You know what? Shouldn't they like prove themselves? I'm sorry, I hear the feedback. Shouldn't they prove themselves? Like if they want to do something, like create some kind of platform to do this, why don't they use this case to set the precedent and prove themselves? You know what I mean? Without taking everybody's money.
Well, and I think
there
they
are
think they
ways
already
to do
have.
it, you know what I mean?
I think they think they already have. I think they think that her binders are really the big seller. And I don't know if you heard our last live chat, but we were literally laughing out loud.
Well, even with Jays for Justice, she had the nerve to say she's been deep in this case for the past 3 years. Bullshit. She was dealing with it for like, what, 6 months? And then she dropped off the face of the earth and then popped up every once in a while to like throw up an interview or something on a 24-hour Chris Watts bullshit live stream.
And what I just love is how everybody was bashing Shanann, literally bashing Shanann. This channel has been talking about Bella and Cece and pointing out Munchausen by proxy, actual issues of public concern, while they're making all these parodies and laughing and, you know, literally the definition of bashing Shanann, which is whatever. If I don't want to watch it, I don't watch it. Big deal. But they're bashing Shanann. And then they're like, "Oh, we need justice. We need this."
Yeah, right.
You know, it's like I don't know. Sometimes, you know, when you remember the little things like that, that it's like, "Oh yeah, here they come again."
Oh,
You know?
I remember. It's infuriating. It's
And
just infuriating.
have you noticed the original pack of animals has resurfaced in the last week?
Oh yeah, I actually was on Molly Go Lightly's bullshit stream last night, and I got into it with Laura Keck because she was talking about how, you know, the police
Yeah, I
don't
saw
ever do
that.
anything wrong. You know, they don't railroad people. People don't make false confessions, and I'm like, how are you going to talk when you're up there preaching about Stephen Avery? What is it? How is Chris Watts different? You know what I mean? And then
Right.
she's like, "What are you fucking retarded?" And I'm like, "Don't talk to me like that, you ignorant fucking pig." And she shut her mouth real quick, and Molly's fucking texting her, probably telling her to shut up because she offended a bunch of people in the chat by fucking going off on me. And then she got into it with that True Tam because that True Tam was saying that he should get another case and blah, blah, blah. And they're all doing it. They're all in there with their hands in the pot, acting like they give a fuck about the Watts now.
I know it. And True Tam is confusing to me because I was actually watching her videos. She did videos for quite a while where she would play music and dance and talk, you know. And she never mentioned in any of those videos that I watched that she had any connection to the case.
Yeah, but she's probably just one of their hired games that they need every once in a while.
Well, I wonder if she had enough of a following that they went ahead and recruited her. I haven't checked to see if she has a Star Trek chair yet.
No, it's the same old
Sharon
shit,
says-
just being recycled.
Sharon says, "LOL, lots of love. Honey Badger is on form."
Yeah, fuck Laura Keck. I'd like to see her say that shit to my face. I'd snatch that wig off her head and shove it down her freaking throat. Oh, she makes me mad.
I'm gonna grab my phone. I'll be right back. Keep on talking.
Keep talking shit.
Honey Badger, did you see
What's
her
up,
on the
Dee?
episode of I Missed You, my love bug? So good to see you. Have you seen Molly Golightly on the episode of Wife Swap?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen it all. Did you see the one where she was an undercover prostitute and they had her face blurred? Did you see that one? Where it was like talking, it was like a real life thing, and she was legitimately a prostitute at one point. So
Shut
she was
up.
basically, they were following her around to show like life as an escort, and they had her face blurred, but like there's no denying that woman, that voice, and the body and the boobs and everything that come along with the package. I mean, you could totally tell it's her.
Oh,
And
my
yeah, it was pretty
God.
bad.
That's awesome.
There's all kinds of shit out there about Molly Golightly. She's just, she's a personality. She's trying to make a name for herself, and
She succeeded.
unfortunately, she's a scammer. So she gets herself involved in shit, and then can't backtrack out of it.
Yeah, I thought that was
She
funny.
reminds
like the
me
irony.
of Joe Dirt.
Why?
Just a big personality.
Yeah, she's fun to watch every once in a while. Like, I get a little shits and giggles when she's fucking drunk and embarrassing herself online. That's always fun to watch.
Oh, of course. I put new headphones on. Is it echoey or anything? Is it good?
You sound good.
You sound good. Now you have to say,
So what's going on
you
with
sound good.
YCC? What's up with her?
Oh, I love her. It's a thing I have for Irish people. I think she's cool. She's a cool old lady. I mean, I don't know if she's
No, I
old.
just
You know what
seen
I mean?
she jumped up on a couple streams the past couple days and she's trying to act all innocent in what she did. And I didn't even publicly put her on blast because, I don't really like doing that to the elderly. But I'm gonna say this. She, when she was making those videos, I actually like went over there to like talk to her and be like, hey, I'm not Lana. I know that you might think that blah 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 whatever. But like you trying to get me to force me to show my face is pretty much doxing myself. And she hid my comments, never responded to me, and continued to make videos. So I don't know how
Wait.
sorry she is about what she did.
She asked you to show your face?
Yeah, she told Mensa she wouldn't believe who I was unless she seen me on a Zoom call. Because I did a Zoom call with Mensa to show her who I was, you know what I mean? Because I understand it's Mensa. She gets a lot of shit. So I'll go out of my way to do that for her. But like, I'm not on YCC's channel, so I don't think I should have to get up on her panel and show her who the fuck I am. And then she made a big deal about it, and then she got backlash from it. And then the shiners were kind of encouraging her to, continue to make the videos because they're shiners and that's what they do. And she took their bait, and then she backtracked on it again. And she completely ignored me. And like, I never went over there. I never bashed her. I never said anything bad to her. Even after the fact, I still didn't say anything bad. And I don't think what I'm saying now is bad, but she's not being honest with what she's putting out there. And I didn't get kicked off of this channel. I wasn't asked to leave. It was just me kind of stepping away because of the drama.
Oh God,
I don't like the
so
drama.
sorry. Yeah, that sucks. And it all started because YCC kept on posting those videos, huh?
Yeah, she was the one who started all that. And that's what they do. I don't think she's necessarily an attacker. I think that she was just, because she's been talking about the case for a while. I've actually followed her and I actually supported her. And I even told Miss Mensa, because Miss Mensa asked her to take down the video. I said, you shouldn't have to ask her to take down the video. It's, it's her opinion. It's her free speech, whatever. So I agree. I kind of took her side on that. You know what I mean? And then she continued to do it. So I don't know. I don't know what's what, but
I'm so sorry.
it's not a big deal.
She seems like a nice lady, but like too nice that she lets other people try to, manhandle her. And look what happened.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody was manhandling her. I think it's just like communication issues. I think it's Mensa'S new to doing lives. You know what I mean? Like, we're not all like up on everything. I don't think anything was intentional. And even people trying to warn her, like warn Mensa, they're just looking out for her. You know what I mean?
Right. Like, this is Lana.
And
I
can understand where YCC was coming from, but YCC really didn't play her cards too smart if she was trying to like, if she was trying to diffuse the situation, she definitely didn't do that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But I heard you're a lot prettier than Lana. You're a pretty brunette.
Well, that don't mean shit. That's a subjective opinion anyways.
You're so smart.
What's up with you, Cooter?
Cooter's,
you still there?
Oh yeah, just hanging out on
How's everything going? How you been?
Good.
Everything work out with
good.
Your situation?
Yeah, everything went well. I'm flying back to Florida tomorrow, so Brenda can take me to La Grana to get some ceviche.
Oh shit! Yeah. Why don't you guys meet me in Miami? I'll be down there from the 3rd through the 7th, I think.
That'd be so much fun. Miami. Yeah. I think he's gonna land at Fort Lauderdale Airport. We can meet like in the middle. He's more like an hour away from Miami, like Broward County, and where I am is Miami-Dade County, where you're gonna be too.
Yeah.
Honey Badge.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, we should all meet up, have some cocktails. I really don't drink, but I'll have a cocktail with you guys.
I don't drink. We'll have some
Kava.
I don't know. There you go. You guys could come to my house and meet my dog.
What kind of dog do you have?
She's a German Spitz. It's like a Pomeranian on steroids. She's so smart. Aww. She just graduated with her bachelor's today. I call it the bachelor's because she did the intermediate class. The ones that they have at PetSmart. She has a canine counselor for behavior modification because she's very anxious. Like, she's one of those like really hyper happy dogs. And apparently that's a sign of anxiety. So we have a behavior modification. We have an agility class, like you see on ESPN, those like them running through hoops and stuff. Oh, she's so good at it. Yeah, I love her.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, so you'll meet the superstar Sol. Her name is Sol.
How about you, Cooter? Any critters?
No, not where I live. I'm not allowed to have any. But maybe one day, like goldfish or something, instead of
You
it.
can't. What do you mean? Where you live, you can't even have a goldfish?
No, I can.
No,
I just
anything that breathes and
Yeah.
poops, you can't have. Yeah, you can't have one. A pet rock, you can. Cooter, were you drinking
Ooh,
today?
who's got Boston Terriers? I love Boston Terriers. I had one. He was like the best thing ever.
no, I
Yeah.
wasn't drinking. I was talking about how I had a bang, but no alcohol beverage.
Oh God. Okay, I got
Just
worried.
yeah, no. Just with the conversation, I just triggered me to have a bang. So I said, I'm gonna have me a little drinky poo.
A drinky poo.
Calm the nerves.
Yeah, actually, I'm pretty jittery now. That
Why?
was probably a bad idea. Just the bang has a lot of caffeine in it.
Oh, bang. Oh yeah. No, that's
What is it, like an energy drink or something?
bang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a Four Loko without the alcohol. It's
Oh yeah, I
literally
can't do that. I'm already hyper, so
that.
I already sound
Yeah.
like I'm jacked up on caffeine. So if I drink that stuff, I'm like,
Yes. I used to work at Chick-fil-A and the Red Bull truck would come by and give us a bunch of Red Bull. And I was the girl that would just down them. And people would just stare at me like, what the heck is wrong with her? I would just down
oh,
in like
that
a
was her
second.
Boston Terrier that was on the live. I heard the dog snoring the other day.
Oh,
Sorry, I didn't
shenanigan
mean to.
makers?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, it was so cute.
Of course, Shenanigan Maker would have a Boston Terrier. I would think she would have one. She has the personality for a Boston Terrier.
Hmm.
I would like to
Yeah.
have a little Sheltie. So a Sheltie's like a lassie shrunken down,
Oh
a little
yeah,
border
yeah.
collie.
They're real into themselves, because everybody's like, oh my God, they're so cute. So they're really kind of like they're really what's the word I'm looking for?
Cocky.
Self-centered.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They're gorgeous.
Yeah. My friend's mom has one, and the dog is like, and other dogs can't even be around like that get attention because he gets like extremely jealous. Like he has to be the number one in the room.
That's so funny.
Oh
It's an
Lord.
animal. That's so crazy how an animal
Hmm.
can have a personality like that. My dog,
They do.
she gets legit. She's just like me. When she's hungry, she gets real angry and like aggressive. She starts biting. She's just like me when I'm hungry.
So
Typical
I see
woman.
everybody's talking about them taking the Watts for a ride. That's kind of what I was thinking after I seen the paywall bullshit. I was thinking, yeah, it's a
Hmm.
possibility they're trying to get at that insurance money they got, which is a shame.
I
Yeah.
don't
Oh my
know.
God,
I'm
his
kind of
name
on
is
the
Kline.
fence with it.
Oh my God, I love a shenanigan maker. That's freaking adorable. My Boston's
Why?
name was Ralphie.
Oh, so cute. So, Cooter, you're in Tennessee Airport right now,
Yeah, yeah. So I had some other
and
family members book my flight. I asked them to do it for today. For
uh-huh.
some reason, they found a better deal for tomorrow. So I'm gonna be
Yeah, I
here
was
all night till
confused.
Oh
tomorrow.
no, that sucks.
Yeah, my
I
brother was flying out today, and there's no where my dad lived was out in the country, and so there's
Hmm.
really no taxis or buses or anything. So I didn't want to spend like $70 on a cab ride, so I just came with him. And I'll
Yeah.
live.
Well, just
I've
get
done it
drunk in the
before.
bar and sleep on a stool. Sleep on one of the
Uh,
That's what
benches.
I mean.
yeah, I found me a couple of stools to sleep on. That's for sure.
And then,
Have you seen that?
if you have
Go
a
ahead.
vape pen, I don't know if you vape or anything, but if you want to be sneaky, just go into one of the handicap bathrooms and lock yourself in there and blow it up in the vent.
I got in
Oh,
trouble on an airplane for vaping in the
Yeah,
bathroom.
you don't do it on
I
the airplane. You do it.
I
You
did
could do it in the airport. There's places to get away with it, but not on the airplane.
yeah,
it. I
that's
did
a
it in the
federal offense, I
airplane.
believe.
Yeah, I got red flagged. Oh my God, it was so embarrassing. It was just I thought it was only smoke that would bust the alarm system. And I did it in the bathroom, and you just hear beep, beep, beep. Oh, it's so embarrassing.
I'm sorry, Miss
So-
Sadie Isaacs, for your loss.
They're talking about Lana's criminal history. Like, what happened? What did she do?
I don't know.
This
Give
is
us the
new to
scoop,
me.
y'all. Give us a
Is
scoop,
she
peanut
is she a
gallery.
scammer? Is she one of these internet scammers? Is that what she is?
She's naughtier than me?
I don't think so.
Well, that's not hard to beat. No,
Janelle, that's why I vaped in the airplane, because it dissipates so quickly. But it wasn't quick enough. Yeah. I saw Jays for Justice. They put a channel like Lana sets the record straight, and she never even brought up the Shazam videos. All she brought up was her son was dressed up as Ace Ventura, and that's it. Like, that's the only thing that she kind of clarified.
Well, she's gonna shoot herself in the foot if she's like, if she did some shit, she needs to just come clean with it. You know what I mean? Like, they're not gonna accomplish anything hiding things or lying. You know what I mean?
Oh, no.
Like with KK, I think that was her problem, because she wasn't talking to the Watts when she said she was, and she was basically using stuff like that was from before and acting as if it was happening now. And I think people knew that. You know what I mean? So if you're lying, and anybody knows that you're lying or has proof that you're lying, like, your credibility is fucking shot out the window. Mm-hmm. So she might as well just fess up and come clean. You know what I mean? Fucking own your shit.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, do you think they really went to Denver and try to find a lawyer, do some paperwork for the 35C?
They did something out there, but I don't know. I don't know what good it's going to do them. You know what I mean? Like, any lawyer will take their money, but it doesn't necessarily mean that anything's really going to get done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I don't. There's been so much fuckery surrounding all this bullshit. It's hard to tell who's who and what's what at this point. You try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but then when they start asking for money and they have inconsistencies and all this other shit, it's a total turnoff. That's why it's hard to do this shit on this platform, like, to really help somebody, because you have all these opportunists, and they ruin it for the people who are actually trying to help.
That's why I've been losing interest in this case and getting more interested in the Doomsday couple, like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell.
Oh, God. What a shit show.
Oh, their lawyers are who. I love those guys.
Yeah, that guy got so mad, the bald-headed guy, in the middle of, man, the Zoom call. Yeah, that was nuts.
Yeah. But how crazy is that, though, trying to get your defendant a cell phone just so you guys can talk to the co? I mean, how asinine is that?
No, come on.
It's just stupid stuff like that. It intrigues me now, that case.
Yeah, are you familiar with it, Honey Badger? The Lori Vallow?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but literally this happened while all this Chris Watts stuff happened. Like, I've legitimately been knee deep in the Chris Watts case. So I tend to not really stray off and dig too far into other cases, because, I'll start getting into holes and digging. So I really didn't look into that case. I watched a few things on it. I've seen a few interviews, and it was just a little too weird for me.
Well, let me ask you this. What is your perspective of Chris Watts and his relationship with people in general?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, everybody's making judgment calls based on what they're hearing online, and half the shit we hear online is bullshit. You know what I mean? So it's really hard to say what's really going on there. You got these people.
Hey, Shakur, I was at Kroger's the other day. Great grocery store.
You guys are funny. I'm talking on the phone. I have to go in the other room because you guys are like. I'm like, oh man, I can't hear.
It's my big mouth.
Well, no, I'm missing a conversation. But I don't ever want to be the person who doesn't answer the phone. You know what I mean? I mean, I'll ignore the phone if it's whatever kind of scam call or something. But I don't ever want to be where I'm saying, oh yeah, I'll just call them all tomorrow. I think that's a sign of obsession. So I don't know. this whole circus this last week has just been so weird.
But it's been like this since the beginning, though. They've been trying to derail this shit since the beginning. I mean, it's not really anything new. It's just new faces doing it, you know?
Right. And but then it got a little bit quiet there for a couple weeks, and then all of a sudden, kabam! You know.
Well, and why are they all of a sudden taking it to YouTube? I find it really strange that these people have been operating in these Facebook groups for the past 2.5 years, and now all of a sudden they're on YouTube.
Well, I think
and then acting like they're the only ones who've been covering the case.
I think the core attackers, though, that's their base is Facebook. That's where their base is. But then they use YouTube.
No, I'm talking about like the Lanas and the KKs and stuff. Like, why all of a sudden did they come to YouTube?
Oh, because I think Jamie called him up and said, we've got to hurry because that Mark guy had a lawyer. That's what I think. That's just what I think. I don't know. Have you seen the videos where they're trying to say that or not videos, but I think there was one video where someone supposedly showed some kind of comment or something that she gave him some oxy.
Mm-hmm. Well, that could have been. I mean, people do drugs. People do drugs, and it is North Carolina, and it seems like a lot of them in that circle were pill popping. So
I believe it was Unmasked, and they had like screenshots or something from Jamie talking to Chris, possibly about giving the oxy or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, and there was a court case actually recently about the drug problems in that state.
Mm-hmm.
There was a huge
really bad there.
What time are you?
Who's got their TV on back there?
No,
he's at the airport.
Oh, that's right.
What time are you boarding, Cooter?
Tomorrow.
What?
Yes.
Just stay on live all night and keep busy. Keep company.
Yes.
Oh wait, I muted him because he was noisy. I muted him. Oh no, he muted himself. Okay, because I just tried to unmute him and he's muted. I know it is irritating when we've been, looking at this case for 2.5 years, and then you have people coming out. I've been digging into this case for 2 years, and I think to myself, no, you haven't. You showed up 6 months ago.
Where have you been? Where have you been? Because I haven't seen you around.
Yep.
I mean, I know they were in those Facebook groups, but I never seen anything come out of those Facebook groups. Everybody was talking about the videos people were making and the stuff people were uncovering. I mean, there's so many people with blogs and things like a lot of people have contributed to this situation, like just legit we're putting their own money or their own time and their own resources. And then you have these parasites that come along and want to scrape up, they take a little bit of what they find and then take everything else of what they find, from everybody else's hard work. And then they put it together and act like it's theirs.
Exactly.
It's a little crazy.
It's even more fun when they say, oh, I've been digging into this case for 4 months. And it's like, oh my goodness.
Bullshit. You know what? I seen her discovery report. I call bullshit on that. That thing is like freshly freaking printed. I've had my discovery report, no bullshit, for almost 3 years. And the thing looks like it's been through hell and back. Okay? Hell and back. There ain't no way she's been digging in that thing for 3 years. No way.
I'm just looking at chat. I don't know half of these names.
I do want to say there's a new case I want to look into. Maybe you guys might be interested. Ladies being charged involuntary manslaughter. So basically a cop ran over another cop and this lady's being charged with it. It's fairly new. I don't think it's real big. I don't know what y'all think.
Yeah, I don't do open cases, Cooter. In the true crime community, we usually focus on closed cases because when there's an open case, then you're basically, the person is innocent, period. And it's a tough thing to do any kind of commentary on an open case because the evidence hasn't even, you know what I mean? It's like open cases, the defendant has rights, and to be up on a panel talking about it, like I've seen a lot of people talking about that Letitia lady, and I mean, It's the same thing happened with Christopher Watts. Everyone was calling him a monster and saying he was guilty and everything. That's why I wrote the first essay that was titled Presumed Guilty. It's like, what the heck's going on? That's the first case I ever saw where the mainstream media got in on the act and said he was guilty. He was a killer. They'd never, as far as I could tell, I didn't see the words alleged and accused. They just came right out of the gate saying he was guilty. And so I don't really discuss open cases very often. I mean, I think I discussed the Daybell case for like the fact that the brother shot one of the husbands, and
then he died.
right, both of them were dead already, so that's something that can be discussed really without stepping on any toes.
Good to know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, not
So, I mean, I
to
would
meddle with open cases.
Yeah, I would be careful. And it isn't the norm for the true crime community. What you're seeing on YouTube is not the true crime community. What you're seeing on YouTube are a bunch of people who are trying to make money off of the true crime community.
Yeah, and these assholes have basically infiltrated it, and then they attack real true crime people to fucking scare them away, and then they come in with their bullshit and their scams and their paid advertising bullshit.
Exactly. The actual true crime community discusses closed cases. That's why it was so funny there for a while where they were like, the case is closed, stop talking about it. It's like, what true crimers talk about closed cases?
Yeah, that's what we talk about, moron.
I don't know about the Heidi case. Curious C says, what about the Heidi case? They were attacking her husband about his interview just like they did with CW. I have no
Heidi
idea.
Bergard, yeah, they all blamed the husband, and it
I
ended
think
up being
the
like a
media
close
is
friend.
to blame for a lot of this shit because they just want speculations and fucking high ratings. So they go on the deep end and they make accusations and they throw all kinds of shit to the wall to see what sticks just so that they can get the hits. Kind of like the Nancy Graces, but like these people are like 10 times worse. Like especially with the Chris Watts case. The Molly Golightly's and the Laura Kecks trying to become the next HLN special.
Right. I think that's another part of it besides trying to make money. I think they all do view themselves as if they're little mini stars in their own.
Yeah, and they don't give a shit about who they run over either.
Right. Well, I've noticed something else. Have you noticed, and I'm talking overall, not anyone specifically, but have you noticed how they don't seem to be able to survive standing alone? Like, they have to have 5 people in the background who are, making those calls and harassing and making those threats or whatever they're due. They can't just make a video. Like, they can't just have a discussion. They have to be fighting with 10 different people, and then this one's ganging up on that one. And it's like, if that's the only way you can have a channel, rethink that plan.
But that's all they can do though, because none of these people actually like really do anything. They're not doing research. They're not really entertaining. They don't really have anything about them. I don't think that could really hold a channel and hold people's attention. So they have to create all that noise.
I was saying earlier, I really think that Alice Cooper should specialize in the whole dollar store thing because she actually has a following for that. She actually does. Maybe she doesn't have it in her to really be the evil attacker that she seems to want to be. Maybe the dollar store thing is really her shtick,
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said earlier, I think what we'll do is we'll figure out how to make the dollar store thing look like it's making us some money. And then that way all the true crime, infiltrators will hop on over to that, right? If we can convince them we're making a ton of money on the dollar store corner, then maybe they'll jump ship and, we can get back to discussing the case itself, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a battle. It's a constant battle. And then even like with AD, now all of a sudden he's got everybody up on his panel, all these new people and, all these paid experts and all this freaking garbage. It's like, it never ends. And it's like, it's just the same thing over and over and over again. And it's just like, oh, come on.
He's been mean to us. We did a live chat in response to him being
Well,
mean
that's
to
not a
us.
surprise.
Well,
Did
we
you
did a
see that Bam posted some stuff about he was advertising for an escort service on Facebook in 2017?
what?
He was managing escorts.
No way.
Yes.
Oh, I thought he was
And
the
then remember I
escort.
told you that
No,
one
that's messed
time
up.
where he did like a TikTok or a short video. I don't know what them videos are, but it was a short video and he was like in the back room of a club and he started the video and you could see there was a stripper pole back there and DJ lights and the club was empty. It was like he must have just got in there, but the club was empty and he was in looked like a manager's office or something. So you like see this and then he realizes, oh shit, they can see what's going on behind me. So he moves over really quick, but like just the first few seconds you could see he was in a titty bar, you know what I mean? Doing something about, upcoming Chris Watts case bullshit. This was maybe like a year ago. I think I've seen it. But I've always suspected that he was involved in some shit like that. I'm not going to take the time to look into that shit because he ain't worth it.
Yeah, I think that's Michael Caine.
I told you he was a YouTube gigolo.
Well, and the way he does that with the music and stuff, and I can be your man routine.
Yeah, he's a creeper.
But here's the punchline. Okay, so he does a bunch of crap. He's been bashing me for a long time, right? But he did a pretty crappy video where he's calling me Mad Mensa and Menstrual Mensa, and he's pulling his shit because evidently he's probably trying to suck up to the ruse, right? And or to whatever side he thinks is going to get him more subs.
Yeah,
or
right.
whatever.
Anybody who's going to give him attention, basically.
So he's playing his game, acting all big, bad, and tough. A man in his 60s saying menstrual mensa. Are you kidding me? Like, he should be ashamed to even have those words come out of his mouth, And so we did a live chat where we played part of the audio.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, I get an email from one of his, supposed probably number one or number two wife, I don't know, and telling me that he's respectfully requesting that I remove the video, that I didn't have his permission and stuff. So I responded that I respectfully request that he stop bashing me and, whatever, and that he's committing slander, libel, defamation, blah, blah, blah. And I've babbled on some more. Haven't heard anything back.
I mean, to each his own. To each his own. I mean, do what you do, It's not my place to say any. If whatever you want to do, but don't try to pretend you're something you're not.
But then his subs come and post this crap on my channel saying, "Stop it! Stop attacking him! Stop it!" It's like, what?
You know what? They're the ones that are going to suffer in the end. You know what I mean? They're the ones that are going to suffer, waste their money, and get heartbroken. So let them go down in a blaze of glory.
Well, in my opinion, there are far fewer people in the true crime community on YouTube that are actually discussing the Christopher Watts case than any of us can even imagine. Remember when I said I think there are 38 people, and they're using hundreds of fake, buying subs and using hundreds of fake profiles? I firmly believe it. In fact,
and it's easy to do. Like somebody like Armchair, he can easily buy subscribers and clicks and bots and all that shit because his channel isn't monetized. Especially now, his channel isn't monetized, so there's no risk there to do it. And his numbers do not match. They don't match.
He says it's monetized now, but that's what I was saying earlier. It's pretty tough to say you have 70,000. You have 70,000 subs, and then you only have 400 people in chat.
There's a possibility he's getting paid outside of YouTube and doesn't even need to make money off of YouTube,
Right. Yep. I think a few of them are getting paid. I do believe that. Oh, Cooter is hanging out. Brenda, you were right. Cooter is hanging out at the airport. He said his flight isn't until tomorrow.
His family got a good deal, so they had to wait. He had to wait.
Did anybody watch Critical K have her meltdown over the whole KK and J is for Justice bullshit? She's so burnt up over there. She is so burnt up with the J is for Justice shit. She's like, Jennifer.
I don't watch her.
She's such a rotten bitch. I'm sorry. She is. She's so evil. I just seen it yesterday because I was kind of watching all the train wrecks going on yesterday, and she was going for a while. And she had that rabid dog on there, and he does sound like that Justin guy or Justice or
Yes,
whatever the hell his name is.
I told you guys it's like, and everyone was like, no, he's from a different country or whatever, or a different
Well, he
province.
definitely, if that was him, he was using a different dialect to speak. He was like hiding his voice, if that was him.
It's probably Granny Fanny. He can imitate anybody. He has like 20 different voices he can use. Plus, they can use microphones too, right? They can use like
I don't think it's
synthesizers.
Granny Fanny. I just think that's her new flavor of the month. She seems like she doesn't really work too well with women. Like if women are around, she's like berating them or trying to be like, trying to kind of like alpha herself. You know what I mean? I think she likes having guys around. I think it's just easier for her. So it seems like she's always got to have her flavor of the week. Who's ever going to go up there and kiss her ass is, who she's going to have up on panel that day.
Right. I'm at the point now where once it's confirmed for me, I just don't watch them again. If people send me a link and say, "Hey, this 2 seconds here or there, whatever," then I'll go ahead and take a look at whatever if they have a timestamp. But I had a weird one earlier. Somebody sent me a video about this whole Colorado trip, Ronnie's Colorado trip, and I noticed, and evidently they were talking about me, but she said in the email that they didn't say anything bad about me or something. So I went ahead and clicked through it because she didn't give me a timestamp. So I do like where I'll go every 5 minutes, kind of click to see what they're saying. And I looked at it and I'm like, wait a minute, this video is unlisted to begin with. And it was posted on February 24th, which today's the 28th, right? That I thought the 24th this was posted and it's unlisted. Gee, they really jumped on it fast, right? You know what I'm saying? Because that whole premiere thing was 11 o'clock night before last, which would have been the 26th, not the 24th. You see what I'm saying?
And whose live stream was it?
I never heard of the name before and I can't think of it now, but the person who emailed me too, I have no clue who they were. And so they're sending me an unlisted video posted about this whole Colorado thing, telling me they're talking about me, and no timestamp, and it was posted 2 days before the Colorado thing. You see what I'm saying?
Sounds
Like,
fishy.
if you guys can hear all of that and not think that this is all organized bullshit, you know what I mean? It's like sending me an email saying, "Oh, they're talking about you," is enough kind of on its own that they want to make sure that they're stirring. You know what I mean? They just want to. Because I'm just fine not watching these yahoos.
Yeah, but
But I think
unfortunately, you're gonna have to deal with it because it's gonna get brought to your attention. People are gonna talk about it on the channel. It's kind of good to know. Like that's why I just drop in and kind of see what people are saying and doing.
right, and at the
And
same
like
time,
there's certain people I know that if I go up there and start asking questions, I know I can derail their chats. You know what I mean? Because they don't like when real people come in there and start asking real questions. And everybody's trying to do this thing now where they don't block anybody, and now they're letting everybody say things without blocking them from the channel. So I've been taking advantage of it and kind of derailing shit as I go. I did it yesterday with Molly's thing. They got off there because I kept going at Laura. And then Molly Golightly's like, Laura, you need to go to bed. And Laura got pissed and dropped out of the chat.
well, I think there are far fewer real people involved than what they want us to think. I do.
I agree.
Man, I love it when the chat's going so fast. That's cool, but it's like when I'm reading through it, I'm like, I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, we have another one and I can't see it. I don't know how to do this. Let's see here. Maybe I don't know who this is. I don't know how to do this. I need to move this somehow. There we go. Oh, good. Hey, Melissa.
Hey everyone.
Hey, Melissa.
Hey, Melissa.
Hi. Nice to see you on here, Honey Badger. Everyone's missed you.
I know it's been a while.
It has been a while.
I guess
And
I stir up too much shit when I come up on panels. So.
No,
Well,
listen.
and you know your timing's good. Your timing's good because the attacks are, full bore. So right,
That was crazy earlier. I mean, everything you said, it has to be coordinated, Miss Mensa, because like it was full on. Like between yesterday when you went live and then today, like people were definitely sent in here because that just doesn't so happen that a handful of people come in clearly looking for an argument just to see what you're saying regarding, the videos and stuff. It's pretty crazy.
I actually, and I don't mean this as any part of any kind of an ego routine at all. I truly don't. I actually think we're the go-to source. I really do.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even Lana and fucking KK, it seemed like every time, like the past few times when I was on your live and we were talking about stuff, I heard them literally repeat the same shit we were talking about.
Yeah.
It's like, really? Really? Is that what you're doing now? You know what I mean?
And I think it's been happening from the very beginning. I think they were actually in my little 100-person Facebook group taking anything we were saying and trying to pretend like.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're part of the attacks on you, because think about it, you would have been competition in their mind. If they had some bullshit fucking scheme that they were pulling, you would have been definite competition. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the attacks came out of that camp as well.
See, this is what I don't understand though. Like the same thing with that girl who came in earlier questioning you. Like, what is the problem? Why can't we all come? We're all allowed different opinions, okay? Like we are able to see. I have a different opinion than you. You have a different
Melissa,
opinion than the next person.
That isn't an actual person who has any problem at all with my opinion. That's somebody who is either working for, name the channel, whoever.
Okay, but maybe so. But even the channels, like I said, I don't mind Lana or KK or whoever. If you guys are bringing information and I'm able to dissect it and figure out that it's credible, great. We don't have to agree on the opinion. The only thing I don't like, and like I said earlier in the chat, is when you start then promoting a website and you have to get money. Like if you're going to be transparent, the whole part of being transparent is not saying, well, then you have to click and subscribe and, you have to pay this to get, then you would just be open and honest. Because if it wasn't for all of us, we're the ones who brought you to this point. Without the people watching up until this point and supporting you, you would be no one and you wouldn't have even gotten this far. So why are you going to close the door to everyone? I don't like that at all.
Because if the door isn't closed to people who actually are true crimers who know how to discuss a true crime case, then their ignorance and their laziness shines through.
And plus, they don't want people who see through their bullshit. So if they are running a scam, if there's any scam, they do not want people who are smart enough to catch that shit. And true crime, people who are into true crime, we dig. You know what I mean? Like if we're told something and it doesn't sound right, we're going to look into it. So they don't want people like us anywhere near their shit.
Doesn't sound right? It doesn't sound right? Looking at Jay's post from, earlier a few years ago or whatever, where she's bashing Chris Watt groupies, anyone who believes Chris Watt's innocent, whether or not you believe he's innocent, she's just bashing anyone who even puts up the idea. So
right. She's no better.
It's okay to change your every day. I'm changing my opinion on my theory. That's fine.
You know what though? But I've had a theory and I didn't talk like that. You know what I mean? I didn't go around saying those things, and I've had a theory about the case.
I have no fucking idea what happened, but I'm willing to come on and say, hey, what's your theory? I agree with that. I don't agree. Maybe I agree with a piece of that. That's what we all should be doing, coming together. You don't have to agree. But the fact
But like I said earlier, these people, it's like a race to win. That's what it is, because they don't care about the truth. They don't care about helping people. Like if they have an agenda that's self-serving, then they're going to do and say whatever they need to do to get what they want. And that's the problem.
I would have so much more respect for Jay and Lana if Jay was like, hey, yes, you know what? I did one day take this stance and I went hard, criticizing anybody who had an opposing viewpoint. But I changed my mind and I'm not going to be like that going forward. Or Lana, who I think people got misunderstood last night when she was saying that wasn't me in the Shanann dress. And they were taking that as that wasn't me in the Shazam videos. I was understanding what she was trying to clarify, but she didn't address the Shazam videos at all.
She wasn't mistaken. They know damn well that it wasn't her. And what is hard to
Well, I
Yeah.
just didn't they prove? I just seen something that they proved it was her because it was the same phone case. She was saying it wasn't her, but I think it was.
I
I think
honestly, from the
I think
moment I
she's
saw
owning
that
up to
picture,
some of it,
I
but
didn't.
not all of it, and that's the problem. You need to own your shit. If you
Here's
want
the thing:
people to stand behind you, own your shit.
the people who are attacking her supposedly are probably not attacking her, and that's the thing that's really hard to keep up with, because the people who, like, if they say, oh, so and so struck me down, it's probably a lie. Okay, if they say, oh, I lost my channel, it's probably a lie. These people are working together. These people are connected. These people, they're regrouping all the time. You know, they're fighting with each other, and then they line up with these people, and then this pack's fighting that pack. But for the most part, if they're pretending like they're fighting, they're pretending. You know what I mean? That we think it's all out warfare. It isn't. They're, you know, somebody like 80's channel with 70,000 supposed subs, he wouldn't even be paying attention to any of the noise if he truly had a channel with 70,000 subs, that he was an actual true crimer who was here to discuss true crime cases. He wouldn't even pay attention to any of them. Even
Right.
20, 30,000 subs, you're not going to pay attention to any of them. I mean, at 3,000, you know, yeah, we're talking about it. I guess we're paying attention to them. But for the most part, it's like, there they go again, you know?
Well, whatever
So,
they're doing
I've
doesn't
seen
look
it.
good. That's for real right there. It doesn't look good. Whatever they're doing, they're not smart enough to pull it off, I don't think. And I don't think they have enough wherewithal. I don't think they're like they seem too cocky. I don't know. There's just something there that's like,
well, the
I
thing
don't
is, you
know.
don't
That
have
just
these
rubs me the wrong way. You know what I mean? And then to be in the community for as long as I have and to know better, like about Jays for Justice and even Lana, you know what I mean? Like I know a little bit about Lana, but you know what I mean? Like she's presenting herself like she's some fucking superhero coming to save the day. It's like, nah.
Well, what I think they're trying to do is I think they're trying to follow suit with what KK did, but they needed to make it different. And how can they make it different? It would be one thing if you were posting the website and saying, hey, listen, legality wise, I have no place here at all.
But think
But
about
we
this.
did
If
help
they've been
Ronnie.
around
We
this
did help
long,
Ronnie
they should
acquire
be
an
well
attorney.
aware that a fucking GoFundMe anything is not going to work in their favor. Like they should be
Right,
smart
but
enough
what I'm
to know
saying,
that that is not going to work on this platform after 2.5 years.
what I have an
Right.
issue with is having somebody who came from that standpoint, who put people down for thinking there was a possibility that Chris Watts is at least innocent, or maybe he just had a part in it, whatever. But she
Jays
bashed
for
everyone,
Justice
and
is
then
just
she's gonna say, "Are you gonna stand up with us? Are you gonna fight for justice? Do you believe in our
Melissa,
freedom,
But
our
you're giving
rights?"
her too much
That's what I
credit.
have an issue with.
Like if you would have seen Jays for Justice, if you would have watched her for the past couple of years, she's not like extremely intelligent. She doesn't really do research. She just has a lot of equipment
Oh,
and
I'm
can
aware.
edit videos and shit like that. Like that's what she has, but she really doesn't do anything. Like she's confused
They've
when
all
Lana
done the
gets up
same
there and
thing.
talks
They've
about the
all flip
discovery report.
flopped.
Yeah, because they just
They
want to
all
be on the
started
right
out one
side.
way.
right?
But I just had the issue with them coming at the point where as if they have the lead in this. It's not like they're posting and saying, hey, we know what their attorney, we know who the attorney that was hired. This is their information. They're going to keep us in the loop. Therefore, we're going to keep you in the loop. No, they're taking the stance as if they are the head of this game and they are somewhat associated with this attorney. And
But you know what? That's what's
motions.
gonna get them in trouble. They're like what they're
That's my
doing is
point.
wrong, so it's not gonna work. You know what I mean? Like whatever they're doing, if they're doing something wrong, it's gonna come out. You know what I mean? And it's just
course it will.
unfortunate that we all have to watch the shit show and be fucking offended by it. You know what I mean? What's
So
up,
what
Lisa?
happened
I
with
love
the
you, girl.
falling out with K? Why isn't KK on their channel anymore? What happened?
I don't think KK has been involved with them as of late. I think that KK was running her own show. I think that they all got rid of KK a long time ago. And I think that she stepped up and said, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to take what I got and get up on YouTube and see if I can make a couple bucks doing it. Because she offered nothing. She came with nothing. She really built it up like a used car salesman, but she offered nothing that other channels haven't discussed already.
She may have offered nothing, but I feel like KK was genuine with herself in believing what she was saying. So whether or not,
I don't believe that for a second. She's a used car salesman. That's what she is. You have to be able to identify these people. They tell you everything that they want. You're going to like them. You're going to like what they have to say because they're manipulating you. They're selling you some shit.
No, I didn't say One, I didn't say I like what she had to say.
I mean,
or
not you. I mean,
believed
just
it.
general public.
But what I'm saying is I believe she believed what she was saying. There's a difference. I believed that
I
Kim
don't,
believed
because she
with
knew
what
she was
saying.
lying. The fact that she was saying she was talking to the Watts when she wasn't was a lie. So she came out of the gate lying and used stuff that was old. Those interviews that she was playing, the phone interviews, were old. Okay, emails, dates. Where's emails?
But
Dates,
for a
time?
normal person like us on the outside, like a normal person like me on the outside, I have no way of establishing whether that's accurate or not. So what a normal person like me is trying to do is I'm looking at all the channels, I'm looking at everything that's coming out, and I'm trying to dissect and pick apart. All right, this seems like it's credible, and this doesn't. You know, how is a normal person supposed to know that these are actually previous recordings with Chris Watts?
Because you got to look at the stuff. If you look at that recording, tear it apart. What was the old man talking about? He was watching football. Was it even football season at the time when she posted that interview? You know, look at the little things. Where's the dates on the emails? Ask questions. And if they don't answer your questions and they ignore them, then make a video and call her out on her shit. You know what I mean? There's a million ways to figure things out. Like, if you really want to dig for it, I know a lot of people kind of want everybody to do the work and then be able to just go and watch it and kind of piece it together. And that's the problem again with YouTube, is because it's an entertainment platform. But really, like, you know, you have to dig, unfortunately, and it's there. You know what I mean? It's there.
I think part of the problem too is that we are slow to call out the scammers. We're very slow to do it. We just kind of try to stay in our own space, right? I think
because then it just becomes a big game that has nothing to do with about the case versus all just the creators.
Right. But I know from 2.5 years who the scumbags are. I know exactly who they are, and I know exactly what they've done. And maybe not everything that they've done, but I sure know enough to know I don't ever want to hear their voice, you know. But when you said that, how when you're trying to parse through all the different videos and stuff, that's who they're appealing to, are the people who aren't aware of all the crap they've pulled.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they keep changing up their game. When people see through their crap, when they're in support of Christopher Watts, then they change it up and start pretending that they ever cared about Shanann, because then they get a whole new group of people.
Right, because look at CK. She did the same thing. I mean, she's totally changed. Now she's all about, oh, do you know what he did to his beautiful angel daughters and blah, blah. She never used to talk like that.
Well, and if we're
see,
not...
I could only relate, like, and I don't like the way CK really goes about things at all, but I could also agree, at least, or be familiar with, I don't like the way Shanann did things whatsoever, and I could call her out for a bunch of things she did when she's live, but I'm also not 100% sure that she is guilty in this crime. So I can understand how one can bash Shanann, but at the same time say Chris is guilty, because I still think there's a possibility that's the case. I just don't like the way she goes about it.
I think if you're true crime, quote unquote, I hate this word, quote unquote, bashing anybody is ridiculous. That's a drama. If you want to talk about a true crime, you talk about behaviors. You don't get upset. You talk about personality traits. You don't talk about if she's got a high forehead or if she's got bad hair coloring.
Exactly.
Or she's got
That's my point. We should all be just coming together and working with each other. It shouldn't be pointing the fingers and, you know what, calling Miss Mensa this name or calling this person that name. Who cares? We're literally all here for the same
here's
reason.
the thing,
it's just
is that
which
the critical case,
but they don't want you to.
Yeah, the critical case aren't like Mensa'S. They're completely different breed of people.
Her hairline was something that a lot of people noticed and a lot of people talked about, because a lot of the people in her pictures on those weekend party get-togethers had a very high hairline. And that was something, I think, along the lines of the whole product routine.
Right, and people took it the wrong way when really it was kind of like, is it a medical issue? Is it the shit that they're taking?
That's what I wanted to say.
Fine. That's fine if that's the case. I'm talking about...
That's what I wanted to say earlier ago. When they're attacking, the thing with Lana, when they were saying how she was claiming she didn't do that, when what she was really saying was she didn't do the dress-up thing, they know damn well that she wasn't claiming that she didn't do that. The same thing when we're talking about the high hairline, they know damn well we're not bashing anybody. We're talking about the whole idea of what was she ingesting into her body. Why do all these people have these high hairlines. You see what I mean? They take whatever we say and they use it to however they want to use it to play their attack. They're so short
But
on.
But
Go
I
ahead.
do get what Lisa and Melissa is saying about, getting personal with, like nitpicking at people. I get that. It should be about the case, and it should be.
Well, and when I'm not even talking about necessarily YouTube. When I go onto like Reddit and I see, an entire thread just talking about Shanann's style of clothing or the colors in her house. I mean, and when it has nothing to do with the case, but everything
Lisa,
to
it
do.
may not have anything to do with the case where you're concerned, but there are many different aspects of the case that different people focus on. And
I understand like the colors, it's the Thrive thing and yada yada, but when you're talking about her style of clothing and that you think she dresses crappy, that has nothing to do with killing your children,
It
as
kind
far
of
as I'm
does because
concerned.
it showed that she was trying to be like someone she wasn't.
right,
Hint, hint.
the
Because
copycat
she wore print blouses?
the copycat
No.
theme, and also she had in my opinion, a low emotional quotient. She was dressing and acting and speaking as if she was far younger, I think, than she was. And so what I'm saying though, I don't care what it is they're talking about. They may have a reason for that discussion, that might be their thing. Like my thing is talking about Munchausen by proxy. My thing is talking about the battered male syndrome. Other people might think that those colors in that house, one of the first things I said was, where is the refrigerator art? And people are like, well, what's that matter? Well, it matters because if you have 2 children in preschool and you don't have any refrigerator art, why not? And I'll tell you something, if the CPS worker is going to that house, they're going to wonder why there isn't any refrigerator art. They're going to wonder where the kids' toys are. They're going to wonder why that house looks like 2 small children.
Melissa, I was thinking about something like, and I'm not saying that the CPS case wasn't an issue, but is it possible that maybe it wasn't necessarily like a CPS case with something with medical abuse, but maybe it was her drug use? You know what I mean? Like maybe she had dropped dirty a couple times and she, with the ongoing family matter, if there was stuff going on and she kept dropping dirty, because remember, she didn't want to go to the doctor for whatever reason with that baby.
She canceled her appointments, yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? So
Here's something, I don't know if you've heard the last couple of chats, but lately I've been kind of wondering something. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the kids didn't have all those procedures that she claimed they did. If maybe she was just lying.
I think there's.
well,
a
I'm
good
sure
chance
she
it
did lie
was.
about some of it, but some of it, I mean, how could you pull off, like the thing with the tubes, like they were in the hospital for that, weren't they? There's pictures and stuff like that. I mean, how do you
See,
pull that off?
those are elective. Those are elective procedures. I'm sure
Right,
those
but she
kids,
still had it
the
done.
procedures
No, they're
that
not.
she has posted were elective and they went through. But I think
No, they're
that
not. Tubes
every
are not
time it's
elective.
convenient, they
Yes, they
Yeah,
are.
they are. They're
medical.
elective.
They're elective.
But any time she got in a pinch, I think she used those kids as an excuse and as a reason to get out. And she pulled up, the kids are
I
sick
agree.
again. We gotta go, whether she can't deal with Chris right now, we gotta put us to the side, because right now we have to focus on the kids.
Right.
And
I think that happened in
the same
March.
thing happened when she went away for that weekend and she became sick, and that's why NA was so concerned. No, she wasn't physically sick, she was emotionally sick, but she takes it out physically, and that's why everyone was so concerned. I don't think that she was spotting and she was possibly miscarrying. No, not at all, because if you were, your ass would be at the hospital.
Unless she wanted to miscarry.
And she never took pictures of or photo, videoed the kids in bed, healing from their surgeries, or, you know what I mean? There was photos and video of everything else. Why was there never of them laying on the couch with a blanket on them? And you know what I
Same
mean?
thing with her. You would think with how
Because
bad
she
she
wasn't
was with all these
nurturing.
disabilities, where are the pictures of her laying in bed and being sick? Like she rarely ever talked about actually, like in a day, like actually having the symptoms and not feeling good and blah, blah, blah. She would like say the next day, oh, I'm dealing with this, I'm dealing with that, and blah, blah, blah. But she would never really elaborate. You would think it's somebody
Because
that had
I
that many
think
problems, there would
Thrive,
be more of that.
Well, I thought
because
she was
Right. And she went,
saw how well it worked with selling Thrive. She saw how much better her storyline would be if she came out and betrayed this sick person who wasn't able to get out of bed on a normal day until she got to Thrive, till she started
But she
Thrive.
still
It
never
worked
sold
her
any.
storyline so much better.
I don't
So
think
much
she
better
needed
to nothing.
I think her goal, and back to what I thought about her being emotionally much younger than her chronological age, but I don't think her goal with any of the MLMs had anything to do with making money. I think
No,
she
I
just,
think she just I think with her, I think it was enough that she could fake it. You know what I mean? I think with her is like, I'm going to get whatever I need to get and make it look a certain way. And she was fine with that. She was
and
fine
here's
with
another
lying and
thing.
manipulating people.
This
But I
might,
think it got to a point where people were pointing things out to her. You know
this
what I
might
mean?
put
And
you
it
guys
probably got to
out,
the point where it
but
was too
I
big.
actually think she was trying to impress Ronnie and Cindy Watts. You know, Ronnie and Cindy both had really good jobs and they worked at the same
Yeah,
careers.
but she was doing that shit before she met Chris, though. Like with the big house and stuff. You know what I mean? Like that's bait right there. Like she's using that shit for some kind of bait. Like the image that, like she felt that if she could project that image, then if she could just fake it, like that would bring
It made her
her
a better
whatever type of
person.
success
Right,
or whatever.
Hey,
she
Alicia, do
worked
you
in
want to
the
get on
auto
panel
parts.
and discuss? There's somebody in the chat that is disagreeing with a lot of things that we've said. I would love to hear your perspective on things. You know, we like to hear every angle. If you want to get on panel,
Who is it?
Alicia, all opinions are welcome here. If you want to discuss what you have to say.
Yeah. If we're saying something wrong, then come correct us.
We're
Silence.
waiting. I know. Go ahead. You guys could continue.
Miss Mensa, just so you know, I don't think that what people talk about in any, whether it was the colors, but when it has to do with the case, that's fine. And I do understand that. And I do see the point of that. I'm talking about when people are just being mean-spirited about, because they just started following the case, or they just started following, their certain path, whatever path they're taking in the case. That's what I'm talking about. Of course, some of
Well,
those things matter.
I guess
I just want you to know that.
I get what you're saying. My thought, though, is if you listen to the Stephen Avery case discussions, I haven't heard anything nice coming out of that camp, let me tell you, about Teresa Hallbeck, about her family, about prosecutors, lawyers, police officers. So I
Like
think
from
what it comes
So
down
wait,
to,
so Alicia Marie, how do you know there wasn't a CPS case? Can you prove that there wasn't a CPS case?
There is documentation with Shanann's name on it. And this was
But
clearly before
can't
she
prove
died.
that there was a CPS case, but I need more definite proof that there was a CPS case.
Oh
They had
yeah,
a-
I agree. I totally agree. But can they prove that there isn't one? You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just not going to
I
take
get
somebody's
that,
word for it.
there's definitely a possibility that there was. But if I had to lean, which is more probable, is there a CPS case or isn't there? There's not enough evidence for me to lean
There
more
was
towards there
something
was.
going
Not
on.
saying
There
that
was
there
Like,
isn't.
an adult,
documentation.
like a normal functioning adult woman does not need to have people around her 24/7. They do not need to put their kids in daycare for fucking 12 hours a day
I
and then
agree
sleep
with
the
that.
other 12 hours a day. Something was going on there. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that out.
they don't need to have
I
locks on
totally
the
agree.
outside of the door.
Exactly. And cameras all over the damn house. Cameras that Chris didn't even know about. How fucked up is that?
And every piece of technology that followed every step
Well,
that they
those
took. That's
cameras
bizarre
would have
too.
came in great.
Yeah, they would have. And there's probably shit there, but somebody did something.
I'm curious why there wasn't a will. I'm curious why the beneficiaries on the life insurance weren't the children and the spouse.
Exactly.
I'm curious about that second.
I'm
quick
sorry, you
interview.
guys. This StreamYard's breaking up so bad, and I don't want to talk over everyone, so I'm going to hop off. I could barely hear anyone, but I don't want to keep interrupting, so I'm going to hop off.
Okay, bye, Melissa.
I'll be in the chat.
Okay.
But yeah,
So-
there was a CPS case number and everything, you know, with Shanann's name on it. We
Well, didn't
saw
we-
it.
Yeah, there is a CPS case number, and that should be something I'll send to you, Mensa, so you can show it on your channel.
Is that the 2014 thing?
Yeah, the HOA dues and the family matter. Just if you just showed it on your channel, they would exactly know what was going on. You can see that somebody went in there and tried smudging it up and hid dates and hid this and hid that, and you can see it. And they
I'll tell you
it
what I think. I think that she was on disability from the time she was very small. I think that she was on disability, and I think that any job that she ever held was to earn a few extra bucks in addition to her disability. That's what I think. And I think all the MLM activity was a very disconnected human being who wanted to pretend that she had a career.
But you know what? It is quite possible, like you said, if she was schizophrenic, okay, and she had a guardian and all these other things, it's quite possible that all these things stem from that. Like, would CPS get involved? I mean, would they be able to like bypass having to deal with CPS if she did something and they looked at her as crazy and not a danger? You know what I mean?
CPS would have been involved based on everything that we know so far from people. You know, if you look, I mean, like
But it seems like whatever was going on with her, they were trying to hide it, and they were hiring people like under the table, and they were kind of like passing her around. Like there was something weird going on there that just doesn't seem like a protocol, like a normal protocol to me.
Here's two things. One is recently I'm beginning to wonder whether or not the kids had all the stuff she was claiming, like all the procedures. I do know what you mean about the tubes, but for the most part, you know, everyone's going by whatever she said on her stuff, right?
Right.
And maybe the kids weren't in the emergency room the night before. Maybe she was just having a stupid idea for a video. And she thought that would really make her seem like the super mom or something. And so that's one thing. The other thing that I'm beginning to think is that she did not actually have control over her own finances. I'm beginning to wonder if part of the guardian, caretaker, whatever, may have also been in charge of the finances, and Christopher Watts was just totally in the dark.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And if that's the case,
what finances though? Just her disability income, or
well, and even his finances. What happened to the money that they took out for his 401k? I mean, there is kind of a paper trail with the shit she was doing from the point they took it out till the time she died. She was spending money on shit, but it does seem like, you know, there could be some missing money there.
Yeah, who else had their hand on the accounts? And why was it that Christopher Watts didn't have his hand on his own accounts, right? I'm beginning to think that she was basically dependent on others to care for everything. I'm beginning to think that, and I'm sorry it sounds so extreme, but
yeah, like why did Nicole have to give her money at the airport? Like if she supposedly had money in the account, right? They had like 2 accounts with money in each one. Why was Nicole in charge of giving her money?
Exactly. And why, if she's going away for the weekend, isn't she adult enough to pull out a couple hundred cash for petty cash, you know, and in addition to her cards, right?
But and Nicole knew exactly how much she spent and how much she should have had left.
So, do you remember that? That alone makes no sense. That all by itself makes no sense at all.
Tell me if this is true. Like I heard, honey, when you said giving her money at the airport, I had heard that she gave her $30 in the car before she got out at her house. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember hearing it that it was at the house that she gave it to her. I thought it was at the airport that she gave her the money. Okay. But I don't know. I recall it was at the airport.
Was it $30 though? Is that what you heard?
Yeah, it was
too?
30, and then I think she said there was like 12 or 14 left or something.
Well, people have said in the past that they thought she took a taxi somewhere.
Right, because they found a taxi receipt from that night that was on the desk, and that's still never been cleared up. That's still another freaking mystery.
So I think it's reasonable to believe that she was on disability from the time she was a kid. I think that whole migraine diagnosis, I guess if you're taking your kid to the doctor all the time and they finally come up with the idea that maybe she has migraines, that's a pretty generalized diagnosis. You know what I mean? That's not like a specific cause for something, right? That's a child complaining that they're hurting.
And migraines in teenagers are usually stress. I mean, as far as I know, they're usually stress related, or they can also be from abuse, like physical or sexual abuse as a child.
or hormones too. When the hormones hit, then the emotional stuff can surface too.
Okay.
But you're right. I mean, I don't mean that hormones cause the migraines. I'm saying that the hormones may trigger some.
Right.
Yeah. Shakur says there was a charge for a limo service. Paula says in Arizona she got the money, NA said in an interview with FBI. This is the girl says the way she was coaching Bella in a video when Bella was home, sick from school one day, asking Bella to list off her symptoms was beyond strange behavior.
Yeah.
And
Poor Bella.
I don't believe she was ever alone with the kids. I don't. I cannot see anything, you know. I mean, I appreciate what Melissa said about wanting to see proof about the CPS and stuff. I want to see proof she was ever alone with the kids. The one time she's in a video going, yeah, I'm taking the kids to the zoo all by myself. I've got to have my juju, you know. That time, then her mother went running. She's like, oh.
In the background, she ducks and runs.
Yeah. And she kept talking because she didn't know her mother, blew her cover there, right? And it's like, so the one time she's actually saying, yeah, I'm alone with the kids. And then another time she's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go to the post office while they're napping. Bullshit. Yeah, they were napping all right. They were napping at daycare,
Well, plus she made it seem like she was alone, like in the her makeup tutorial. But then towards the end, you hear Sandy in the background because the girls woke up and she was trying to keep the girls out of the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, and like Honey Badger said earlier, who has that many people living with you? And how do you know anybody who lives in someone's basement for a year or year and a half when you move to a different state?
Well, and new family. What's with why did the family need to come in and help her every time she had a kid? Like, I don't get that.
Right. Exactly.
Yes, she had high. I forget what the word she had a high whatever pregnancies that was
she had all
for
the
her,
symptoms
honey.
that she claimed were the same symptoms that anybody who's pregnant.
I know.
No, I know. It's just fucking ridiculous. And I wonder if does her mother really believe that shit, or is she I just think she's that crazy.
You guys, if you do the math on how long they lived there and when they left, they weren't even there while she was pregnant. They came after the baby was already a few months old. So, I mean, if you're going to be there for a high-risk pregnancy, it'd be good if you're there when she's pregnant, right?
Right,
when it's happening, right.
And she didn't even have a good relationship with her mother at that point. So all of a sudden her mother's coming to help her with the kid. You know what I mean? Like, I can understand like the first kid or whatever, but it just seemed like overkill, like having them all move in. Like Frankie was living there for a short period of time. It's just like, really, you can't handle your shit?
I've only seen pictures of Cindy in the hospital when the babies, well, at least when Cece was born. I never saw any pictures of Sandy with the infants when they were born.
I just recently seen one of Sandy with baby Cece, and they weren't in the hospital. It was like after the fact, and Sandy's like in bed, and they like had brought the baby to her, and she's like kissing this newborn
like
baby,
as if
like
she
on
had
the
the
mouth
baby.
and the nose. I'm just like, oh god.
Like as if she had the baby herself.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes me think that she's got problems if, she's in bed all the time. And Mensa, I remember you talked about something where in the beginning of the case, on social media, they were asking how she was doing. Do you remember that? Something happened to her and she was like missing for a few months and everyone's like, oh yeah, she's going to get back on her feet and get back to the salon and blah, blah, blah. I was like, what was going on there?
Yeah, what I remember is somebody asked Christopher Watt's brother-in-law how his mom was doing. And he said, well, she's doing better and she hopes to be back at work at least part-time by the end of July.
Yeah, there's something there. Did you see her cousin, the Danielle Honorati, is selling houses now? I buy houses. She dyed her hair bleach blonde. She went from begging on GoFundMe saying she was hard up and needed money for her kid, and all of a sudden she's bad and bougie and she's got Shanann's house in the back as like her backdrop.
Oh my god.
And she's got she's doing like one of those duck face poses, and right above her head it says, I sell houses, I want to buy your house. So now all of a sudden, she's like a jet setter and selling Thrive and selling houses. It's like, where do these people come from? They're just all scammy shit. It's all scammy.
Isn't she the one who AD had on his channel the other night?
I don't know. Was she on there?
Yeah. Or wasn't she on someone else's channel and he played the video to debunk whatever. Oh, I know what it was. He was debunking the twins conversation because
Yes.
Danielle Honorati said that she has twin siblings, so people must just be thinking that.
Oh yeah, okay. How is anybody debunking anything? That's what I want to know. I've not seen anybody provide any proof to debunk anything that anybody said.
Right, and I don't know why having any twins in the family would have debunked at all whether or not.
Well, actually, that kind of goes toward the theory. Well, then that means that twins run in that
It runs
family.
in the family.
You know what I mean?
Right. That's part of the frustration is they think that we are so stupid.
But they are, though. That's the problem, is they're operating on this level and they can't fool. Like the people who are smarter than them, they can't fool those people. They can only fool the people that are beneath them. It's kind of like these channel owners, like a Laura Keck. Like if you go in there, she's the smartest one in the room. Everybody else that's in there that actually supports her, they're fucking whacked out of their mind and they're not all that bright. So it's like, you can only really fool the people who don't really know any better than you do. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and it's so frustrating when I have people like, we've had it before with the live chats where somebody will say something and I'll think, did you just say that? And then someone else will say something and then they'll say the same thing 5 minutes later, and it's like, how can we still be on this? It's like, but I'm beginning to feel that way about the whole NK thing. Like I'm just like
I thought Prairie Boy was going to debunk it. I thought he was going to make it his mission.
Well,
did Cher raise her $3,500 to go see him?
Well, I'm confused about that because at one time she was saying she needed to go from Canada to the United States, but then the other time it sounded like she was going from the United States to Canada.
I don't know. I didn't even pay much attention to that. I just seen it pop up in my thing and seen her asking for money, and I was like, really? Really, lady?
I might have misunderstood it, but one of them was help me get to Canada. One of them, I think, was help me get to the United States. So maybe she already got to the United States and she needs to go back or something.
Who knows?
But I knew it. Remember when I said I don't think they're married? Remember I said, wait a minute, that was her boyfriend, and I don't even think they've met yet. And then sure enough, they haven't even met yet, but they're calling each other husband. She's calling him her husband.
Well, it's a good gimmick for their channel.
Right. And, I think the way they bounce off of each other and stuff, I think that's great if they want to pair up and do a channel. But do they have to do the husband routine? I mean, just pair up and be equals and have a good channel, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, all these people, they're just, I don't know.
It's
they're
creepy.
shitty actors
It's
and
weird,
actresses.
yeah.
I wonder if they get like hints from whoever, whatever organizations are out there, whatever big bad channels who are promising them things.
What pulls people in, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That
Dave
that Dave guy said that Kalea contacted him and told him he really should start doing live chats. He'd be really good.
He's such an asshole, man. Ugh. He's the one with the glasses, right? That sounds like he's drinking all the time.
He actually started out friendly, and man, then he flipped on a dime evidently the day after Kalea contacted him.
But that's the thing, is that a lot of these people are like that. They say and act, they put on the face, they're actors, but the mask eventually slips. They can't keep it going for long.
Right. It's too bad too.
Well, you can only
go ahead.
You can only talk about something for so long before you're going to have to switch it to something else so you can stretch that viewpoint out. I mean, you can only talk about NK for so long,
Well, here's the thing though, the first year, I think a lot of us spent a lot of time digging in and looking at everything very closely. Pretty much when someone wants to talk about NK, like I don't even want to hear it. Yeah, it's kind of like I'm around that corner where it's like, okay,
it's not even worth the effort even talking about it. It's like, come on, like really?
Yeah.
If I hear one more time, but she pinged the morning of, it's like, oh my God, how many times do we have to hear that she pinged?
Come on.
No, apparently Larry has.
No, the Google search really pisses me off. That's the one that pisses me off. It's like, come on, people.
Oh, the wedding dress?
They will talk about, oh no, the HOAs, that's a typo. That's a typo. That's incorrect. But they won't admit that the NK search or the Shanann search could have been a typo. That one they just can't admit. Everything else is a typo in that report except for the fucking search.
It kills me when they talk about she was Googling wedding dresses. It's like, well, she could have like a friend or she could have a relative who said, hey, I like this wedding dress. Go look at it and tell me what you think. I mean, it's just because she was Googling wedding dresses doesn't mean it was for her and Chris.
Exactly. Well, and I think
I mean, and
I think Chris was a lot less important to her than what people want to believe.
right. And I was like, even if they talked about marriage within the short time that they knew, I said, and even if nobody died, I mean, for him to get a divorce, it would have taken, like I had put up in a chat somewhere, I've only lived in 2 states, but I know, the one state that I lived in, it was a year. And in California, I know it's 6 months and a day it takes to get to get a legal divorce. So, I mean, they weren't getting married anytime soon.
Right. But here's the thing I don't get about the whole NK baloney. They want to go on and on and on calling her every derogatory name in the book. Basically saying that she'll sleep with anyone and do whatever. In the same breath, they want to say, oh, she was so serious about him that she would have him murder people, okay?
Right, yeah.
Well, okay, she's either a whore or she's not. If you're going to, you know what I mean? If you're going to call her a whore for 2.5 years straight, then quit trying to play some sort of dreamland fantasy fairy tale forever. Whores don't want to get married, right? They want to be whores,
Right.
okay? So it's like one or the other. You can't keep calling her a skank and a whore and then say, oh, she was so in love with him that she wanted him to murder his children. It doesn't fit.
There's somebody going around saying, it was on the KK live yesterday, that she was having she was having an affair with somebody in the government, in like a senator or something.
Yeah, so that's why she's been covered. You guys, I'm going to bed, but Miss Mensa, can you go live tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to hear you when I work.
I can't tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, no
sorry.
worries. I figured I'd ask.
Probably not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but definitely Friday. We're going to do the mock trial thing. And then I'll pop on at some point middle of the week, but probably not for long.
No worries. I'll just re-listen to this.
It might be late Wednesday, I think I might be able to pop on.
Awesome. All right. Good night, guys. I love you.
Bye,
Okay.
B.
Love you.
Night, Brenda.
So yeah, I'm kind of at that point where I'm so tired of hearing about NK, so tired of hearing even about the fighting and the, and even the idea of calling me menstrual Mensa. It's like so old. Wasn't that Daniel Bishop at first, I think?
But they have nothing. I mean, think about it. They have nothing. Like, they have to resort to that shit because what do they have to say about you? Oh my God, she's a lawyer. Oh God, she has an education. Ew, her kids. Oh, she raised her kids well. What a skank.
Well, remember they were going hot and heavy that I think I was married something like 38 times or 26 times or something like that. But
that's ridiculous.
The other thing, well, and like I don't know how many bankruptcies, didn't they say like 8 bankruptcies?
And aren't you a sugar baby too?
Yeah, I'm a sugar baby. Yep, I'm a sugar baby.
Money.
Yeah, at age 61, I'm a sugar baby. Okay,
and you're too old to be a sugar baby, as am I.
And then also the college that I earned my 4-year at, they changed from being a private college to being. They changed their name. They're still a private college, now they're a university. Okay. They changed. So now it's still the same name, but it says university instead of college. They swear up and down that I'm lying about what college I got my degree from because they're saying it doesn't exist.
Yeah, because they're too stupid to comprehend it or even know how to search for it. I mean, their insults are kind of shitty and childish. They're not even good at criticizing people.
They don't know that something might be called college for 100 years and then all of a sudden it might be called a university. They have no clue that might be the same place, Well,
that's not in their wheel well. If it doesn't say GED on it, they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Well, it just seems so weird. Well, that's what I started to say about the menstrual thing. It's like enough, because any man in his 60s who sits in front of a bunch of women and refers.
That was probably out of his script, though. I don't know. I can't really imagine him saying that, unless his supporters were putting that in his ear. That sounds like somebody kind of directed him to say that. What guy set talks about another woman's menses or refers, you know what I mean? That's just weird.
Right. Weird. But if you think about
it, like to stay away from that.
Yeah, he's speaking to women though. And a lot of his, sister wives are probably menopausal. So, right? Nobody's going to be impressed by that. Nobody is going to be impressed by that. So, that's how bad these people are. I mean, they're just, or either that or they just have one sucky writer, because I've said that from the start. They're all using the same writer who can't spell, doesn't have a brain, maybe that's it. Maybe they're just all using one sucky writer.
I seen Daniel Bishop has flip-flopped like a fish out of water. I seen him praising Miss Mensa, and now all of a sudden he's saying that Chris Watts might be innocent. It's like, you goddamn fart.
Well,
he's another one.
Has he flip-flopped back, or what? Is he still praising Mensa or no?
Oh, I haven't heard him say anything other than he was praising you the other day, talking about like content creators and how he didn't believe things and yada, yada, yada and stuff come out. And now he sees it differently. But now I just find it interesting, because look how hard he went. Remember? I mean, he was faking like suicide attempts and shit, acting like you were having people attack his kids at school and shit. And now all of a sudden he's like, oh, yeah, she's right. She's very intelligent. These people are just trying to jump on the bandwagon because I think they're afraid that the truth is going to come out and they don't want to be on the wrong side of it. And they want to make their change.
I actually do think that Daniel Bishop has tried to have a better life for him and his family and stuff. I really do.
I agree. He's got to do it. I mean, it's how he makes his money. It is how he makes his money. But in the same token, you know what I mean? It's like, he was warned. People warned him.
I mean, in his life, I think he actually is trying to be a better person. I really do. And maybe I'm just naive, but I do think that over the last 6-8 months, I think he is trying to be a better person. Because remember when he admitted that when they recruited him, they told him about attacking me. They said, don't worry about it because she isn't a real person.
Mm-hmm.
And he admitted that. And that was not easy for him to admit, because I'm sure he got a lot of crap for admitting that.
Right. But in the same token, he can't run that channel and continue to say Chris Watts is this, Chris Watts is that, when the conversation is the complete opposite. You know what I mean? Like, it's still hard to trust any of these people. Yeah, I do see he has made a lot of changes, but I think it's more self-serving than it is actually giving a fuck about the case.
Well, I think for him to not be attacking me right now speaks volumes because of the way AD is, because he really does like AD. So I think for him to not be joining AD with the crap, I think that is a good thing.
Yeah.
But the year is young too.
Did he take down the videos?
He said he did. I haven't checked. He said he did, but I haven't checked it.
Because that would be a good place to start if you were,
exactly. And that's what he said about that whole Amber Alert crap. She runs around trying to act like she's some kind of reformed soul, right? Really, Amber? Then remove your shit,
But they're not, though. None of these people are. They just want to, they have to stay in the game. And they constantly do shitty things. And then they're like, oh, well, I asked for forgiveness. I'm going to be a better person today. And everybody should just forget what happened and act like it didn't happen. And, just give me forgiveness because I threw it away.
That's what I actually like about Daniel Bishop, because I actually do believe the way he owned up and the way he told about how the whole thing was, and how he was told by people lied to him and said she isn't a real person and stuff. So when he, I believe him. I do.
Well, I hope he does do the right thing. I hope he does. More power to him if he is.
And that's what needs to happen, is decent people that's what I started to say, is that I think we do need to call this stuff out, I do. I think, even though I don't want to spend all of our time sitting here talking all about all this crap, I think it's important because there are people who are newer to it, especially since the Netflix thing, who don't have 2.5
Melissa Jade, it was a typo. Rourke confirmed that the information that was submitted in the report was correct. He did not know after the fact that Amanda Purcell, who applied the data to the discovery report, was the one who made the typos. He wasn't aware of that when he made that statement. So Amanda Purcell came out and made a statement and said that she made the typo and that Nicole Kessinger Googled Shanann in 2018, September of 2018. I just want to clarify that because people seem to forget that even happened. So I don't know if that's what she's talking about, but I just want to say it.
Doing life my way. What do you mean, why bash Daniel, though? Who's bashing Daniel? I'm sitting here saying I think that it's really good what he did. So who's bashing Daniel?
Maybe they're thinking I bashed him. I've just seen a lot of bad behavior in the past. And yeah, it wasn't right. A lot of the things these people did. They joined in a lot of these attacks, and they did really horrible things to people.
Doing life my way says that's utter TYBB. What the heck is that?
I don't know, but I mean, if this person thinks Daniel Bishop's the same, then maybe they should go and look for some videos because they're online. You could see what he was doing at the time.
Maybe that's both. Yeah, I don't know.
It's probably Daniel Bishop, actually.
It's funny because what brought me to YouTube was a different case, like 2 years ago, and with that case, which is totally far removed from this one, the same stuff is going on. There's people who are paid to go online and be, opposite of, and bashing people that were pretending to be, this one's cousin, and setting up PayPals and GoFundMe's. It was all the same stuff. And I imagine every true crime case has this faction of people who are paid.
No, Lisa, it doesn't. It doesn't.
So a lot of them do, not all of them, but the Kanika Jenkins case, like serious cases where there's a lot of people involved and there's like big money and corporations. They do this stuff on these cases.
But it isn't every case. And here's the thing. It's only been since 2015 when these scumbags formed in the United States to do these attacks. They can be hired. They can be recruited. They can, gang up and do this and fight that and whatever. And this is an organized, crappy. But it's not every case. That Kelsey Barrett's mom, when they approached her, she told them publicly, stay away from me, stay away from my family. And you don't see this going on at all with that case. They totally got set to the curb. So what it is that they see a case hitting the news, they jump on it. If you go look at the live chats on different, like on the bigger channels that have, and I don't mean this little corner, I'm talking like the Stephanie, whatever her name is and stuff. If you see a good live chat going, you'll see all the same players in there trying to buddy up with, because they're trying to get involved. They want to try to get information on people. They want to try to approach the families. They size up the families. I mean, this is nasty, dirty crap that they're pulling.
And it's all the same people, the Jewels of Thoughts, the Gray Hughes, the Laura Kecks, all the same people running around on specific cases. Like the Delphi case, there was a woman who was covering that who's on here. They got into her Facebook. She had a Facebook group. They broke in there, stole her Facebook group, kicked her out of it. Kind of like the same shit with Mensa. This is what these people do. They infiltrate where these people are talking about the stuff, and then they'll either befriend them or, try to get them involved with this and that and the other, and then take their research and then put it out there as something else. And then they'll discredit the people who are trying to talk about it. Like this is real shit that's going on.
I know. I've seen it. Like I said, I saw it in another case.
Mm-hmm. Doing life my way. I'm going to drop the link. Come on up and say what you want to say, because your comments are not making sense to me.
Yeah, well, I haven't always been under the name Honey Badger. I mean, we are in the Chris Watts community, so I'm sure you can assume that by my tone and the way that I talk about this and the fact that I've been around for a while, that I've probably been fucked with a couple times. So Honey Badger is a recent development, okay? So I've been around and I've seen Daniel Bishop's channel. I've seen what he's done to people. So don't try to pretend like what I'm saying is bullshit. I can direct you to videos where he is attacking people and threatening people and accusing people of all kinds of bullshit, pulling out guns and dressing up in wigs and fake suicide attempts, saying, oh, Mensa'S followers bullied me so bad that I tried to commit suicide, showing off old scars. Bullshit, doing it my way. Why don't you go do it somewhere else? Because you're wrong. Like, I'm fucking stupid. It's probably Daniel Bishop or his wife.
See, I don't think so. I actually do hope that he has actually
Yeah,
Right.
I do too. And good for him if he is, but it doesn't negate what he's already done. Like all these people need whatever the hell you've done, own your shit. Stop pretending like this bullshit didn't happen because it did. There's evidence of it all over the fucking internet. And it's wrong. And it's twisted and it's disturbing. And it's even more disturbing that half of these people are still around preaching the same bullshit, acting like, oh, I'm a reformed whatever. Yeah, okay. Well, tell it to somebody who cares.
Well, that's what I started to say though about removing the videos and stuff. He actually did, and then when he left some of them up, then I said, hey, wait a minute, you said you were going to remove them, and he said that he would as soon as he got back from, I think they were visiting family or something. And he has said a couple of positive things and stuff. On the other hand, you have the people like that Amber chick who's like, I don't know what she's talking about. I don't know what she's talking. Well, she keeps crap up, and she was one of the worst. I don't know if you remember her.
Nah, I remember her too. I remember all of them. I've been here. Trust me. I've seen it all. I've seen it all. So nobody can tell me otherwise because I seen it with my own damn eyeballs.
She was applauding that one that was making those really nasty, seriously threatening crap. And Amber was right there. Ha ha ha. She didn't give one shit about my family, about me, about my safety at all.
No, God forbid. But when somebody says something about them, they're all like, oh my God, I have kids. I have people to worry about. You're attacking me.
Danger. And then she doxed her own daughter. And then she started whining that somebody else doxed her daughter. No, she doxed her own daughter.
Yeah, well, we're not playing with people with a full deck here. That's for sure.
No.
But you can all be delusional doing life my way. You can be delusional all you want. You can say anything you want to say, but like I said, I seen it with my own eyeballs. I probably actually have some stuff recorded of all the shit that was going on.
Well, the whole thing about the idea that this is how true crime is, this isn't. Like every case kind of has its own groupies.
Well, this is the new true crime. This is what it is now. That's for sure.
Right. And I don't want to be a part of it. I don't like it at all. I really, truly want to talk about true crime. I don't want all this drama. It bothers me.
Well, and that's why I say we need to stand up and say so. And like doing the mock trial, I know dang well they're all pissed about that. I know they're pissed about it. For one thing, with even
wait, what did you ask me? What is this person asking me that I'm not answering? I can assure you that I was pretty much on my own over there defending a Mensa. I missed the comment, so if you have a question, ask it again.
So yesterday we did a chat, and Shenanigan Maker and I talked about the binders, and she's hilarious, and like she spends pretty much her entire week in court.
The professional ones?
Okay.
The professional binders?
Yeah, did you hear the chat?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Yeah, Lana's over there doing the thing about her binders, right? But that isn't how lawyers do it anymore. And it's been at least 5 or 6 years. Shenanigan Maker said even longer. Lawyers don't do the rolling cart full of binders anymore. The routine she's doing is outdated, and she doesn't know it. And that's why I say I think she learned it from watching television. So,
probably. I mean, look at all these people. I think that's another problem is like too many crime shows, and everybody thinks they're detective and lawyers and professionals and therapists, and let's throw around narcissists and blah, blah. It's like, yeah,
right.
Okay, whatever.
Right. Well, and don't forget victim advocates, nurses, and psychics.
Oh yeah.
Because we've had our fill of victim advocates. Yeah, too much Erin Brockovich.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody grew up watching Erin Brockovich, and they wanted to be her when they grew up.
I never watched that movie.
You should. I mean, it's an older movie, so you might think it's kind of weird because it's
no. I remember it was Julia Roberts. I remember the whole story behind it and stuff. It's just not my genre of anything. She was the original SJW.
And the thing is that it is important that we keep the discussion going. It is, because if we just go, okay, we've had it, like Lisa, how you said you're just so tired of it. I am too. Like, I'm just tired of all
I
the weird.
imagine.
But if we don't keep the discussion going, then guess who rules YouTube? Are the
Yep.
scumbag attackers, and that's what they want. They want to exhaust us with all of their stupidity, so that we're all going like, oh man, forget this crap. That's why I said that time about how I really encourage people to actually start a channel. I don't care if you're doing dollar store tours, okay, or make candles or whatever, because if people run and hide and don't, like that first 3, 4, 5 months, we were hiding. I even ran and hid, but when I ran and hid, they got worse. So I figured, screw it.
I think people need to know what they're up against, though. You know what I mean? Like, all this stuff is attack on American citizens, and they're doing it on the internet. And I don't think people are aware of what's going on. I think people are getting a taste of it now because more people are paying attention to stuff. But I think if it could be brought to their attention and explained to them and kind of broken down and pointed out, like, look, give them examples of this stuff. Like, this is what it is. This is what you look for. Then people can actually stand up against it. But I don't think people.
Why don't you do a channel on that, honey? Because people might not be aware of it.
That would be a really good channel, honey, because
it would be. But I mean, it's a lot of work and it's a lot of effort. You know what I mean?
But
a lot of people
know. Like, they don't. And they don't know how some of these people are recruited. They don't know how some of these people are actually getting.
They also don't want people like me talking about that shit on this platform.
Right.
Truth does not sell on this platform. Like, truth doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't move. They try to keep it in little corners of the YouTube because they don't want that shit out there. That's why it's not advertiser friendly.
Right.
That's true. But you could just do like one video a week, just do a pre-recorded video a week. And there's plenty of YouTube channels that don't go live. They don't, interact. They just drop their videos and that's it.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll throw it around. I mean, like, with this situation, like, believe it or not, I've put a lot of effort into this situation just for my own reasons. Okay.
You could turn the comments off.
It is very, very discouraging to me. Like, you look at things a lot differently when you can see, I don't know.
I know, but that's part of the action. That's part of the action, because if and that's part of how the attackers actually make any headway is when we're all just going, oh, brother, not them again.
Right, but they'll always be there. Even if we talk about it, no matter what, they're going to be there because they can make money, they can generate money. So it's always going to be a constant battle.
Here's the thing. A year ago, whenever, I'm just throwing any time frame out there, they piled on and kept going and going and going, and they actually believed that they were going to get rid of me. Okay. And when YouTube allowed me access back again after they took a closer look at the crap that they pulled they did their lying to YouTube, doing the mass reporting crap. When YouTube reviewed everything and allowed me back on, they actually are like, shit, she's back. Like, what do we do? They actually do think they think they can push people. They think they can bully and own the playground. And that's why it's so important to keep the discussion going.
I agree.
Well, and even if you changed one person's mind, honey, I think that would be an awesome thing. If you could bring that sort of thing to light, if you planned, even if you did like a 12 video series or something, 12 series videos, kind of like set the record straight, just, have like a timeline or like crap, I can't think of the word. But anyways, like, little different subjects to talk about each time.
Like a tutorial, kind of how to survive YouTube. Or what you need to know if you're going to be on YouTube.
How to survive the swamp.
Yeah, the cesspool rules or something.
Yeah, I think it's
a thought.
Because here's the thing.
Too, there are so many people who believe that YouTube is 100% real, that everything that's happening on here is real, and it's not.
Well, and that's the thing. People just don't know. I'm 61 years old now. Okay, like, I'm getting older. And I'm not using that as an excuse, but there are just certain things that 61-year-olds don't know that 30-year-olds know, right? I mean, like, younger people look at this and they kind of have a better clue what's going on. I don't think I'll ever have a clue of what's really going on because it's so foreign to me. You know, I'm still trying to figure out how to go from I have a whole bunch of these little things, the tabs across the top, and then I have a whole nother one at the same time. I'm still trying to figure out how to like have that like if I'm in StreamYard and I go to the other thingy, I can't find StreamYard. And I'm screwed because it's live, right? And then I'm going, oh shit, where are they? Where are they? Oh my god, oh my god. You know, you see what I mean? There's
Yeah,
like
oh, yeah.
you could do a tutorial for baby boomers even because there are a lot of us on here who don't know how dangerous this place is. Like no clue. You know, I had no clue that just having my stupid little I don't mean stupid, they were actually they're nice. I wish I could access all of them. But I had my little Facebook discussion groups on the true crime cases. I had no clue that there would have been any vulnerability there for some scumbag attacker psycho gang to, you know, come in and act like they were my buddies and then to think that they're going to make it their life's mission to destroy mine. I had no clue. No clue whatsoever that that would even go on. And in my case, I'm an easy target. I have books on Amazon, books on Kindle, my own real estate company, and my own mediation business. I have websites. I've been on the internet, you know, with my smile for, you know, I write articles for Pete's sake. So you can put my name in easily and you can find all sorts of ugly pictures.
Oh, I think I love your old pictures. I love when you have the baby in your arms. I thought you look so pretty.
I was actually in that picture. That was when was that? That was 2009. So I was 49.
Really? With the
Yeah.
sleeveless shirt on?
Yep. 49
Oh
years
my
old.
gosh. You look
Yep.
gorgeous. I mean, you can't even see your face, but I look at your hair. I'm like, oh my God, look at her hair. It's gorgeous. It's
And
so much. And you look like
I was 15 pounds overweight in that picture. And it bugged me so much. I'm like, why am I 15 pounds overweight? What's going on?
oh, I was the same way until now I'm 40 pounds overweight after menopause. Oh my God.
Well,
I used to worry about 5 pounds in my 30s and 40s and
I was
swore I would
49
never
years old.
become what I am today.
I was 49 years old in that picture. That was and you know what? My hair color is still the same. And I don't know why. I honestly don't. I'm going to have to talk to Danielle about this because seriously, I don't have gray hair. I don't know why.
You have gray hair in the photo. In this photo right here, it's salt and pepper, isn't it, or no?
Heavens no.
Oh, to me it looks like it. Maybe it's the light in the picture. I don't know.
Yeah, that's in a hair salon. It's probably a
No, I
shiny
know. I
light.
remember you.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh wow, lucky you. I'm grayer when I go color my hair. I mean, when the roots grow out, my hair is white.
Well, I've
Terrible.
only colored a couple of times, and one of them was a blonde stripe, so it didn't
Yep.
really touch anything, and then the other one was like the foils where it didn't really touch anything. I'm beginning to wonder, just because I have a lot of friends and relatives and everyone who are gray long before now, right? And it's like, why? Well, the people who I know who are gray, they colored their hair all the time. So I'm beginning to wonder if actually coloring your hair all the time might kind of do something. I don't know. I have no idea what it could do.
I know it runs on the maternal side of my family. That side is Italian or Sicilian, and both my grandmother and my mother both had like the same female pattern baldness or whatever that is, where just like the sides and then like where the crown of your head is. And I know my grandmother went gray early, and my mother did in her 40s. So I mean,
in her 40s,
it is what it is.
40s.
My grandmother used to claim that it was her 20s, but I don't believe that for a second. But she used to claim that. Who knows? I wasn't around then, so.
Cooter says I have gray in my beard. But no, it's weird. Cooter says I have gray in my beard. He's probably just trying to hit on women if they like beards. I don't know. he's our gigolo.
He's advertising right now.
He's probably bored silly and waiting in the airport. I think the same thing with makeup too, though, because I pretty much wear makeup for weddings and funerals, you know, and I don't have wrinkles. I
Oh.
don't. So
What's your ethnic background though? Like your ancestors, ancestry?
on my dad's side, from France to England, and then they were in England for like 100 or a couple hundred years, and then over to the North America. So, and then my mom's side, my maternal grandmother lived in Boston, but I don't know. I mean, I could probably dig in. I've got the book on my mom's side.
Wow. See, both of my parents were born in other countries, so and didn't they emigrated to America. Like my father's parents were born in Germany, and actually my grandmother on the other side was born in Italy, and both emigrated here.
Cool.
You know, Ellis Island. Yeah, so
Wilson,
I'm
I've been with you since the beginning. That's cool. If you're did you have babies, Lisa?
yes, I have two
Did you
sons. Yep.
did you have easy labor and delivery?
No, not at all. I was very late on the first one, and it had to be induced. They had to induce labor, and then they had to do an emergency C-section.
Okay.
And my
son
was 10. My son was 10 and a half pounds when he was born.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
I'm surprised he didn't take him earlier.
They thought I was having twins, you know, because this was before all kinds. Huh?
I just laughed.
Oh, I know. It's horrible. Horrible. I was huge. I was
3 weeks overdue with my second, and it was in the winter, February, you know, and I'm still working full time, right? Driving to my clients, and there was a snowstorm. And let me tell you something, when you are 9 months plus pregnant and you're showing up to these you know, favorite customers running your route, they ordered so much. I'm like, oh my gosh, I should wear like a pregnancy pillow.
I know.
You know, drive through a snowstorm, 9 months pregnant plus, and of course everyone wanted to hear all about, you know, although everyone had to touch your belly, it was kind of weird because everyone had to feel the baby move. So
I didn't mind. I used to ask people to do that, but you're taller, so you probably didn't get as. Did you gain a lot of weight? I imagine. I hear that taller people don't gain.
Yeah, I actually was losing weight the first 5 months of my first, and my doctor said, "You're pregnant. You're supposed to be gaining weight, not losing it." And we laughed. And then by the next month, I made up for the first 5 because I was like, "Oh, I better eat more," you know. But I'm trying to think. I can tell you exactly how many pounds I gained. My first, I'm embarrassed to say this, I gained 48 pounds, and I was huge, but it was like a basketball right out front. It was and it was incredible. 48 pounds, which I didn't weigh that much that it was like a huge number. And but it was all belly. I mean, it was all baby belly. It wasn't all baby, but it was all baby belly. And when I delivered, I lost 17 pounds that night. And the baby did not weigh 17 pounds. You know, so that goes to show all of you who haven't yet experienced the fun, just use your imagination on that one. But within just a few weeks I was back in my regular clothes. So I mean it just came right off. Yeah, but I nursed all of my babies too, because if you nurse your babies, it helps you get, you know I think you either snap back or you don't, but I think nursing, they say, might help that a little bit. So, and then my second
it burns calories.
my 9 months plus baby, I gained 42 pounds. And then my youngest, I actually only gained 32 or 34 pounds. And he was my biggest baby. So that was kind of weird. It all worked opposite. My doctor
The
was
first one I had, oh, it's so funny because I thought, back, I had my first baby in 89. And so back then, things weren't like they
I
are
was
today. And
just
what we,
saying, back then they didn't do ultrasounds, so my doctor guessed each time, and he guessed wrong each time.
right. But I thought I was being super healthy and I was drinking like a lot of juice. And then by the end, they're like, would you please stop drinking so much juice? Because I was gaining so much weight and I was like pre-eclampsia and I
Oh
was like
no!
pre-diabetic and I was blown up. I mean, they basically told me not to eat at the end because I was huge. I was
Oh my
huge.
goodness. Well, I'll tell you something. With the one that was 9 months plus, the umbilical cord was actually kind of like a grayish, and the doctor actually apologized to me. He said that he was really sorry he didn't, take the baby earlier, because I knew exactly when I got pregnant each time, because the whole rhythm thing, right? And
Right?
so you pretty much know, you chart it out on the calendar, and
Yeah.
so I mean, you know, the I'm talking overdue, and I'm talking overdue by over 2 weeks, and it was more like 3 weeks. And my doctor apologized. He said, "I'm sorry," and I'll tell you, the baby was born hungry.
Yes.
But
Yes.
the doctor said she probably lost a little bit of weight when during that 2 to 3 weeks. So that's sad. That's so sad. But she was hungry, good appetite. So are we boring you, honey badger?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm listening. I was reading the chat, looking at the chat, listening to you. Where'd Lisa go?
We get into weird, I don't know, all of a sudden dropped. So I think it was probably a connection thing, but because she dropped right out of the backstage thing. We get into weird discussions here. Like the other day, we were talking about fake boobs, and one of them, I think it was Shenanigan Maker, said that I shouldn't say it, it sounds so bad, but she said she popped her cherry on the panel, to be like, they were talking about being virgins to ever speak on a panel. So it's
Oh,
like
you guys are real rebels over here.
people are going to pop in and listen to just a part of it, and they're going to go, what the hell are they talking about?
Well, maybe it'll scare the weird ones off.
Yeah,
Maybe
really.
the guy trolls will be like, yeah, fuck that. I ain't going in there.
One night we did a thing where I said, guess who my idol was when I was like 17 years old, And then everyone's talking, oh, was it Tom Selleck? Was it, David
Tom
Cass?
Selleck.
It was funny.
So I
Oh.
was going to ask about the whole Lana thing. So whatever footage they have or whatever they're doing, is that what people have to pay for? Like, what is this site? Is it just predominantly for this organization that they're going to be doing? Is there a
Right.
documentary or what?
Right. I didn't get the impression that it had anything to do with the case of Christopher Watts. I don't get this. This is just, I'm surprised that people are paying money, seriously, because I mean, if you want to give your money to an organization that helps protect children, or helps protect, you know, criminals, or helps protect whoever you want to help protect, trees, whatever, then find the organization that you
Yeah,
believe
right.
in.
Go to the source.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just don't get what they're pulling off. And it's scary for me to think that society can be so um easily led
Winged.
to be able to, because they're handing over their credit card number. They're handing
Yeah,
over.
that's another thing right there too. Yeah.
Remember that one scam channel who did the pet show and said, "Oh, email me a picture of your pet and we'll do a pet show." And
I heard about it.
I was like, don't email them. Don't send them, it's like these people are data mining. And that's another thing that most people don't realize, is that their information is being data mined.
Right. Yeah. If they're asking you questions about yourself, they'll even like bring up things to have the whole chat talk about personal stuff. They'll like insinuate something that will spark a conversation. And then really the whole time they're just doing it to basically get information on you. How many kids do you have? Do you have any pets? What kind of car do you drive? What state do you live in? Blah, blah,
Right.
blah.
Well, and here's another thing. There was one who was like a retired police officer, supposedly, and he's there saying, "Okay, what city are you from?" And he had everybody in chat putting their cities that they lived in.
Was that the security guard? Was that the retired security guard who constantly gets, quote, swatted?
Oh, I don't know. Because I only watched him that one time and I thought, well, okay, if this is really a retired cop, there's no way he would have everybody doxing. And I don't mean doxing in the literal sense, but there's no way he'd have everybody giving up their town and their state, you know?
Well, he might be. I mean, think about it. A cop, if anybody knows how to commit a crime, it'd probably be a cop, right? You know what I'm saying?
Patty says, I don't have legal experience, so I'm not clear on why. Hold on. I don't have legal, so I'm not clear on why their site is nonprofit. I highly doubt it is a nonprofit. I highly doubt it. I think they're using that word because they know it's a nice word to use. You know, I think, and plus, I don't think any one of these people woke up one day and said, I think I'm going to become a scammer. I think they've been working with these people, trolling, you know, getting in fights, doing whatever. And then pretty soon they go, yeah, I can do this too. I'll have my own channel, you know. And then they come up with whatever their shtick is. They're a doctor, or a psychologist, or a victim advocate, or whatever they want to call themselves. They're having help on how to do this. You know, the first thing they do, remember the belly dancer in the kitchen?
Mm-hmm.
She came to me saying, do you want to do a collab or whatever? She was one of them. She was taking her orders right from one of the worst ones. And I had no clue. She just seemed like a harmless belly dancer in her kitchen, you know?
Yeah, because, you know, somebody in their kitchen doing belly dancers on YouTube is harmless. You got to think that one through. Especially her. Like, she's just dirty as shit, and then she's running around preaching about God.
That part actually offends me, just the same way with people saying they're nurses when they're not, how that offends nurses, you know? The part about all the praying hands and all especially the bad comments they post that'll say things about how they'll pray for me. So I don't want them praying for me, because you know what? I don't want their spiritual life
The
anything
bad juju.
affected. Yeah, don't name me at all in their spiritual weirdness, because I'm telling you, there's a layer to these scumbags that is purely evil.
I agree. It's dark.
I don't know. This thing though with Lana really bothers me, because she's obviously not a stupid person. She knows how to talk, she knows how to read, right? She could just start a channel and say, you know what, let's take a look together. Let's look at the discovery together, right? This whole thing they're pulling off, this has probably been in the works since 2 weeks after the case hit the headlines. That Kim Kaufman crap, that's probably all been in the works since 2 weeks after it hit the headlines.
Well, I'm sure their agendas have probably, like, you know, kind of like, I think things over time probably change. You know what I mean? Like, they probably intended to start doing one thing, and then if that doesn't work or other things present themselves, kind of change the course of it. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
that's kind of what I seen with Kim. I seen her trying to do some shit with the family. I see that not working out, and then I see her being like, okay, well, I invested this time. This is what I have. This is what I've gotten out of it. I'm going to use this to my benefit. Because what she did over there just seemed like a money grab to me. You know what I mean? I mean, the truth is there. Like, the truth about this case, it's there, okay? And you can get it for free.
Here's the thing now about Lana. The way she talked about her binders and the way she uses her binders, if somebody is familiar with the courthouse,
well, she's flexing. She's trying to present herself in a certain way, and she thinks that that is going to, like, legitimize what she's doing. You know what I mean?
But what she has done is she has exposed herself, in my opinion, of being an absolute idiot. And so from this point forward, I don't even believe her about the phone stuff she was saying. And I was actually interested in what she had to say about the phone thing, right? I found that all to be very interesting. Listening to her about her binders, I don't believe a word she says. She has absolutely, in my mind,
I think that she's been watching things go on, and I think that she's collected information along the way. I think she probably had her theory or whatever, but I think at some point she did start digging. Something sparked her to dig, but I don't think she's been digging that long. I think she's taking what she's heard And I think she's taking the little bit of stuff that she's found in the discovery, because it's legit. Okay. It is legit. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to stick up for somebody or whatever. This is not what I'm trying to do. But there is things that she's discussing that's legit. Now, I don't know if she has put all that together to understand what all that means. I don't know if she's done that yet. But like, the truth of the matter is out there. Like, it's out there. It's already been said. Okay. And a lot of the things that these people are presenting are coming from the people who've already said this shit. You know what I mean?
Right. I think we were further ahead. Sometimes I think this. I think the first batch of people in the first 4 months or so, I think we were further ahead with a discussion than 2.5 years later.
And we had a lot more to go off of because they hadn't scrubbed all the shit yet.
Exactly.
Like, we were finding all the shit, and then as we would find it, we would present it in whatever way whatever platform we were on, we'd present the information, and then all of a sudden it would disappear. So It was kind of like doing the work was actually kind of going against the people who were actually trying to do real work, because we were telling them where to find the stuff and they were knowing what to hide.
Exactly. And that's why when people show up on my channel and they say, where can I find that? I'm just curious. I'm new, stuff like that. I don't even answer them anymore because I know they're just a scumbag attacker looking for something.
Right. Looking for the page number so that they don't have to do the work.
Well, and I don't even think that's it, though. I think they're seriously, again, I think there are far fewer people. I really am beginning to believe that there are probably 250 people who are as obsessed with the case of Christopher Watts as we are. 250. Maybe 300 tops. I think any numbers beyond that is full of bullshit. I think 250 tops. And here's the thing. I've said this before. The Darla Routier case is one of the most popular cases ever. It has 1,000 people. 1,000. And that's after 20 plus years. So I think all this crap, true crime cases do not get the numbers that the Christopher Watts case is claiming. They don't. I think there's probably 300 people tops.
I agree. I don't think it's as big as they're presenting it, but I think they're blowing it up like that because I think that has to do with like the Rusak camp and stuff like that for their own benefit. You know what I mean?
Well, if you remember, there have been a couple times where the interest in the case has died right down to nothing. When I stopped talking about the case, I removed all the videos. There were 2 months straight where I didn't even discuss this case and nobody cared. Nobody cared. And except the people who were, trying to run around to keep people interested in it. I'm talking true crimers didn't care. True crimers, they had their little private chats or whatever, but they were fine talking about the Rosenbaum case or whatever, other cases. They didn't care.
Well, really, this case isn't that, really, what it really is, the truth of it, okay? What the case is, it's not really that uncommon, nor is it that interesting. You know what I mean? The only thing I think that makes it interesting is all the noise and all the bullshit that surrounded it.
Well, what has made it interesting for me is that they were attacking me before I had ever even heard of the damn case. And then the way they were attacking me, it was like the question begged, who are these assholes? And then when I did disappear completely, they started harassing my family. It's like, okay, if they're going to be harassing me and posting this shit, I'm going to flood the internet with my voice, okay?
Because that's what you have to do. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. There's no point in hiding from it and running from it. You know what I mean?
And if you go to hire some online reputation management bullshit scam company, that's all they'll do is flood the internet with your name. That's all they do. And charge you thousands and tens of thousands of dollars in some cases to, repair whatever. So I'm just flooding it myself. That's all. I'm just flooding it myself. I'm going to keep talking. Mm-hmm. So when I kept talking, then it was like, they're all scratching their heads and regrouping and trying to come up with nasty threats to scare me and whatever. And it's like learning from that experience what is going on. I became, I think, even more of, I had the sense of like, this is just wrong. This is just, there's a right and a wrong, and this is wrong what they are trying to do. And how dare they gang up, this whole shit talk. Oh, well, she can't defend herself. So yeah, so sick 300 fake profiles on grandma. Like grandma can defend herself against you idiots, you know?
Mhm.
So I mean, all this stuff just made no sense, and I just became more and more um like no. You know, kind of like the whole bully thing doesn't impress me. Just like AD just in the last few days sending me that shit letter telling me to, you know, to remove my video. Well, guess what, AD? Up yours. Because if you're going to spend your time bashing me on a regular basis, then F you. I'll go ahead and talk about it. You know, you want me to stop talking about you? Stop talking about me. Pretty simple. You
Yeah,
know,
he's a peon. And that's another thing that pisses me off is that these people start the fires, and then when you respond to it,
yeah, you're the
they
bad
act
guy.
as if they act as if you're attacking them. It's
Yep,
like don't cause the problem in the first place and you won't get a fucking reaction.
exactly. Exactly right. Well, and the thing is, like, okay, what kind of a person anyway? You know, I'm one person. I have this tiny little channel. Like, what kind of a person would join in on that bullshit to go after that one person? That's a pretty weak-minded person who says, "Oh
Those
yeah,
are the people you guys were talking about earlier, the pack animals that can't do anything without being in a group of, 10 or more people that tell them what to do. They're weak.
exactly,
That's what they are. They're weak minded and they'll jump on
exactly."
anything. If you know what I mean. And that's the shitty thing about this case and all the people that have been involved with the attacks and stuff like that who are flip flopping now, who want to be on the right side of it. It's because they've caused so much shit and it's all over the place. And they don't want to be shamed when it's all said and done. They don't want people pointing fingers at them.
But here's the thing I'm beginning to wonder. In the same vein that I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the girls didn't have all those surgeries, I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the actual true crimers who are discussing this case on YouTube are right here, right now.
Possibly.
And their numbers would show it. If you go to that Social Blade website and you look at some of their actual numbers and the actual earnings they have and stuff, the people claiming to have tens of thousands or even just 7 or 8 or 10 or 15,000, they'd be making a hell of a lot more.
Well, and a lot of these these channels dedicated to this case, if that's the only thing on your channel, you're not going to get monetized. So all these new channels that are jumping up to get on this case and are doing nothing but this case, as soon as they hit that 1,000 subscriber mark and they realize that they're not going to get monetized because they're not ad friendly, a
Right,
lot
they
of them
tell
just
them that
disappear.
though. Yeah, they tell them that though when they get up to that point, then they tell them because they're pretty much like that Kalea type person. They're running around telling people exactly what to do. You know, look at how that Betsy's on every single brand new channel.
Yeah, but
Right.
they're getting used and they're getting lied to. I mean, and half these people that they recruit end up crashing and burning because these people aren't smart enough or haven't been here since the beginning. So they can't possibly, they can't,
Right, I get
they
what
can't
you're
accomplish
saying.
anything.
Well, I think what they do is they want to keep them down so they can kind of pick and choose who they want to join their little packs.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but like I won't say the person's name, but there's one in particular that she could have a really good channel, but instead she has to do the gang thing, you know, and the tough chick thing. It's like, no, just have a channel.
But
Just
maybe she can't, though. Maybe she does need that team there to be, maybe she has what it takes, but maybe she just can't. You know what I mean? Because there's a
well,
lot
that's
more that
the
goes
hard
into it.
part though, is that they evidently don't have people in their lives who are truly encouraging them. Because if they're not daring enough to go on you know, I mean, if they're going to be all over YouTube, then they should be daring enough to go on their own, right? And if they're not, then you know, it's almost like they don't have somebody encouraging or they don't believe in themselves or something. And that's really sad. Cooter says, I like being a small channel.
Good for you, Cooter. You do you.
I love how we all love Cooter. I love Jane too. He's really cool.
I haven't seen him lately.
He's going to be our prosecutor on the mock
Oh,
trial.
shit.
He's one of the prosecutors, and he'll be delivering the opening statement on Friday night for the prosecution.
I look forward to seeing all the trash videos they make about it. Oh my God. Can you believe it? They are so insensitive.
Well, let me tell you, James is very well spoken, and Shenanigan Maker is our defense team who's going to do
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how well spoken anybody is. These people
the
are ruthless.
these two, though, Shenanigan Maker and James. I'm actually thinking that this video on Friday is going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be really interesting because the opening statement is basically an outline of what they intend to present. It's like, so it'll be like an overview kind of thing, right?
Mhm.
Of the entire case. So it's like, oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they'll definitely stir up some shit, though. You know it.
I think, yeah, and I think they're already pissy about it. I do. I think I can tell by the comments, and the emails, and yeah. I'm glad I'm super busy this week so that I can just put the blinders on and go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hate me. Don't forget to email Jay at Cooter, huh? Cooter says, I will bring my rubber gloves. I think Cooter's getting drunk in the airport bar.
What else can you do?
Yeah, really? Well, you can try to get steps on your pedometer.
Yeah, there you go. Get an exercise in.
I was pulling an overnighter one night. Where was I? Out east somewhere. And I didn't know it, but they actually brought like those big bars down, so you couldn't really access anything. And the one little cafe was closing like at 11. I'm like, crap, because my all nighter was kind of planned because it was going to be an early flight, and there were some crappy people there, like really crappy people, and the place was kind of closing down. And I'm like, crap, this was poor planning. And so I found there was a woman, a young gal, probably about 10 years younger than me at the time. And I found her and I'm like, would you mind if we just kind of hung together? Because there were some seriously crappy people there. And she's like, thank you. I don't mind at all. So we hung together. We hung all night long. And we pretty much, like, if one of us had to go pee, then the other one would stand right there and guard our luggage and stuff. And if one of us fell asleep, the other one would stay awake, kind of thing, right? Because we were surrounded by crappy people. Well, in the morning, we exchanged our business cards before we took off for our flights. No kidding. Her last name was the same as my maiden name. And I'm like, and we were on the East Coast, okay? So it's not like we were like in our hometown or anything that would make sense. And I'm like, oh my God, that's my name. And she's like, oh my God. And then she right away, because we had talked all night long for the most part, right away she guessed my dad's name. And I'm like, yes. And she's like, oh my God. And then there was a point where she had come to our house and stuff. So we hung out at the airport all night as strangers. And then we found out that we were actually, like, I don't know how it works, third cousins or something. It was too funny. Like, her dad was my dad's second cousin or something. Just a little trivia. Not trivia, just a little tangent for y'all. I guess I'm doxing myself. Let's see. I don't know, girl. It's hard to find. I can't send link in chat. Click on a comment on MM that I've made. Oh, is that for I'm a Clover? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can do it. I think I can. I'll click off here. Ah, it won't light up. I can't do it. See, when I flip from, oh wait, there it goes. Maybe I can do it. I am a Clover. Oh, you changed your picture. You changed it, girl. Copy. Switch back. Find StreamYard. And post. Or paste. Not post, paste. Okay, there it is.
Somebody else is advertising in here. Somebody says, any ladies in here looking for a husband?
Who's that? Who said that?
Muay Thai 23. Now he's hitting on Lainey. He wants to take her to Hawaii.
That's pretty bad if you're hitting on people in a Miss Mensa live chat, you guys. Like, I want you to rethink your life, okay? The new normal, I guess. I don't know.
Desperate times.
Oh my gosh, I'm glad you hopped up. Everyone's like, where's Honey Badger? Where's Honey Badger? Where's Honey Badger? I'm like, shut up.
Right.
I hope she starts a channel. That's my pat response. Yeah, I hope she starts a channel. Did she start a channel?
I've just been watching. Just watching.
They're like, where is she? Where is she? Yeah, they're probably out stalking you. Like, where is she? Where'd she go?
Right.
I want to hear the F word.
They want my head.
Well, and I do think some of them were actually not nice people who were trying to kind of act like they were nice. You know what I mean? Because I think they're like, where'd she go? Well, people earlier today, they were going like, talking about another channel saying how she had all sorts of, or not all sorts of them, but they saw a familiar name or something. I thought, no, Honey Badger wouldn't go hopping up there.
Whose channel was it?
I'm like, are you talking about Honey Badger? Because they were already saying, where's Honey Badger? And then people were saying, well, I saw the familiar name in it. So it was tied enough that I'm like, no, I must have read this wrong. Paula
I was
Joiner,
in some live chats last night causing trouble, but that was about it.
Shakur says, I hit on women too, but they never hit back. Paula says, Honey is now a spy.
Probably. Amongst other things, right?
She's probably like a counter, inside out, backwards, upside down.
YCC's got the video. She knows. She's got the codes.
Oh, yeah, because we all know you're Lana.
Right? And she tried saying she apologized to me and all kinds of shit. Like, no, you didn't. And I even tried talking to her when she was making those videos, and she hid my comments from the channel and never responded. Like, okay, so I don't get a voice. You're going to make 4 videos about me, but I can't even say anything on your channel.
Well, the whole way she told this story too is not how it happened. And I've been way too busy lately, so I cannot say exactly how it happened. But I know the way she said it is not how it happened, because I wasn't saying take this down now. I was saying thank you for doing the right thing. Like, okay, I wasn't going to be like, oh, I love you, I'm going to kiss your ass because you did the right thing. I was like, thank you for doing the right thing, because obviously, you know, I mean, I could care. I don't know. The whole thing, she was looking for clickbait. She got her clickbait. You know, probably wouldn't have mattered.
But she went and deleted all of her videos now. She ain't got hardly anything on her channel now. What's that all about?
And then she showed up in the chat the next day when she said she was done. Then she showed up in the chat and started posting shit. And then people are like, this, I think Shenanigan Maker read one of her, one of YC's, or somebody, it wasn't Shenanigan Maker. Somebody read YCC's question. She shows up in the chat after all the shit she pulled, and then she shows up in the chat, and suddenly the day after she supposedly did her farewell, and she's done other stuff too. At least I get emails telling me she's been pulling some other stuff too at the same time with other people. And so somebody read off YCC's question, because I was just ignoring her. I don't care. And I thought, ballsy of you to show up here, you little, you know, whatever. After, because she was playing games. You could tell, like you said, she wouldn't post comments, or she'd delete certain ones, and then she always does that thank you for your comment crap, you know. And so anyway, when the person read YCC's question, I said, I don't respond to YCC. And then,
yeah, that's what she said. I was listening to, I think it was Ima's channel the other day, and she was on there.
Yeah.
And I was like, bullshit, lady, bullshit. And I gave her the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? It was like, okay, whatever.
So she didn't show up here. She showed up there. That's right. I was totally wrong. Yep, she didn't show up here. Okay, I was totally backwards
And
on
they
that.
asked her questions and she just was like totally trying to worm her way out of it. She wouldn't answer, like she wouldn't give like a straight answer, and she had all these excuses. It was like bullshit. Just own your shit. If you're trying to clear your name, own your shit.
Well, and the thing, it was funny because I didn't really like. I think that I'm not sure, but I think that's when I was having lunch, maybe or something. I don't know. It was a limited time thing, and I was just like I didn't even know what to say, but I just said I don't reply or I don't respond to YCC, and
I
then
don't blame you.
and then Iva went right on to the next question. It was so cute. She just went right on to the next comment. And I just thought, oh, that was smooth. I like that. I'm kind of like, next question.
Yeah, who knows with these people anymore? Who knows?
Oh, Ima said that she told her she could come up on her panel. Oh, that makes sense. So that's why she was in there then. Yeah, I had that whole thing backwards. Sorry, you guys. I get so tired from these live chats, and it's all like once we do a live chat, it's all a blur. I couldn't tell you what, the only thing that stands out at this point is the snoring. I still can't believe that's up there. Otherwise, it's just a blur. So I don't know. I think that the whole mock trial thing, though, I think it will be interesting. We narrowed it down to, I don't even know how many witnesses, but like 12, I think, total. And that's it. And then we're going to just have the prosecution that, ask questions and the defense ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone in the live chat is going to be the jury. So I'm sure it'll be full of a bunch of fake profiles.
What time are you doing it?
Probably I think I put it at 7:30, but
Okay, so later.
Yeah, I usually hop on like at 6 or 6:30 or 7 or whatever, but
Yeah, I'll be out of town, but I should be in my hotel by then, I think. So I might be able to
I think
watch.
it'll be a good video though, just as a keeper for the case itself, because I can just imagine both of them putting a lot into covering covering it really well. And that will help newer people if they're coming to the case thinking, oh wow, that's interesting, I want to check this out. I think
Yeah, and it'll also help the trolls with new content.
right, the trolls will be able to hopefully learn a little bit so they can at least pretend that they know something about the case. The ones I don't like too are the ones that get so there's one, she has a southern drawl, and I don't know if it's she like does the head thing, I think there's a name for it where you do the neck thing. Move your head and stuff, like you almost wonder if maybe she's going to hurt herself as much as she moves her head.
Is that the one that puts the camera like really close to her face?
No, but she's funny.
Yeah.
Well, she seems to have a lot of good sources,
But she's out there though. She takes it somewhere way weird. Like she'll be on track with something, and then all of a sudden she just goes off the cliff.
Well, I thought that she was pretty interesting. And I like the fact that she has no vanity whatsoever. It's kind of fun, but then she did the spirit box thing, and I'm like, forget this shit.
Yeah, that was when I was like, ooh.
Once they do the spirit stuff, it's like, I'm not gonna subject myself to that. I'm not gonna expose myself to it. Okay, Melissa says the only thing I'm concerned about is our witness responses. They have to be very well educated on that specific person, but it's not possible to predict what they would respond with. Right. And it's a mock trial, and we've been bribing Danielle with verbal chocolate, with online, pretend chocolate. So we're hoping that we'll be able to get whatever rulings we want. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I wondered about that. When people volunteered for the witness positions, I was kind of like, okay, I don't know that name. So, like, I'm probably stacking the witnesses.
You're going to end up with some psychotic shiner somewhere in there.
Exactly. That's what I was worried about, because I'm like, I've never seen this name before, and they're one of our star witnesses. Okay, this is going to be interesting. But that's kind of what makes a mock trial really fun. And let's face it, there are very few people in here who are shy or quiet. If we see any shit going on the witness stand, we'll be saying so. Plus, we all know so much about the case that if they try to answer it in a different way, just to like pull the wool over our eyes, then we'll be going, impeach this witness. They're lying.
Has anything been responded to with the Frankie GoFundMe stuff? I know people were kind of calling him out and asking him to do a video explaining what's been going on. Has he ever responded to that?
I haven't checked. I have no idea. I haven't checked any of that stuff. I've just been busy. So I don't know. Does anyone in the chat know if there was ever anything said about what happened with that GoFundMe? I wonder if people got their money back.
Well, I don't know, but I know some of the advocates were pissed off about it because they want to see results.
I saw that one little channel and she said, I don't want the money back, but I want to know what you did with it.
Mm-hmm.
That was like about 4 or 5 days
But
ago.
this shit was inevitable. I mean, you know what I mean? If they were going to do this shit, knowing that they were full of it the whole time, then they should be expecting this kind of backlash. You know what I mean? Like you can't fake it forever. Eventually it runs, you know what I mean? It runs its course.
Well, I think that the problem with that particular GoFundMe is that it seemed rather glaring, I think, to most logical thinking people, that if you're going to pass a law, what do you need a GoFundMe for? And then at the same time, they were also talking in making public comments that they needed money in order to get 4 or 5 of us sent to prison for life.
Well, yeah, but you know what? They were kind of glossing over what the money was for. It was like they were begging for it and they had all these reasons why they needed it. And oh my God, they were being victimized. And they were using all that shit as a distraction to really answer the question about what all that shit was about. Because the advocates couldn't even really break it down to explain it. So it almost seemed like a lot of the people were kind of just trusting them. And like, you know, it was like wishy-washy, you know what I mean?
Right, the emotional tug.
Mm-hmm.
Because what happened was the actual message on the GoFundMe itself was pretty generic, claiming they were being harassed and stuff like that. But in the comment threads is where they would say, oh yeah, we're going to get a law, we're going to send people to prison for life, we're going to do this and that. So people were actually asking about it and saying, I'll give you, I remember somebody sent me a copy of a comment where the same profile kept saying, and I'm talking like over a few months, a couple months, because it wasn't just specific to that GoFundMe, but I just gave you money, and next month when I get my check, I'll give you more money, and that's concerning.
I've seen a lot of those comments actually. I've seen a lot of those comments, or people saying that they like put this off and put that off to send them money. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, that's really concerning. And then also, the bare bones bottom dollar is it doesn't take money to get a law, and it doesn't take money to file a police report if somebody's harassing you. And the bare bones facts are I've never harassed anybody. So take me off your stupid list. Stop committing slander, libel, defamation, and IIED and harassment. And, think twice, I think, before you try to convince people in Australia that in the United States that it takes money to have a law or to, file a police report.
Well, and even that right there, their target audience were people who were not in this country. So I think a lot of those people weren't, versed on the laws or the shit that's already in place here.
Right.
I think they just trusted them.
And the target audience were people who do live in countries who do have tighter laws than on speech and on freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
I had one person post a comment because, and again, talk about conflating the issues. Oh my gosh. I made the point that if there's one particular old time scumbag attacker who, Australia, who is, she had a health issue. I clicked on her thingy to see, because her title said about her health issue. I thought, I wonder how that's going for her, She has been absolutely complaining about the healthcare system in Australia to the point that she can't see a doctor. She has to wait for a phone call. She's seriously got this serious health issue. She's being ignored. The doctor treated her like shit. The doctor was nasty. The doctor was, terrible to her. On and on and on. It's called socialized medicine, okay, to the nth degree. And it's the same with Canada. It's the same with the UK. Choices are taken away from people in those countries that in the United States, we do still have some freedom and some choices, right? And so, and then another thing, statistics that clearly show it's pretty consistent that in the UK, 1 in 11 survivors of abuse call for help ignored by law enforcement. 1 in 11. Okay. So I made the point in a live chat that if you're going to be trying to, tell me and us in the United States whether or not, your opinion on whether or not we should be able to discuss true crime cases, I guess if you're coming from a country where you can't see a doctor because you got to get on a waiting list and hope they care, or if you're coming from a country that 1 in 11 survivors of abuse get it flat out ignored by law enforcement, don't go messing with our Constitution. Thank you very much. And so I think these people, so what got conflated in all the crap comments that came on, they're thinking I'm bashing the UK. They're thinking I'm bashing Australia. I'm not. I'm saying keep your hands off of our laws. Like, keep your hands off
Yeah,
of
and try to fix your own shit. Stop worrying about our shit. Worry about your own.
Yeah, and worry about the 1 in 11 who gets flat out ignored after getting beat up and they're calling for help. They get flat out ignored. Go volunteer to a shelter or something. And then the comments they're posting is hilarious because, of course, they're all taking the stance that I'm cutting down the countries or the people in those countries. I'm not. I'm not at all. Yeah, but that's what
You're an online terrorist, Mensa. Admit it.
well, and then so what they're doing in their really static, they try to flood my comment threads routine, and it's so hilarious. Of course, they're all written by the same 1 or 2 people, and each and every one of them is saying we don't have guns. Okay, they're using that as an argument that their country is better. Okay, and so I just keep posting, yeah, you just proved my point, or whatever. I don't like they'll say, I got to see my doctor last month, I don't know what you're talking about, or whatever. So they totally missed the point. They totally conflated into trying to make it sound like I don't like those countries, which I love those countries, whatever. I'm saying stop picking on our laws. Like, go, take care of your own backyard. That's all I'm saying. And once again, I'm the bad guy. They're the victim, right? And then they use the fact that they don't have guns to be an arguing, to be a that it's
Well,
like,
that says it all right there.
exactly, that says it all right there. If you don't have guns, then don't you dare try to touch our laws here. Shakur says, I'd never surrender my peace. Oh my goodness. When I clicked on tonight, I'm like, okay, now remember, they're young, they have energy.
Go
When
get
I
yourself a cup of coffee.
when I go from my desk to my comfy chair, it's like, and I'm in my comfy chair right now, it's like we are risking snoring here probably in the next half an hour.
We got to get somebody to jump up on here so we can
Yeah, so
liven
we
it
can
up a little bit.
pick their brains. Janie says, never mentioned your guns or laws. I just refute your claim that our healthcare system is no good. Janie, nobody said your healthcare system is no good, except if you're in Australia, the person from Australia who is saying that your healthcare system is no good. The point was, if you're going to be a scumbag attacker, which she is, and you live in a country that has shitty healthcare, which she claims she does, then maybe keep your hands off of our laws.
Somebody says we don't have massacres and mass shootings in schools. That's probably true, but a lot of the ones that we have here are just created by the government to make it look a certain way so that they can have a reason to take away our shit. So,
well, and I've got news for you, Summer Breeze. Guess what? I bet you have just as many as any, per capita, whatever. Because when you live in a socialist country, you're not getting the news. In the United States, we are absolutely headline news about everything.
Well, we ain't even really getting the news either. And the news that we do get, there's like a sliver of truth to it. And then there's all this other spin and bullshit leading us in a completely different direction.
You know, I mean, this whole apples to oranges thing is just, that's why I brought it up to begin with. It's like, and again, the people who don't see the history of the attacking crap, right? They look at her videos probably and, oh, she's a sweetheart. She's nice, but she isn't, you know? And so it's hard for me to sit here and go, ah, poor her. They're all excited. Lainey says, we have loads of guns on our streets here. Oh, brother. How did we attract an anti-gun crowd? Paul says, I didn't realize that person was a scumbag attacker. Oh, yeah. If you're talking about the one I'm talking about, if you caught on to that whole health issue, Paul, definite scumbag attacker. I will say this, she has been friendlier, but get this. She invited me up on her panel because everyone in the chat was wanting me up on her panel. I went backstage and she left me backstage and she kept saying, yeah, Mensa, you can come up on panel if you want, knowing full well I was already up on the backstage thing and she was ignoring me. And then she proceeded to lecture me and start in with her subtle bullshit telling me that I was bashing Shanann. I thought, yep. I was thinking maybe with her health issues that maybe she was kind of getting nicer. Nope. She's part of the pack. And that's the other thing, Honey Badger. I think the scumbags are pulling out who they think are like their better players. They're more experienced ones, you know, who have been doing it for a while longer.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it seems like they do like rotate them. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like they can't really have them doing it for too long because I think it draws too much attention. So they have to change it up. And there's like those solid players that are always there. And then like the little ones come and go.
Right. Exactly. I do, though. I think they kind of pull them out of the woodwork and go, hey, you want to team up for this? We've got a 6-month stint, you know?
But they're getting theirs because, you know, they've been getting a run for their money for the past couple of years. So I'm sure it causes them a lot of stress and probably makes their workload twice as heavy. So screw them.
Back to the thing that Paul said about not realizing it. That's the other part about them disappearing for a while, because then they come back with like a new hairdo and a softer tone of voice, you know, and people don't realize what they've done. They don't realize the crap they've pulled.
Like Laura Keck, you remember, like in the beginning, she had on like a sweater. She looked like a librarian with glasses. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then she joined the Molly Golightly crew and she bleached blonde her hair. She's got her boobs hanging out and she's cussing. I mean, she was always kind of raunchy, but she got worse when she hooked up with that crew.
Right. Yeah. Back when she was telling her subs that somebody had to bury me 6 feet under and make sure I never popped up again. That was before I was even on YouTube, and I had never heard of her before. No clue what their program was.
But she's been around for a long time too, doing this shit. But she's come a long way. I'll give her that. But she's still a nightmare.
They evidently have the contract or whatever to, you know, and we know who she's connected to.
Right. But see, like people like her, they can only use her for certain things because she's not really that intelligent, but she can start fights and she can scare people. So I think that's kind of why they keep people like her around.
Right. Right. They all have different roles.
Mm-hmm.
I was really surprised. There's somebody who's heavily involved with this whole Lana, Colorado thing. Her name is on the credits at the end of that little video. And I was shocked, really shocked.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm not that shocked, but I'm, you know, Sister Knives? I think didn't
I see her in your chat before or somebody's chat over here?
Yep. She came right here with us.
She's probably the one collecting the information from your channel and giving it to them, so they got shit to talk about.
not only that, but she's been collecting information from me for a couple of years. She's actually, you would flip if you knew who she was.
I'm sure I would, but I probably wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, and as I was gonna say, I was surprised when I saw her name in the credits, but then I was like, yeah, and I just had this thing like, yeah, I know that's Sister Knives, right? And sure enough, we left that live chat before it was over, the Lana one. Came back here, I started the after party thing for it, and people came in, and she was right here right away, and she was like trying to like do crowd control kind of
Oh,
information
Jesus.
control. And so I said I think it's really interesting that Sister Knives is right here on our heels, wanting to make sure she's getting the word in. So, and that's why I said earlier, I think the more we call this crap out, the better.
Well, you know what? All these people are going to burn their own shit. You know what I mean? Like anybody who's been involved in anything or anybody who has ill intentions, like it's going to come back. You know what I mean? It will. And it has. And I've watched it happen over and over and over again with these people.
Well, and just hit the point of pity too, because how sad is that to have such a shit life that you're I guess
But that's the thing. This is what they got. You know what I mean? So for these people to lose or be on the wrong side of it is probably detrimental. It's probably the biggest thing some of these people have ever been involved in.
But I mean, to have to be mean to people, like if they're going to be a part of something, is that all they know is to fight? Is that all they know is to lie?
Yeah, well, because that's what they got. That's what they're bringing to the table. They can't debate you. They can't have an intelligent conversation because they're not capable of doing it. So what do they resort to? They resort to bashing.
And I guess, is there a way for us to teach them there's a better way to
Yeah,
live?
you tell them to go fuck themselves, like Laura Keck. I told her, don't talk to me like that, you fucking ignorant pig. And she called me a retard. Like, what the fuck, bitch? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna. Ugh.
She used that word seriously?
Yeah. And then, of course, like with her, she'll snap at people and people don't say nothing to her. It's like, fuck that. You ain't going to talk to me like that. I told her straight out in the chat, fuck you, pig. And she didn't say another fucking word to me. And I kept picking on her till Molly told her she needed to go to bed.
Well, she shouldn't be using that word because that's just not okay. You
well,
know?
She has, the brain capacity of a fucking hairdryer. That's all she's got is just being nasty. That's what she brings to the table. She's like a fucking rabid dog in a wig and bad makeup.
You know who else she's connected to, right? Or no?
She's connected to a lot of people in this community.
Yeah, I mean, on the dark side. She's, according to Brian St. John, she's the one who basically, her and Molly Golightly basically sent shit. Well, Molly Golightly sent the crap to him, basically threatening him that they were going to expose the whole thing about stuff that he had in his life,
Well, then that's pretty sad if Brian St. John was intimidated by those two. You know what I mean? You gotta just be smarter than them broads. Like, his shit's already out there.
What happened is that he basically called out Molly Golightly and refused to take her calls. And Molly Golightly was burning up. This is according to him. Molly Golightly was burning up his phone all night long, and he was ignoring her. And then all of a sudden, Keck contacts Brian and goes, Brian, would you like to appear on my show? Because, he's the expert on the Routier case, right? And then in the first 2 seconds of that show that night, because that's all that happened, Molly Golightly couldn't get to him. So she had Keck do it for her, because they're tied right at the hip or glued at the hip. So during the first 2 seconds of the show, this whole thing is so that she can discuss the case of Darla Routier, right? She couldn't even pronounce Routier. She had no idea what the kid
she's terrible, man. She's totally terrible. And she beefs it up. Like, she builds it up like she knows what the hell she's talking about. And then intelligent people who come in there and say, no, you're wrong. She bumps them out of there, cusses them out, has her people attack them. That's how these people operate.
Exactly. That's how they all operate. All of them. I mean, the list is long.
But I mean, you got to be, no offense, but you got to be a little smarter. That if you're getting involved with people like that, come on, use your brain.
Well, when Brian St. John sent me that the text that he showed me, the stuff that Molly Golightly had sent him about his personal stuff, I just thought, oh my gosh. And I told him, I said, be careful. These people are connected. There's another one too that is connected. The one who supposedly got swatted, but her dog never barked. And she's like, well, he's older. He's hard of hearing. After she got through saying that her house was surrounded by something like 10 cop cars or something. And she's like, yeah, he's older. He's hard of hearing. So he didn't hear all the cars and all the police. So he didn't bark. Because, it always happens right during their live, right? And I'm like, why didn't your dog bark? And they were probably like, shit, never thought of that.
They don't, yeah, that's the thing, is they're not that smart. Like, they're smart enough to pull this shit off, but like in the immediate, it looks a certain way. But as days go by and people pick it apart, or they have their own inconsistencies and all this other bullshit, it all comes out. So it's like, why would you even like ruin, you know what I mean? Like, why would you put your ass out there like that? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Well, and like the belly dancer in the kitchen, she was diagnosing people, and she's like, yeah, I have my degree in psychology. I'm diagnosing. I'm qualified to diagnose. And I said, no, you aren't. You have to actually do your, training underneath somebody who is licensed, and then you actually have to be licensed to do this. She's like, well, I don't think so. I have my degree. And she just kept right on it going.
Yeah, well, again, we're dealing with a lot of loonies, I think. You know what I mean? A lot of these people aren't they're not all there, and they're getting preyed upon by these other people. And then these are the people that are getting used to do all this stupid shit. And then it's like, oh yeah, well, think about it. She belly dances in her kitchen. No wonder she said that stupid shit.
Well, there's nothing wrong with belly dancing in your kitchen.
Yeah, but if it's her in that kitchen,
But
with the weird husband sitting in the background and the cat's tearing up her shit.
Well, the other part of it too is I think that they honestly believe whatever the scumbag recruiters are telling them.
That's the thing. They're feeding each other. They're feeding these people. They're like building them up. You know what I mean? And then they're taking advantage of them.
And then they're telling them what to say. And they're saying, like, well, just say you're a psychologist and that'll work out just fine. And don't worry, everything's fine. And so they go, okay, yeah, I'm a psychologist.
Yeah, but again, they don't think it through. It's like, yeah, that was a bad mistake. That didn't age well.
Well, and then, like you said before, they rotate. They just keep rotating.
And it doesn't matter. I mean, they create so much noise that a lot of this stuff it gets lost. You know what I mean? Like, people are like with like Daniel Bishop, for example, like there's probably people right now who are following his channel that have no idea what he was doing 2 years ago. You know what I mean? They probably wouldn't even think for a second he would do that. Well,
and the same thing with that Amber too. Same thing. She comes out like she's some kind of, mother of the year or something. And evidently, if people believe that, then they missed the show 2 years ago. I remember when we were just kidding. It wasn't even a live chat or anything. And I don't even think it was me who said it, but somebody joked. I can't remember who. Somebody joked. I don't know. Maybe it was back in the day when Granny Fanny was posting comments all over. Remember him? He was posting stuff about cats and stuff like that. I think it was him who said something like, how's that pole dancing? And I think he was just being a smart aleck, okay? Well, then it turned out evidently that really offended her because there are a lot of good pole dancers and she's good at it. And,
God.
It was like, oh my gosh, that was like probably the wrong little joke there because, it hit too close to home.
Yeah, but this is what they do. All of them. And then people don't, like, all these new people have no clue. They have no clue.
Exactly. And then I come across as if I'm just hyper focused on people who, have done me wrong or whatever.
Right.
No, these people are still crawling out of the woodwork. They're, when you see a thing in your live feed and you see 3 of the scummiest of all sitting there acting, and you can tell, like I said, they have a new hairstyle, they might be wearing clothes this time. And, they try to put on this whole new image. Well, I'm sorry, if you're going to be threatening and harassing, calling my house in the middle of the night, harassing my children, flying across the country and parking alongside my road, then pretty much you're a scumbag attacker. no matter whether or not you put a shirt on or not. And if you don't know what that means, then you are newer to the. Remember?
Yeah, those were good days. Good days.
Oh my gosh.
The shit show.
Well, and it was actually hell because so many of the people who have pulled the crap that they've pulled, they are truly evil, and they say that they're evil. They admit that they're evil. They admit that they worship evil beings. They're proud of it. I mean, there was a real point there where it was like, what did they do? Just like tap into some kind of, strange, I don't know. And then they had the army wives too. Remember them?
Oh yeah.
There for a while.
Oh yeah.
Until that one got sentenced and she was crying at her sentencing hearing, or she wasn't. She was crying while the defense lawyer was reading her thing because she was crying too much, so she couldn't read her own thing. And her statement to the court was she was so sorry, she didn't know that what she was taking part in was wrong. She was threatening people. I'm sorry, if you're going to be threatening people, then maybe it's wrong. And that's why I say so many of these people are just like emotionally so stunted in their growth. Shenanigan Maker says, what's due process? She's playing with us. She knows what it is. Oh, I don't know what they're talking about. Something about a young girl victim. Maybe one of those cases.
Yeah, I really haven't been paying attention to too many other cases lately.
I know, I especially like with the weather and everything. This time of year is a busy time anyway.
Well, just this shit is exhausting. It's kind of like it's hard to even want to even get into something else because all this noise,
Right, but I do think it's important to keep it out front because if we don't, and I don't mean you and me, I mean like all of us who are thinking, breathing, actual people who are discussing the cases, as opposed to like here for whatever gang activity, if if we don't keep it right up front and discuss it and share with others what we've learned and stuff, then I think that's the only way they can make any headway without their trying to scare people into silence and everything, and using all the fake profiles to make it look like they actually have more people involved than they do and stuff like that.
I agree. I think that people just need to keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it because eventually something's going to break. Something will break if people just keep pressing the issue.
Well, and if you think about it, if I'm right at my guess of 38 people, if it could be there are 38 scumbag attackers who are taking part in all these illegal acts, okay, and just scumbag acts, if it's 38 people and they each are trying to manage 50 accounts or whatever, or 50 profiles, which it wouldn't surprise me a bit because you see they rotate right through them. They have one or two writers on board. They're probably like trying to sell their work to the families, right? Like, creating all whatever crap and then talking the families into paying them money to help them, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There could be some serious money going on.
There probably is.
That plus what they get. Look at Zav Girl. Who's going to give Zav Girl $100? Seriously?
Yeah, I agree. Well, even with the Lana and the Jays for Justice stuff, another thing that I noticed that rubbed me the wrong way was they were getting like $50 donations in their chat.
So
and when I see that shit, when I see big donations coming in that equal up to like $400 or $500 a night, that tells me they're getting paid to make that video, and that's how they're getting paid, and they're just doing it by laundering the money through different accounts.
That's how they're getting paid. Exactly. I told you about that one, the one who got swatted and her dog never barked. She sat there in a chat one time, bored, silly, or no, it wasn't her. It was the other one, the one who just got into all that St. Jude crap, I think.
Diane.
It was either Diane or else it was the dog that didn't bark one. Dang it, it was a while back. But they sat there bored silly. You could tell they didn't have anything to say. It was hilarious because I'm like, what's going on? They're waiting to get paid. They're waiting to get paid. Sure enough, someone came in, dropped $100 super chat, and they're like, thank you. And the live chat
I've
was
seen
over.
that too on channels where they're saying, oh yeah, just make sure you pay the moderators or just make sure you do this. I've seen that many a times. Because
Yep, and
nobody's like, seriously, like who's gonna pay Zav Girl or like people like that for anything to that degree? You know what I mean?
well,
Like,
and that's how they are getting paid. Remember Molly Golightly and her handler?
oh yeah.
Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
That's how they're getting paid. And
But
this
yeah,
is
after I seen that with Lana and Jay's for Justice, I was like, just all of that just rubbed me the wrong way. All the shit pertaining to the money. And especially you're coming out of the gate with it. Like, come on, man. Oh, well, you know, everybody else pays for lies. Why don't you pay for the truth? Fuck that. You can get the truth for free online. Just fucking look for it.
well, and it's YouTube. It's YouTube.
Exactly.
You know, that's ridiculous. That's like going to a park and then wanting to find someone to pay admission to. You know, if you go to your park down by the water and there are no gates, there are no fences, there are no anything, it's wide open, you park and you walk up, right? You go to the beach. Are you going to spend your day looking for someone who'll take $10 to let you in? No, it's free.
Right.
But that's what they do. And that's what the whole scam is. You know, the idea that they can even convince other people who they're data mining. They know whether or not somebody's on disability, or they're trying to find out whether or not someone's on disability. And a lot of people who are on disability seem to be offering up that information. And some
Mm-hmm.
of those people who are offering it up are actually part of the scam because they want to offer it up so that other people who are on disability feel more comfortable to say that they're on disability. This is just like the crap MLMs who are instructing their people to go on social media to try to find people who it's their birthday so you can wish them a happy birthday, people you don't even know, or try to find people you can strike up a conversation with. So perfect thing, if someone goes in and if what they want are vulnerable people who are maybe, stuck at home, can't work for whatever reason, they're disabled, and they're on a limited fixed income, yeah, guess what? They might figure the statistics show that they might be apt to, 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, be able to get some money out of that person. And that's disgusting. It's despicable. So if you see any kind of weird super chats as far as where it looks like, whoa, they just got their payment for the night, then run like hell.
And then another thing is, if they're pulling some bullshit, they're risking like pretty much like ruining their names and their reputations all for what? You know what I mean? Like if they're pulling some garbage, they're going to be jokes. You know what I mean? They're going to be like the
The
next
thing
Shirley
is,
Taylor.
when they ruin their entire reputation, then they just disappear for 6 months and come back after they get their hair cut.
Right, exactly.
They put a different shirt on and get their hair cut. I mean, I won't say the name of the channel, but there is video out there of a channel creator who tries to act like she knows everything, who was humping a dog.
Yeah, I seen that one. That was terrible.
And yet, put on a fresh face and talk a little bit like you took an etiquette class or
But
something.
they just ignore it. They ignore it when the shit gets called out. Even when people call them out on their bullshit, they ignore it, or they pretend like they don't know what they're talking about, or they block them from the chats. Like there was a guy I seen a video the other day with Molly Golightly and some dude that she paid to make videos for her going after Diane, okay? And something must have happened, and the guy and Golightly got into it, and he busted her out and showed the messages between them where she was saying, yeah, destroy her, this and that, whatever. So then he gets on a live stream to call her out, and she acts like she don't know who he is. She's like, I don't know you. Do I know you? Let me look through my phone. Wait, what's your number? Say your number out loud. He's like, I'm not going to say my number on here. What do you mean you don't know me? She was totally trying to like pretend like she didn't even fucking know this guy.
Well,
So
she
he
did
made a
that with
video
me.
showing her phone number, showing the conversations.
She
He
did that
was
with
just some
me, remember?
random who wasn't in the community. She just paid a random guy to make these videos for her.
Remember when I said, who hired you to attack me?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, I don't even know who you are. You're irrelevant. I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you before. You only had 78 members, remember?
Yeah, she plays stupid. I mean, she's done some fucked up shit, and people come at her all the time. She just blocks them from her channel, you know. And then
Well,
if somebody makes a video about it, she's like, "Oh, I'm being victimized. They're attacking me. They're jealous of me. They just want to be me, you know, just obsessive."
well,
She's whacked out of her mind.
what she would have done well to do, I think she should have left, like she disappeared for quite a while. When she came back, she should have actually just been a decent human being.
Yeah, but she's not though. You know what I mean? Like these people aren't. They can't contain themselves for that long. And then, you know, these are hustles. These people are hustling. This is what they do. So of course they're, you know, she's not going to leave this platform. She's just going to try a different hustle. Like look at how many times Miss Analyzer's been caught up. And she just still pops up. And then people like forget what she did. You know what I mean? Like she kisses everybody's ass till they like let her back in the circle. And then she does it all over again.
Yeah, but they could make more money going straight.
You would think, but these people aren't. I mean, if this is what they're choosing to do, you know what I mean? Like, this is a lot of headache and pain in the ass and constantly having people coming at you. And like, I couldn't even imagine like having to deal with that, being all paranoid and constantly bouncing around. Like, that's like not really a good existence you want to be having to deal with.
Well,
So,
that's what I mean. It's like the way they act, they're kind of like a prostitute at a truck stop, right? It's like there's a better way to live. You know, there's a
right.
better way to
But
live.
I don't think they know that. I don't think they know. I think what they think they're doing is going to get them somewhere. And this is why they're here on this platform doing it. You know what I mean? Like these people think they're fucking famous.
Well, it's really sad. Like even I was saying earlier about Alice Cooper, I really believe she would have a really good dollar store show. Like she could really build an actual dollar store show because those women love her. The handful of them who are loyal, there's like 40 of them. They love her. She should take her core, actual real life subs, not the, you know, not the high numbers, but yet she only had 40 in her chat. That makes no sense, right? If she has 34,000 subs, she should have more than 40 people in her chat by accident. Okay.
But I don't really think like she's like those people that are over there are like fucking hostages. She like bullies them to be over there. And like I think that's the only reason why they're there is because they like doing that shit. I don't necessarily think that she's like into all she might be into it, but I don't think like she's not respectable with the people that are around her. She doesn't appreciate that. You know what I mean? She kind of like I don't know, it's weird with her. But she's trying to be something she's not. And it's kind of embarrassing to watch her because, you know, she's supposed to be like this true crime, whatever. And, you know, she sucks. I'm sorry, she does. She doesn't really discuss cases.
I really think if all she has is 40 loyal, really super loyal, she might have 200 who are semi-loyal. She might have 500 who are occasionally loyal. But if she has that core 40 of loyal, she could start with them. That would be a seed. That's all she needs. That's her seed. She could build a very successful channel.
But I don't think she knows how to do that organically, like being herself. She's not being herself. She has to like bully people. You know what I mean? Like she's a certain kind of personality if you haven't noticed. You know what I mean? Like, she's a certain kind of way.
Well, remember, she says I have an 8th grade education and a fat pinky toe.
Which is probably herself talking about herself. You know what I mean?
Which is really sad. I mean, she would do so much better in the dollar store. But it's a core issue. These people evidently have never received a good
dollar store channels don't make a shit ton of money. Harassing people online and spreading disinformation probably does.
Well, I'm saying though she could build it. You know what I mean? I don't think these people...
I agree, but this is not a platform for people with good intentions. That's what I'm trying to say. Like doing good or trying to do good, like it all turns into something else. You know what I mean? It just never, there's not a lot of wholesome stuff going on this platform. And the things that you think are wholesome are really like a front for other shit and other, it's just, I don't know. YouTube is a very, very strange beast. It's just,
Well,
it's strange and
we need
it's
to
not,
offer, I think we need to offer a safe haven for these people if they want to change their ways.
yeah, but anywhere on the internet, people will infiltrate. They just will. They just will. They go in and they want to take advantage. That's how these people are.
Okay, well, if that won't work to offer them a safe haven or to try to encourage them on how to go straight, then maybe what we could do is tell them to leave because they're not true crimers.
I mean, because think about it. A lot of people start off on this platform like doing the right thing and have good intentions, but then it doesn't pay, right? So then they're like, okay, well, what can I do to make this work? Because I have a following now and, you know, I've been doing it. I put this work into it. They end up kind of like, you know, selling their soul, so to speak, to kind of like be able to operate on the platform and make money. That's usually what happens. Like there's a lot of even like people who've, I don't know how to explain it, but I see it with a lot of different creators who had really good intentions starting off, and then they basically had to just go with the flow just to be able to maintain and keep their spot.
Well, Kathy Jo just said witness protection program, but they have to turn in the Star Trek chair.
Yeah, right. They're gamer chairs.
Because remember too how we've noticed in the past, I think, how they seem to pick people with criminal records.
Right, yeah.
I had forgotten about that. But they do, there's a high percentage of these yahoos who have criminal records. And they'll talk about drug abuse issues and they didn't have custody of their kids and they are, you know, they're in the middle of whatever, blah, blah, blah. So that could be it too, that they're, you know, they get the dirt on someone like they did with the one when they got Brian to do that.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually discussing the case and actually interested in finding out about the case. And man, they had to shut that down quick because they know how he talks about cases, you know. He'll say anything. He doesn't care.
Yeah, but I was actually surprised that he fell into that trap. I mean, there isn't anything that hasn't been said about him that wasn't already out there. You know what I mean?
I was surprised too because he was a bit of a pain in the butt with the Darla Routier stuff, but I never minded him. My group didn't want him in there because he would always be fighting. Like he would always have to be right and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not that bad of a guy right up until the time he started his bullshit. Once he started his bullshit, he had a following of people who actually gave a shit what he thought about true crime cases. And once he hooked up with Keck, it was gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they sabotaged him.
Yep. Well, yeah, they probably didn't want him on the other side, right? They had to do what they had to do to get him. But he didn't even see it how they tried to ruin him. And they did. I mean, remember his last video?
Mm-hmm.
It was a total, I mean, I am glad he put a shirt on. That's good. But, you know, sorry, you don't come back from that. Especially the whole idea that you would go on with the one with the dog video and then the other one with her, you know, 6 feet under, blah, blah, blah. Like, really? There are so many panels out there that would have had him on to actually discuss the case if he wanted to dig in and learn the case. He could have joined that all male thing where they're trying to act like they're, you know, somewhat well versed on the case.
Mm-hmm.
He could have hopped up there just fine and had a good place to land, right? He doesn't have to, but maybe he does. Maybe he owes them money. You know, maybe if they're
there's probably something there. There's probably something there.
Maybe that's something that they're doing with the super chat stuff. Maybe they'll float people money here and there to kind of keep them trapped. Maybe, I don't know, but something's going on with all that super chat stuff because there's no way anyone's going to be, you know, feeling compelled to drop $100 bill for
Right, like it's just ridiculous. And half the time they do this shit, they're not even discussing anything of value. They're always pulling some drama or calling somebody out or starting a fight. You know what I mean? So that's
Right.
usually majority of what I've seen. Or they're making a video that counteracts something else that somebody's saying.
Right. Here's a
But yeah,
comment.
I seen that with Jay is for Justice, and I was like, yeah, that's bullshit right there. Like if these people are, you know, if you already have to pay for all this shit, why are you throwing them $50 here, whatever here?
Right, and remember that one guy who was hooked with J is for Justice and with Olney and all them? John, I think. He all of a sudden, I mean, I've never spoken to him. He all of a sudden did this video telling people that I was saying that he should not be buying his kid an Xbox or something.
What?
And I've never said any such thing ever.
You
And
know what though? But I think a lot of them just try to pick fights with you. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Because if you're going off on your channel about that shit, you're not talking about, you know, the case.
well, I think too that was when they were all piling on. They needed me to stop talking about Munchausen by proxy. You know, if I talk about the battered male syndrome or Munchausen by proxy or twins or Indiana for a month and a half, you know,
Mm-hmm.
anytime I'm talking about anything like that, then it's like, yeah, Mensa'S trying to tell me not to spend money on an Xbox. It's like, what?
Right, like that matters. Yeah, these people are whacked out of their minds. They're just doing what they're told. They don't care. That's the problem. And a lot of these people are really compromising themselves and a lot of other people by just being paid to read somebody else's words. And then a lot of these people don't realize that, like, if you're speaking somebody else's words and that's not how you feel and that shit comes back to you, like you're the one that has to take accountability for it. Nobody else.
Well, and if they're going to be okay with piling on, you know, they're not 10, 11, 8, 9, whatever, you know.
Right.
These people who call themselves adults and they're okay with that, that's just really weird. I mean, that's a sad statement of affairs, I think, for our mental health system.
Yeah, no shit.
And even back to the case, I do think she was on disability, and I do think she lived her life on social media. So there we have it, folks. You know,
Right.
I wonder,
Exactly.
I wonder if she had the free unlimited plan on her government issued phone.
Well, wasn't there something too where she talked about getting a handicap placard or something?
Yep, she was bitching because she had to wait in line.
Yeah, right. So people just look past all this stuff, like, you know what I mean? Like all these little things add
Exactly,
up to something.
exactly. And I think too that the claims that were made were always things that would be like not just this is the test for this, yes or no. You know,
Well, and too, I think they put shit out there, and I don't think that they really real. I think that they forget that like people are going to dig into it because that's what happened initially was they were just throwing all kinds of shit out there, and then people started like looking into it. And I don't really think that they expected to have to put this much work and effort into it, you know, because everybody is kind of like worn out. People have, even the assholes have put a lot of work into shutting down the conversation and all this other shit. I mean, this has just been a crazy ride for everybody. Like even Critical K, like as much as I don't like her, like I can see kind of where she's coming from. Like, you know, even though she's doing nefarious shit and probably not her own research and whatever, she has been invested in it. So, you know, she's pissed about it. And of course, anything that has anything to do with money and her name isn't on it, she's gonna be bitching about it and talking shit. But I can see like the outrage in the community because there's been so many people like dealing with this shit on a day-to-day basis for so long, and everybody's just getting jostled around and lied to and manipulated. And you still there? Did we lose her? Hello, Mensa. Oh shit, she's gone. Well, comment, shenanigan maker. Let's go. Get up here. Where'd she go, Miss Mensa? Is she in the chat? Uh-oh. Somebody come up here. Oh, we can't. We don't even have a link. She dipped, huh? Hey, Missy, how are ya? There's all kinds of people coming in here now. Mensa must have gone to make a red sack on the other channel. Cooter Brown, how's the airport treating you? I miss you guys too, Misty. Been busy. Samantha, how are you? Biden's gun policy. Ha ha.
Hey guys, are you still in here? Can you hear me? Okay, good. Guess what just happened? I got an error message. All of a sudden my computer went and I got an error message, okay? And so my computer goes down and then I had to do this thing. It said something oh shoot, there was a message. Something process and then it said died. But get this. When I was clicking back on, I was waiting for the page to refresh or whatever. So I clicked on my inbox. Somebody has filed privacy complaints on YouTube saying that they're me. Let that one sink in. Somebody has filed 2 privacy complaints saying that they're me. This is weird. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. So some scumbag attacker has filed privacy complaints with YouTube claiming to be me. I'm thinking that they don't like having an actual discussion going on the case of Christopher Watts. No, if you didn't hear me earlier, all of a sudden my computer had an error message and it had to do something. It did the thing, 5%, 10%, da da da, got up to 100%, and then it shut down, and then it started up, and then I had to refresh the pages. But anyway, I clicked on my email, and somebody has filed 2 separate privacy complaints to YouTube claiming that they're me. And based on the content that they're reporting, I think it pretty much tells us exactly which scumbag attackers they are. This is really sad. I wish that all these people who are spending so much time trying to harm innocent people, I wish they would actually put their energy to good use. You know? I don't know. My computer crashed, or I don't know if crashed is the right word, but it went to this error message thing. Oh, shenanigan maker, you're funny. I don't know. I have confirmation emails of my privacy complaint, 2 of them. Both of them are on one video on on a different channel, and it's a confirmation email that they'll be reviewing it. So it's crap. It's total crap. They're plugging in my email to file on a video that they don't like, evidently. They're scumbags. I'm telling you, they're psycho scumbags. And that's the other thing that I've noticed over the last 2.5 years. They do use people to do the psycho scumbag stuff who have 0 assets, limited brain activity. I mean, they seriously. Well, that probably wouldn't surprise me if they were hacked into my email. They have hacked into my email before. They've hacked into my Facebook. I'm just looking at it. Very weird. I can see exactly who it is who's behind it based on the video that they're trying to have struck down. These people are disgusting. They're just psychos. It's a video that's on Set the Record Straight's channel that's actually talking about the scumbag attackers. So they have me reporting it. They have get the irony here. They have me reporting a video on Set the Record Straight's channel, and they're using my email and claiming to be me to do it. And I will say this, that guys know how I talked about how surprised I was to see a certain name on the credits of the J is for Justice video, the Lana video. That particular person is very tightly involved with the scumbag attackers who are pulling this now. That's why it's really hard if you're kind of newer to this whole thing. There's 2.5 years, man. 2.5 years of these people doing nothing but trying to harm innocent people. Yep, Sammy, you're right. You nailed it. Oh, I think you nailed it too, Shenanigan Maker. I don't know where HB went. She probably figured that I was snoring or something. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't think about that with my computer going down. So, not to sound like Mary Marlowe or anything, but maybe they did do something to hop into the computer, right? I wonder if she got dropped off too. Interesting. Misty says, "Do you get scared ever, MM?" I don't get scared of the psycho attackers. I actually feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for all the channel creators that are spending their time pretending to themselves that they're some kind of little star, or that they're going to be a star, or that they're going to make money doing what they do. Because I'll tell you something, if you can only make money by trying to harm innocent people, you got issues, girl. I don't feel sorry for them based on the terrible things that they've done, but I do feel sorry for them overall as a group, that they would have such a low standard for themselves and for each other, that they would ever think that trying to harm innocent people would be a good way to spend their time. Samantha, I'm a firearms instructor. And I don't take shit, so whatever. The light says, "What are you doing right now? Leave this family be." Oh, do you mean the Watts family who I've been standing up for while a bunch of scumbag attackers are harassing them? Is that what you're talking about? The light? The light, my ass. Oh my goodness, Shenanigan Maker. Yeah, the light's pretty much showing it. Yeah, you're everywhere, all right, except here, asshole. Yep, lights out. I think if yeah, I turn the light off, Freudian slip. I think that if somebody chooses the fake profile name The Light, pretty much we can tell they're projecting. No pun intended. No, Cooter. The light got booted out. Well, one thing that they try to do with their stupid little chants, is they try to get the waters murky of where their souls begin and whatever. And I don't put up with any of that shit. Any of it. Happens every time, Paula. Happens every time. I think it might have to do with the time of death. You know, why are they reacting, right? I think it has to do with the time of death. Interesting, though, the timing of how the chat went down. It looks like Honey Badger got booted too, right? This is weird. And then a couple of emails from YouTube with somebody who evidently either hacked into my email or at the very least they're using my email to file crap reports. Let's see here. That's really too bad. I hope that both of their husbands get them the help they need. But it sounds like their husbands pretty much just avoid them. So I don't know. Well, the two of them, work together. Too bad. I don't know if it went down too or not. I don't know. It's just weird for that to have happened. And then to see those emails like that, that's pretty strange. Misty says, will they ever stop the harassment is unreal. Well, whoever's paying them, I would think would get tired of paying them sooner or later. Yeah, really, Paula, that had to have been kind of surreal. The first live chat ever without anybody on the panel. And you guys are troopers, man. You kept the conversation going. Lainey, that's a good point. I stared at it, but I'm not sure how to tell for sure. I wondered that too. I stared at it too. Let's see. I don't know. I wonder if her computer got the same error message because it was a bad message. It was something process and then it said died. And I mean, all of a sudden my computer wasn't working. And then it had this little error message with like one of those things like you scan. I'm kind of curious if she's going to pop back on here. Because if her computer went down the same time my computer went down, I think we need to have some scary music in the background, you know? Just for the fun of it. How sad is that, seriously? I remember seeing screenshots of a scumbag attacker who had hacked into whatever and found my location and, so proud of themselves because they found my location. Like, I've only been doxxed about 100 times. So I don't know why they went through all of that to, Oh, she did say she was hopping off, so that means she didn't just go down then. So that's good. Oh, wait a minute, Wanda. I read it wrong. You said it's not like she said, okay, I'm hopping off. So she was just gone all of a sudden? That'll be weird. I hope if she comes on back up that, yes, the critical process died. When a critical component of Windows detects that data has been modified when it should not have been. Ooh. Ooh. So they might have hacked in. Isn't that interesting? So hold up here. So they might have hacked into my email and filed the complaint from my email then. No, because they would have filed the complaint from right through YouTube. Heather says these are the days of our lives. So as the world turns, look for the guiding light. And then there's General Hospital and all my children. Well, Paula, they don't have any power here at all. Not at all. We don't allow any of that as far as like we refute their energy. Well, one of the scumbag attackers who is really a low life, really bad, she tells people that she's an expert computer hacker. Too bad she doesn't turn it into a paying job. Oh, I don't have to, Sean's princess. I'm protected. I refute any of their energy, period. This is what I've said to you guys. Always pray for protection. Always know that you are protected and they can't touch you. Oh my goodness, is Shenanigan Maker gone? No way. No way. She would have said something. So they're probably, oh wait, here she is at 10:47. Maybe she's like working on something. Exactly. Always pray for protection. And if you go to any of the channels where they have like any of the weird emblems or any of the weird, backdrops or whatever, and they're playing the music and stuff, if it's a video you want to watch and it's just someone like, not someone talking, but it's a video of like different words, different messages, then just turn the music off, because a lot of the music that they choose is music you shouldn't be listening to. I mean, you can listen to it, of course, but just be careful not to sit there and watch a video where the music is really repetitive and really kind of out there. Oh man, I was kind of hoping Honey Badger would hop back up. I hope they didn't hack in. I'll tell you, if I was gonna, which I would never be, but if I was gonna like give any of these idiots any advice, I think I would advise them to probably not pick on people like Honey Badger. I have a feeling she doesn't take any crap. Well, if you notice the backdrops on their profiles and stuff, just, a lot of them aren't like they'll choose that one with that skyscraper. Oh, good. Good, shenanigan maker. Did your computer go down? Oh, you're a songwriter. Oh, oh, you guys are too funny. Shenanigan maker, were you here when I was saying about the emails I got? The scumbag attackers used my email to report one of Set the Record Straight's videos, saying that I reported it as a privacy complaint. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Well, what they also are probably trying to do, not only do they probably want Set the Record Straight to remove whatever videos, but what they're probably trying to do is to get Set the Record Straight to be mad at me if they can try to make it look like I filed a privacy complaint, which is, again, a sign of stupidity, because if I was like going to say, wow, I don't think that video should be up, I would put it right in the comments and say, I don't think that video should be up, right? Which is another thing that the scumbag attackers do. They try to get people fighting all the time. I can't stand that I had to use your, but I ran out of room. Oh, exactly. But in the meantime, if YouTube reviews it and removes it, right? I mean, the whole thing is ridiculous. Exactly, I know. But that's how ridiculous they are. And I do find it interesting that the very same scumbag attackers who started the attacks are all jumping You know, they've got the same exact gang of attackers that started the attacks back in 2018. I want to see the song. I am wondering about Honey Badger, though. I wonder if they somehow hacked into it. She changed her logo. Okay, let me see here. I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, I think I can. Let's see. What's that called again? Revelation or something? I think it's Revelation. I'll just go Chris Watts and it'll come up. If I type it. I put in the last hour and it didn't come up, so I'll go in the last day. Chris Watts' mom's friend is back. Discovery Files, pages 578. Chris Watts. Released Chris Watts' house. Ronnie Watts in Colorado. Oh, here's our live chat. Chris Watts 35C. No. Sunday afternoon chat. 3 lazy dogs. Proof against lies. Here it is. Oh, she's live now, you guys. Okay, let's do this. Let me find StreamYard. She's live now, you guys. Okay, you know what we should do? Yeah, it says breaking. It always says breaking. Let's do this. Let's go ahead. I am worried about Honey Badger, though. I was hoping she'd show up. I hope that when my computer went down, that her computer didn't go down, because if that's the case, then the scumbag attackers are evidently back at their little fun. Oh my gosh. Get a life, ladies. Yeah, I don't know, because she hasn't come back. But I am yawning kind of like consecutively, continuously. Ooh, Zava's live too. I guess there's the two speeds to YouTube, right? You could go to KK's channel and she can say, "Oh, that's awesome!" Like, yeah, ooh. Or you could go to Zav girl and she can go, Oh, I'm I'm sorry. I have short attention span. Who is the man lady? Oh, don't tell me. Sue Bob, your avatar just changed right before my eyes. So I take it that you're either switching it up or it's brand new or something. Oh, Zav is covering Darlie. Aw, that's fun. Is it the one that we think might have been one before? With like the um I think it's yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be jumping on the Darlie case. And the Darlie case is even more interesting really than the case of Christopher Watts. And if they're oh, that's a different one, Shenanigan Maker. But you know what? That's one thing that I think with this case, I think there's a little bit of that going on. I do. Because if you take a look at a few of them, there are a few of them that you kind of look and go, mm-hmm. Cheekbones, Adam's apple, stuff like that. Yep. But the Darlie case, if you are just hopping on the Darlie case right now, like good luck with that. Because there are many of us with over a decade and some even longer who have dug into every detail of that case. Oh, I didn't think about those two. Yeah, I was thinking of the one with the dog. And then the one that she hangs with. And then another one that you guys would flip if you knew who. What? Oh, wait, yeah. You don't mean me, right? Yes, Misty, Darlie did it. Yep, she is guilty as sin. I'm thinking there seems to be kind of a blurred boundary issue going on. Just a little bit. And then again, it could be that that's just a group of people who are maybe on disability for other reasons. Right, Paula. I don't think Darlie should be executed. I don't. I think she did it, but I don't think she should be executed because she really was asking for help. She was begging for help. And I'm sorry, but when she went into her doctor and said, yeah, I want to lose 10 pounds, and he put her on a prescription drug, I'm sorry. And of course, that drug was taken off the market 2 years later. And then, 20 plus years later, they try to make it sound like it was just some kind of physical thing. But that drug, I'm pretty sure, had a lot more going on than physical stuff. Yep. I don't know what the whatever it is. Is that the what was it called? Fen? Is that the long name for it? I actually don't think she had postpartum going on. Because I think the baby was 10 months old. But I do think she had some hormonal stuff going on, which would probably be close to that. Right, hormonal, Paula. Because she evidently stopped nursing, like she had her first cycle 4 weeks before the tragedy. Yeah, the fen was taken off the market. And I have a feeling it was taken off the market for a lot worse things than whatever they claimed. What did Don't Have One say? What got taken? Oh, fen is fen. Okay. Exactly, Paula. Wasn't it really bad stuff? Like, didn't it cause behavior issues? Because if you look it up, it'll just say it causes some kind of higher risk of whatever physical thing. But I was thinking, I can't remember. It seems to me it caused a whole lot worse. Man, I wonder where Honey Badger went. I hope that she didn't get hacked into her computer. I can't believe how long we talk, you guys. I just saw the time. Oh, that's the other thing, Misty. Yeah. Darlie wasn't even fat. She had a baby. I think the baby was 10 months old, right? She wasn't even fat. At the most, she might have had 5 to 10 pounds, right? But she just had her third baby. So it might take a little longer on her third baby, right? You know, you guys, I'm going to have to go to sleep here. Three of a kind, I don't think she was suffering from postpartum for a couple of reasons. Um, I think you're talking postpartum depression. I'm talking postpartum like a psychosis. I don't think she suffered from postpartum psychosis. I don't think she suffered from postpartum depression because she actually was fine for many months. I think she was suffering because she had just resumed contact with the man who she said was sexually abusing her beginning when she was 8 years old. So I think she had some very deeply held issues that were surfacing and being triggered by having the contact with the person who she claimed was sexually abusing her. And at 10 months old, yes, you can, but guess what? If you're going to have postpartum depression, you don't start having it when the baby's 9 months old. You can still have it at that stage. It is not that common at all at that age of the baby. It is not that common at all. And you don't start having it at 9 months old. If you have postpartum depression, you have it when the baby's like in the first couple weeks, month, 2 months, 3 months. And beyond that, it's something beyond. And if you still have it, if it's dragging on ever since the baby was born, there's another issue going on. But you don't have it all of a sudden at 9 months old. You know what I mean? Like, she was fine after the baby was born. I think it has to do with the guy that was sexually abusing her. Put on another magic band-aid, MM. Yeah, I'm going to sleep, man. You guys are too much fun to talk to. And then if I put in another all-nighter like the other night, it's like, oh, I'm busy this week. I can't do this. Paula says, I think the silly string was a mental break flashback, like from when she was a kid or something. Misty, I think she had a psychotic break. I think she was triggered by also the thing about the guy who she claimed was sexually abusing her when she was a kid. She said it started when she was 8 years old. She was planning a birthday party for Devin, and Devin was almost 7. Well, what happens? What happened? Because did you hear what I said about um? Hey guys, Straight's in the house. Did you hear what I said? I have 2 emails. They're using my email address, reporting the channel or the video about the scumbag attackers for a privacy complaint using my email. Yes, Straight's in the house. Everyone's saying, hi, Straight, hi, Straight, hi, Straight. Lainey says, can't go now. Sean's Princess says, shit just got real. So you guys, we are so onto something. I think it has to do with time of death. I really do. I really do. So how did they get you good, Straight? Shenanigan maker, that's something I think it'd be great for either this weekend, maybe Sunday. If you have some time on Sunday, that'd be really interesting. This week's just really busy. I don't know. I'd hate to just pick a day that, well, I wouldn't be able to till like late Wednesday. But yeah, that's definitely something I think it'd be really interesting. Oh, and the Darley thing, just really fast. I think what happened is that when she handed, if you guys don't know it, she handed her kids over to the man who she claimed was sexually abusing her in her childhood. She handed her kids over to him on Mother's Day, and they spent the day with him. I think that triggered her, and I think that when she fell asleep, I think she was like half awake or whatever, and I think that who she was actually attacking, I don't think she realized she was attacking her sons. Well, straight up blowing minds, I just got emails from YouTube telling me that they received my privacy complaint on 2 of your videos. And I have never filed a privacy complaint against your videos. So they are definitely not wanting anyone to take a look at your videos. Isn't that interesting? I mean, seriously, that's like your videos are sitting there, right? Oh, you know what? This stinks of. Well, I've said it. I've said it earlier in this live chat. This really stinks of the original pack of shitheads from 2018, and this is what they do. They can't discuss the case. Nope. Wow. Those scumbuckets. It's pretty interesting that they can say and do whatever they want. No way. $25 complaints. They're absolutely afraid of what you have to say. And what they're doing is they're actually confirming. Because if what you were saying wasn't touching on anything close to the truth, then they wouldn't care, right? They wouldn't care at all. That's incredible. And then they hook into my to use my email address to file privacy complaints. I'm just reading this thing. Okay, there's that one. Well, set the record straight. I know who it is. I'll tell you that right now. I know dang well who it is. Yeah, you know the one. They did 2 complaints, 2 privacy complaints using my email address to try to get. Remember the one where they sat right up in the live chat and the proof of them doxing my grandchildren? That's the video they're trying to get taken down. And they're trying to make it look like I reported it. They did 2 reports on those. So those videos show the proof of the attacks, the illegal acts that they've done, the scumbags that they are. And gee golly, guess who they're connected to, right? Guess who they're connected to? The same old group of scumbags. It's disgusting. Must really be a sorry life they have, let me tell you. A very sorry life. They don't like your channel, that's for sure, because they know damn well that if people watch your videos, that it all makes perfect sense. Well, Shenanigan Maker, what they do is they file police reports, false police reports against people. And, whoa, Straight Up Blowing Mine says they got it coming now. Well, here's the thing, you guys. You know, earlier when I was saying that I think there's so few people compared to the numbers they try to pretend, I think they see the people who are actually discussing the case, you know, and it's growing. The number is growing of people who are actually feeling free to discuss the case without being afraid or hiding out in a private group somewhere. And I think they're feeling like, because they know they've got all those fake subs and fake profiles, right? So they probably don't like it. They probably look at it and go, wait a minute. The only people who they could possibly scam are all busy actually discussing the case. They are. I agree. They're evil. I do think that the time of death, I think that kind of has them going like, how did they figure that out, you know? Sean's Princess is straight. You need any help? Let us know. Give us a holler. I'm not sure what help we can do because I don't think YouTube really cares. You know, it's all how they do the whole algorithm thing and stuff. Misty, the time of death thing, okay. The people who wear the patches wear them 24 hours a day, except for 40 minutes. There's a 40-minute window every morning where they don't wear them. I think that her time of death, I think, was after she woke up in the morning and within 40 minutes because she didn't have a patch on. I think so, Paula, because that's when it all really started hitting the fan. Straight says they're not going to like it. Oops, I clicked the wrong one. They're not going to like it if I'm forced to speak on panel. Kathy Jo said that SW said the first 20 minutes of the day, so that narrows the time of death down even more, Kathy Jo. Can you find that, or can you think of where you saw that? Because no kidding, if it's a 20-minute window, if she routinely practiced a 20-minute window, And you know what? I can't think off the top of my head, but somebody sent me an email saying that they believe about the shadow theory, right? And they know that I don't. But then when they heard me say something about backing the truck in the driveway, like as the last FU, then they think that maybe Bella did wake up from the truck and went downstairs and he may have picked her up and put her back in the house. All right, Kathy Joe, you got a screenshot. Okay, if they take down Straight's channel, seriously, what does that tell you guys? That tells you that all the stuff we're saying, well, I don't mean all of it, but that tells you we're pretty spot on. You know, if they're gonna pull this shit, sorry, if they're gonna pull this crap and either hack into my email or lie and use my email to pull that crap, then let me tell you something. All the stuff we're sitting here talking about the Star Trek chair and the fake microphone, and we know exactly who the attackers are, and they're working together, and the scams that they pull, and how they're paying money through their super chat, $100 payments and stuff. You know, well, and it's the same group. It's the same pack of animals who started right when the case hit the headline news. The same scumbags were attacking me while I was still on vacation and had never even heard of this case. They needed to find a scapegoat, and they found 10 of us. They needed to find their scapegoat so they could make everybody afraid to actually talk about the case. I think also that with some of the things they've said and some of the things they've done, I think they're just naturally losing subscribers. I do. And you know, think about it. That one channel has 34,000 subscribers, supposedly. And she had one time 34 in chat. She had 40 in chat. I'm talking 40, 40, or 34, 34. And she has 34,000 subscribers. They're probably looking at that going, you know, I'll tell you, if they take down Straight's channel, that shows you right there. That shows you right there that it is important for us. It is so important for us to stand up for our right to discuss true crime cases. Who the hell do they think they are to try to prevent people from being able to discuss true crime cases? It's absolutely ridiculous. But again, it's the same pack of scumbags. Must be they got the contract, maybe. Right? They probably got the contract saying, oh, yeah, we'll do this for 6 months. How sad for them to think that it takes 8, 10 people. Exactly. I know it straight up. That's exactly what I said. When I all of a sudden got kicked off of the computer and I had a warning, or not a warning, but a message saying something process died or something. Fatal process died, I think is what it said. So I had to wait. And then I think it was Kathy Joe posted what that meant when she Googled it. And it was something weird about whatever. And in my email, there are 2 messages from YouTube confirming that I complained, that I filed a privacy complaint. So they're filing privacy complaints, 2 of them, on your email or on your YouTube videos. Lo and behold, the one where they were caught, remember how they deleted that video quick and then one of the scumbags sent me a ridiculously written cease and desist crap. Remember that? After they doxed my grandchildren, then they, realized, oops, right? That's the video they want to make it look like I reported. And they somehow did it with my email. So I don't know if all they had to do was just type in the email or if they actually hacked into the email address or the email account. And if they got the 1 and the 2 down, then they were trying to get that one down too, right? And the thing is, you guys in chat who don't know about that video just shows straight up, no pun intended, it shows straight up exactly what they pull. They got caught. It's that simple. They got caught. They actually doxed my grandchildren. And they got caught doing it. I don't know what you mean, Lisa. That's a good point, shenanigan maker. Yeah, if they hacked into my email, they're going to have some interesting reading going on. Oh, yeah. Email them back a professional email. Oh, is Tammy saying something? Who's Tammy? Tammy, nobody hacked her. Straight don't fall for that. Yeah, Tammy, nobody hacked me. Straight don't fall for that. Well, I guess one little ounce of proof, you idiots, like Tammy, would be that I've been talking nonstop on a live chat during the time frame that you scumbags have been trying to mess with Straight's channel. You dipshits. I'm sitting up here talking nonstop. So go ahead. Try it, dipshit. Try it, Tammy. Try to convince Straight that I somehow knew how to do whatever. Hold on, I've got to find my password. Let's see here. Account. Security. I'll be right back. I'm just changing my password. It's doing the circle thing. Okay, let's see. Bear with me here. I'm changing my password. New password. Okay, here we go. Oh, I just put the same one in. Good, I changed my password. Okay, that was smart. Okay. Let's see. Tammy is trying to tell straight not to believe you. Yeah, I caught on that, Lisa. That's why I told her off. She's a dipshit. Oh, I just got a security alert that my password was changed. Okay, straight says you should have emails being sent out. Let's see here. Well, that's kind of silly though, because they would just go ahead and delete them, right? If they went in that way, like a Mary Marlowe way. So that's good, at least. If they weren't right within my email, that's better. But I changed my password anyway. A super professional email telling them where I'm going to put my foot. Exactly, Misty. That's exactly right. The same people who do the praying hands and the she can't defend herself think it's totally cool to dox my grandkids. Yeah. Tammy says, Brenda, you're a piece of shit and everyone knows it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, trashy Tammy's a good one, Lainey. That's exactly right. Oh my goodness. So are you guys exhausted yet or no? Oh, there is a good Tammy in here. Uh-oh, Lavina has a second wind. Double patched, I'm good. Oh, she isn't kidding. Yeah, I need to get to sleep. I've got a lot of stuff to do this week. It's a busy week, which is a good thing, and I hope the sun's still shining too the rest of the week. That'd be, for the week, that'd be really fun. Yeah, I have a feeling I just accidentally blacked the good Tammy. So, um, let's see, how do I unblock you guys? Oh, let's see. I blocked the bad one for sure. I mean, know damn well who that is. Oh, her poor husband, let me tell you. And my phone's ringing. Let's click off and I'll figure out how to unblock Tammy somehow. So, everyone, have a good night. Thanks for hanging in there. This is crazy. And I have a feeling that might be set the record straight. So, let's hang up really quick. Everyone, be safe, be healthy, and know that you are loved. And we'll see you Friday night for sure. And we'll see you in the middle of the week at some point too, okay? We'll just do a quickie in the middle of the week. But let's look forward to Friday night. That'll be really cool. So, okay, good night, you guys. Love you too, Shenanigan Maker. Good night, Lainey. Good night, this too shall pass. Good night, Freudian Slip. We should say good night, John Boy. Good night, Three of a Kind. Good night, Wanda. You guys are faster than I can read. Good night, Kathy Joe. Good night, Sammy. Good night, Lavina. Good night, Misty. I don't understand your comment, Brian, but I don't care. It's late. Sean's princess. Da-da-da. Okay, I just want to make sure I got everyone. Okay, good night, you guys. Love you all. Well, except for that Tammy, the bad Tammy. Good night.